Chapter 654. Somehow, the Desolation Immortal Emperor felt that the realm spirit contained a power that made his heart palpitate, which was why he was so cautious. However, half a minute had passed since the icicle hit the realm spirit, and the realm spirit did not move at all. Hey! Am I being paranoid? The Desolation Immortal Emperor frowned and stared at the realm spirit with a puzzled expression. After a while, the realm spirit still showed no signs of going berserk. At this moment, the Moonlight Empress, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and even the more powerful He Wu Immortal Emperor began to surge with their Immortal Emperor powers. Including Chu Bei and Xiao He, their powers began to gather and were ready to attack at any time. Haha, it seems like you're all overthinking. The rumored realm spirit is not a threat at all. I should thank you for letting me make the first move. The Desolation Immortal Emperor's eyes lit up as he laughed excitedly and reached out to grab the realm spirit. At this moment, the Moonlight Empress, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and He Wu Immortal Emperor's aura reached its peak. The five-colored sword appeared in Chu Bei's hand. However, just as the four of them were about to fight for the realm spirit, the Source Heavenstone mine below suddenly let out a strange roar. When Chu Bei and the others entered the Lost Territory, a shocking event happened in the outside world. Have you heard? 5 Perfection Stage Immortal Emperors appeared out of thin air in the Genesis Emperor state. What? Appeared out of thin air? These are Perfection Stage Immortal Emperors who are about to step into the Immortal Emperor realm. No one knows where they came from. That's right. Any Perfection Stage Immortal Emperor in an Emperor-level force is definitely a Grand Elder. Their status is second only to the Immortal Emperor of that Emperor-level force. According to the rumors, these 5 perfect stage quasi-immortal emperors came from a place called West Earth. They defeated the guardian of that world and came to our great domain of primal chaos. West Earth? Isn't that the world where the Genesis Immortal Emperor Yuan Ling was born? Oh my god. Doesn't that mean the Genesis Emperor state has 5 new Perfection Stage Immortal Emperors? The Genesis Immortal Emperor is ranked 6th on the Immortal Emperor rankings of the high heavens. If these 5 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors join, the influence of the Genesis Emperor state will reach a terrifying level. However, according to the information I received, these 5 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors from the West Earth don't seem to want to stay in the Genesis Emperor state. Instead, they want to join the All Heavens shop. All Heavens shop? How could this be? Didn't they come from the same place as the Genesis Immortal Emperor? Moreover, in terms of strength, the Genesis Immortal Emperor was far stronger than the All Heavens shop owner. Why would they want to join the All Heavens shop? Who knows? I'm afraid only those 5 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors would know. In a corner of the high heavens, there were experts gathered together, intensely discussing the latest major event. Above the high heavens, in the Creator Emperor state. In Emperor District, all the powerhouses raised their heads and stared at the battlefield in the distant sky that formed a world of its own. There were 6 figures on the battlefield, and 5 of them were standing side by side. These 5 figures' auras were all peak stage quasi-immortal emperors, and there was an incomparably huge energy storm revolving behind them. If Chu Bei were here, he would immediately recognize the 5 disciples he had taken in the Hongmeng West Travel Realm: Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Shuo Wujing, Golden Cicada, and Ao Lai. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the other 4 were solemnly looking at the figure opposite them. It was a white-haired old man in a long robe. His aura was restrained, but he gave off an oppressive feeling that made one unable to resist him. The white-haired old man was the Genesis Immortal Emperor, who was also ranked 6th on the Immortal Emperor rankings. You all came from the West Earth, so you can be considered as living beings created by me. Now that you've come to the Great Heavens domain, you want to join the All Heaven shop? The Genesis Immortal Emperor looked coldly at Sun Wukong and the other 4. What is the meaning of this? Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the other 4 seemed to have been suppressed and could not move. The All Heavens shop owner is my master. Since we're here, we naturally have to return to his sect. Your master? How can he go to the West Earth? The Genesis Immortal Emperor snorted when he heard Sun Wukong and the others' words. Since you're so stubborn, I can only imprison you for a while until you think things through. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 silvery white cages appeared out of thin air around Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others, imprisoning them. In the next moment, the world battlefield in the sky disappeared amidst a buzzing sound. The Genesis Origin Spirit Immortal Emperor, Sun Wukong, and the others also disappeared. Sigh, I really don't understand. Wouldn't it be better for the 5 of them to join our Emperor province? The experts from the Genesis Emperor state retracted their gazes and exchanged glances with one another before sighing in unison. On the other side, at the center of the Great Lost Territory, in the sky above the Source Heavenstone Mine, just as Yi Huang Immortal Emperor reached out to grab the realm spirit, a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from the mine. Then, a translucent white dragon flew out of the mine and attacked Yi Huang Immortal Emperor with a monstrous momentum. Sensing the danger, Yi Huang Immortal Emperor immediately retreated and threw out his imperial spear at the same time. Crack! At the moment of collision, Yi Huang Immortal Emperor's imperial spear bounced back and cracks appeared on the body of the spear. On the other hand, the white dragon was not damaged at all. It was also at this moment that the realm spirit, which was originally a little sluggish, landed on top of the white dragon's head and swayed back and forth. At this moment, it was cheering like a child. Yi Huang, this little guy seems to be laughing at you. Xingqiang Immortal Emperor teased Yi Huang Immortal Emperor as he looked at the realm spirit that was full of spirituality. Yi Huang Immortal Emperor's face darkened when he heard Xingqiang Immortal Emperor's words. When he looked at the realm spirit again, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Soon, Yi Huang Immortal Emperor's power rose as he directly used his strongest paragon skill to attack the realm spirit. The realm spirit above the white dragon's head seemed to have sensed Yi Huang Immortal Emperor's hostility and suddenly stopped swaying. It let out a strange trembling sound from its mouth and then turned into a divine light to meet Yi Huang Immortal Emperor. Boom! When Yi Huang Immortal Emperor and the realm spirit collided, 2 different terrifying forces first blended and then swept out. If the powerhouses of the 5 forces did not have the protection of immortal emperors, just the aftermath of the collision alone would be difficult for them to resist. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a long time. Then, there was a loud bang as immortal light filled the sky and an incomparably terrifying energy storm radiated in all directions. Yi Huang Immortal Emperor and the realm spirit separated at the same time and each retreated a distance away. 2 stars. Through the battle between the realm spirit and Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, the Undermoon Empress and Xingqiang Immortal Emperor instantly determined the realm spirit's strength. Chapter 655. Although the realm spirit was strong, it was also 2 stars like them, so there was still hope for them to subdue it. The Moonlight Empress and Xingqiang Immortal Emperor no longer hesitated and attacked at the same time. You 2 are really something. Immortal Emperor Wan Huang glared fiercely at the Moonlight Empress and Xingqiang Immortal Emperor. After stabilizing himself, he attacked the realm spirit again, as if afraid that he would be a step too slow. Rumble. Immortal Emperor power surged above the Source Heavenstone Mine as all kinds of Emperor arts flew in all directions. Immortal Emperor Wan Huang, Moonlight Empress, and Xingqiang Immortal Emperor each unleashed their strongest attacks to capture the strange-looking realm spirit. At first, the realm spirit fought with the 3 immortal emperors, but when it discovered that none of them were weaker than it, fear crept into its little face. As time passed, the realm spirit stopped fighting and tried to escape from the 3 immortal emperors' encirclement. However, the 3 immortal emperors were well aware of the realm spirit's intentions. Every time they unleashed their strongest emperor arts, they would confine the space and time around it. Would you like to join in now, Lord Headmaster? The All Heavens Shop powerhouse asked Chu Bei as he looked at the battlefield above him. Chu Bei shook his head without a word. Setting aside the fact that Immortal Emperor He Wu hadn't made his move yet, the realm spirit's strength alone wasn't something he could easily subdue. Of course, there was another reason Chu Bei hadn't made his move yet. Although the realm spirit only wanted to escape, it was extremely cunning. Every time it was in danger, it would immediately approach one of the immortal emperors and allow the immortal emperor to attack it. However, it was precisely because of this that the other 2 immortal emperors would immediately attack the immortal emperor. After all, they didn't want the immortal emperor to subdue the realm spirit. Once the realm spirit was subdued, the lost realm would be under its control, and the source Heavenstone mine would naturally fall into the hands of the immortal emperor. Damn it. We won't be able to get it at all if this continues. Why don't we join forces to take it down first and decide who it belongs to later? Immortal Emperor Wanhuang, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and Moonlight Empress seemed to have reached a consensus and joined forces to suppress the Realm Spirit. Noticing the change in the battle situation, Realm Spirit became even more panicked. His eyes turned quickly, first looking at Chu Bei, then at He Wu Immortal Emperor, and then at He Wu Immortal Emperor. Finally, he let out a strange cry and flew towards He Wu Immortal Emperor. This guy. The expressions of Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress changed when they witnessed this scene. The arrival of He Wu Immortal Emperor had given them a lot of pressure. While they were attacking, they had been paying attention to He Wu Celestial Emperor. Although they didn't know why He Wu Celestial Emperor didn't attack, they didn't think too much about it. They just wanted to subdue the Realm Spirit. Yet, even though Immortal Emperor He Wu did not attack, the Realm Spirit insisted on flying toward him. Under such circumstances, Immortal Emperor He Wu couldn't possibly remain indifferent, right? Indeed, when Realm Spirit flew toward Black Void Immortal Emperor, who had been watching like a spectator, suddenly stretched out his right hand. With a buzzing sound, the black mist around his body gathered towards his palm and condensed into a black lightsaber. Just as the lightsaber was about to pierce the Realm Spirit, it split into 9. In an instant, 9 identical lightsabers formed a ring around the Realm Spirit. Then, the tips of the lightsabers flashed with silver light at the same time. Electric currents appeared as the Celestial Emperor's power surged. In the next moment, the space where the Realm Spirit was located was torn apart by the Celestial Emperor's power, causing some distortions to appear. Immediately after, black mist rapidly emerged and condensed into a black light layer that was more than a foot thick. The inner surface of the light layer was densely covered with silver lightning, and the crackling sound of thunder was incessant. ZZ. Trapped, the Realm Spirit began to madly attack the light layer around it. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break through the seemingly thin light layer. Gradually, the Realm Spirit's screams were filled with fear. In the end, it even looked at Celestial Emperor Baron, the Undermoon Empress, and Celestial Emperor Xingqiong as if it was asking for help. Kaila. Immortal Emperor He Wu pointed a finger, and a black shackle penetrated the light prison and wrapped around the Realm Spirit in an instant. ZZ. Bound by the black shackle, the Realm Spirit's expression instantly became pained as it struggled continuously. He's refining the Realm Spirit. No, we can't let him succeed. If he subdues the Realm Spirit, we won't have any chance of getting the source Heavenstone mine. Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress expressions changed drastically when they saw Immortal Emperor He Wu penetrating his origin energy into the Realm Spirit's body. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously attacked Immortal Emperor He Wu with their Supreme Emperor techniques. Are you going to attack me? Immortal Emperor He Wu's cold voice sounded in the face of the attacks from the Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and waved it. Black divine light surged like a surging river toward the Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress. Rumble. Rumble. The combined attacks of the Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress collided with Immortal Emperor He Wu's black divine light, setting off a terrifying Celestial Emperor-level energy storm. Dao flowers bloomed at the location of the explosion, and Celestial Emperor techniques were annihilated, constantly fusing and resisting. Sect Master, it seems that Immortal Emperor He Wu is going to subdue the Realm Spirit. As expected of the 11th ranked Celestial Emperor, even when facing the Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress at the same time, he's still able to hold his own. The primordial dragon Phoenix and Hong Meng stared in the direction of the battlefield and spoke one after another. In their opinion, Chu Bei had yet to make a move, which meant that he had given up the right to fight for the Realm Spirit. The host has obtained the Realm Spirit and can now use Source Heaven's power. Just as Chu Bei was thinking about how to subdue the realm spirit and obtain the source heaven stone mine to complete the system mission, the mechanical system's voice sounded in his mind. Chu Bei was taken aback at first, but when he came back to his senses, he immediately looked at the system interface. On the source heaven page, there was a bright button next to the funnel that contained a drop of source heaven's power. Below the button, there was a very detailed explanation of how to mobilize source heaven's power. After reading the explanation, the worry on Chu Bei's face was instantly replaced by joy. At the same time, the battle between the Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, the Undermoon Empress, and the Undermoon Empress became even more intense. Is this guy already so terrifying? The three of us can't defeat him even if we join forces. There's not much time left for us. Celestial Emperor Baron, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, and the Undermoon Empress' faces grew increasingly gloomy and anxious as they looked at the lifeless realm spirit in the light prison. They hadn't held back from the beginning, but even so, they still couldn't defeat the immortal Emperor He Wu. It wasn't that they were weak, but the immortal Emperor He Wu was too powerful. Chapter 656. Is this the power of a peak 3-star? As time passed, the Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, the Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and the Moonlight Empress looked helpless and unwilling. In the end, they stopped attacking as if they were unwilling to do any more useless work. This is for the best. The He Wu Immortal Emperor glanced at the Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, the Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and the Moonlight Empress. His left hand shot out a ray of black light as he began to subdue the realm spirit. That's great. The source heaven stone mine is going to fall into the hands of the Master Celestial Emperor. It's fortunate that none of the top 10 Celestial Emperors knew about the source heaven stone mine. Yes, otherwise, it would be difficult for the Master Celestial Emperor to subdue the realm spirit. The powerhouses of the He Wu Immortal State were overjoyed when they saw the scene above them. However, just as the He Wu Immortal Emperor was about to reach the final stage, a 5-colored sword ray wrapped in white ripples slashed across the sky and struck the light prison that imprisoned the realm spirit. Boom! With a loud bang, the light prison shattered and the shackles that bound the realm spirit broke into several pieces. That wasn't the end of it. Eventually, the 5-colored sword light penetrated the realm spirit's body and forced the He Wu Immortal Emperor's origin power out of her body. When Immortal Emperor He Wu's origin power was forced out by the 5-colored sword light, the lifeless realm spirit seemed to have been reborn. Buzz! The realm spirit cried out excitedly. However, when it thought it had regained its freedom and was about to escape, it was shocked to find that it was still imprisoned by another force. Moreover, this force seemed to be superior to the dark force that had restrained it earlier. Who is it? The He Wu Immortal Emperor's face darkened. He immediately looked at the Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, the Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and the Moonlight Empress. Not long after, his gaze moved away from the 3 Celestial Emperors and finally landed on Chu Bei. His gaze was sharp. At this moment, the He Wu Celestial Emperor, the Yi Huang Celestial Emperor, the Xingqiong Celestial Emperor, the Undermoon Empress, and the other powerhouses were all looking at Chu Bei. How is this possible? Even the 3 of us can't defeat He Wu. How did he do it? His strength is on par with ours. He's also a 2 stars, but He Wu is a 3-star. No. His aura had changed. I can't see through it. What's going on? How strange. The Baron Celestial Emperor, the Xingqiong Celestial Emperor, and the Undermoon Empress looked at Chu Bei again before they spoke one after another. Apart from shock, there was more confusion on their faces. Has the sect leader made a move? Even the 3 immortal emperors couldn't snatch the realm spirit from immortal Emperor He Wu, but Lord Sect Leader did it. Could it be that Lord Sect Leader is stronger than He Wu Immortal Emperor? That can't be. Although the sect leader is stronger than Flower Empress, he should be on par with Moonlight Empress. But Immortal Emperor He Wu is ranked 11th. The Primordial Dragon Phoenix, Hong Meng, and the rest of the All Heavens Shop's powerhouses looked at Chu Bei's back in confusion. Immortal Emperor He Wu frowned. He did not speak but pointed his right hand at Chu Bei's direction. With a buzzing sound, 9 long swords shot out from his palm one after another. The moment they shot out, the 9 light swords overlapped, and the terrifying aura released from the tip of the swords increased tremendously. The Barren Celestial Emperor, the Xingqiang Celestial Emperor, and the Undermoon Empress were stunned when they sensed the aura contained in the swords. Immortal Emperor He Wu did not hold back at all in this attack. However, Chu Bei was unfazed by the 3-star Immortal Emperor He Wu's attack. He also swung his sword. Suddenly, the two sword rays intertwined and collided on the battlefield. Swoosh! The 5-colored sword rays were on the verge of collapse. However, just as they were about to be annihilated, a layer of blue ripples appeared on the outer layer. It looked like a water droplet, but it carried a mysterious aura of a higher level. Crack! With the appearance of the water droplet, the 5-colored sword rays seemed to have been strengthened and evolved. With a crisp sound, it destroyed Immortal Emperor He Wu's attack. In the next moment, the mysterious water droplet wrapped around the 5-colored sword rays and shot toward Immortal Emperor He Wu. This is the origin heaven energy. Immortal Emperor He Wu's expression changed for the first time when he saw the blue water droplet charging toward him. A hint of fear appeared on his face. Immortal Emperor He Wu's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He gathered all of his Celestial Emperor Qi on his fists, and his aura rose to the peak as he charged toward the blue water droplet. Even so, he was still sent flying with a loud bang. His aura became chaotic in an instant. Fortunately, the blue water droplet did not continue to attack him. Instead, it transformed into a giant hand and grabbed the realm spirit. Zizi. The realm spirit's eyes widened when she saw the giant hand coming toward her. She screamed in fear, but she could not move at all. She could only let the giant hand grab her. He has condensed the origin heaven energy. That's impossible. Isn't that the sign of breaking through to the 4-star realm? Is the owner of the All Heavens shop a 4-star celestial emperor? But when he fought with 100 Flowers earlier, his energy fluctuation was only 2-star. He's hiding his strength. He was hiding his strength earlier. The Desolation Celestial Emperor, the Xingqiang Celestial Emperor, and the Moonlight Empress looked at the giant blue hand and sensed the mysterious power contained in it. They looked at each other and then at Chu Bei in shock. Lord Sect Master, he's a 4-star Celestial Emperor. In the entire high heavens, there are only 10 4-star Celestial Emperors. The All Heavens shop's experts were also stunned. Their expressions were blank as though they had gone numb. After recovering from the shock, their faces were filled with joy. This meant that the All Heavens shop would be able to go even further and even rank in the top 10 forces in the high heavens. After all, the ranking of an emperor-grade force depended on the strength of its celestial emperor. Zizi. On the battlefield, as the giant blue hand clenched, the realm spirit's cries became more painful. At that moment, Chu Bei received a message from the realm spirit. It was begging for mercy and taking the initiative to acknowledge him as its master. Then, a green light flew from the realm spirit's glabella to Chu Bei. The moment Chu Bei caught the green light, he suddenly felt an indescribable connection with the lost territory. Then, with a thought from Chu Bei, the source Heavenstone mine below trembled violently. The lost territory also trembled. Did he subdue the realm spirit? I didn't expect the owner of the All Heavens shop to have hidden his strength so well. The Desolation Celestial Emperor, the Xingqiang Celestial Emperor, and the Moonlight Empress frowned when they felt the repulsive force surging from all directions. Even the He Wu Celestial Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Boom. Chapter 657. Buzz. With a loud boom, everyone except the experts from the All Heavens shop, including the Celestial Emperors, disappeared from the area. We got it. We got the source Heavenstone mine. The BU couple, the Primordial Dragon Phoenix, and the other All Heavens shop experts snapped out of their daze and cheered excitedly. Host has obtained the source Heavenstone mine. Side mission completed. The system is beginning to absorb the source Heavenstone mine. The system's mechanical voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. Then, the source Heavenstone mine began to peel off and entered Chu Bei's body. The All Heavens shop's experts were dumbfounded. They stood there motionless, as if they had seen the most inconceivable thing in their lives. After an unknown period of time, the source Heavenstone mine finally stopped peeling off. It had shrunk to half its original size. Mission reward issued. 100 drops of Source Heaven power. 3 days left until Source Heaven power is used. Chu Bei smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the 100 drops in the funnel on the system's Source Heaven page in his knowledge sea. Just 1 drop of Source Heaven power was equivalent to a powerful attack from a 4-star Celestial Emperor. However, he wasn't a true 4-star Celestial Emperor, and the Source Heaven power was more like a consumable to him. A true 4-star Celestial Emperor could condense Source Heaven power on his own and use it endlessly. Although one would be able to condense Source Heaven power after stepping into the 4-star Celestial Emperor realm, the number of drops of Source Heaven power one could use at a time was related to the Celestial Emperor's strength. A newly ascended 4-star Celestial Emperor could only use 1 drop of Source Heaven power in battle. However, due to the system's assistance, Chu Bei was able to use as much Genesis Heaven power as he had. Sect Master, are you really a 4-star Celestial Emperor? When Chu Bei landed beside the primordial dragon Phoenix, the latter hurriedly asked. The other experts also looked expectant. Unfortunately, all they received was Chu Bei's mysterious smile. He didn't give them an answer. The All Heavens shop experts, especially Hong Meng, couldn't help but feel a little helpless when they saw Chu Bei's smile. As the sect master, he always exuded a sense of mystery. Just when he thought that he could judge the other party's strength, the other party would always surprise him at some point in time, shattering his understanding. The first time he met Chu Bei was in the Coiling Dragon Plain. At that time, Chu Bei's strength was only at the Great Circle of the Half-Immortal Emperor stage. When they met again, Chu Bei had established the All Heavens shop in the Grand Domain of Chaos. At that time, he was at the 1-star Immortal Emperor stage. This time, when he returned to fight with the 100 Flowers Empress, everyone thought that he was at the 2-stars Immortal Emperor stage. Who would have thought that he would be able to defeat the peak 3-star Hei Wu Immortal Emperor with Genesis Heaven power in the Great Lost Territory? Sect Master, this is the Source Heaven Stone Mine? The primordial dragon Phoenix pointed at the shrunken Source Heaven Stone Mine and asked curiously. I need half of it. As for the other half, I will leave it to you to distribute. As long as you are a member of the All Heavens shop, you will have the right to enter the Lost Territory, Chu Bei replied calmly. Thank you, Sect Master. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, whether it was the primordial dragon Phoenix, Hong Meng, or the other experts of the All Heavens shop, they were all overjoyed. Although the Great Lost Territory was in ruins, it still contained a large amount of Immortal Emperor stage sources that had yet to dissipate. Cultivating here was several times more effective than cultivating in the high heavens. In the time it took for the system to refine half of the Source Heaven Stone Mine, the news of the mine had spread throughout the high heavens. Did you guys hear the breaking news just now? If you're talking about the Source Heaven Stone Mine, then I already know. I didn't expect the owner of the All Heavens shop to have hidden it so well. What Source Heaven Stone Mine? So what if he's the owner of the All Heavens shop? Stop keeping us in suspense. Let alone us, even the other Immortal Emperors don't know about it. Other than the All Heavens shop, only the 4 Emperor-level forces know about the Source Heaven Stone Mine. It's said that the Source Heaven Stone Mine is located in a great lost territory. The Moonlight Empress, Desolation Immortal Emperor, and Stardome Immortal Emperor couldn't defeat Immortal Emperor Hei Wu even when they joined forces. However, just as Immortal Emperor Hei Wu was about to obtain the Source Heaven Stone Mine, the owner of the All Heavens shop appeared and defeated Immortal Emperor Hei Wu. In the end, he obtained the Source Heaven Stone Mine. The owner of the All Heavens shop defeated Immortal Emperor Hei Wu? Impossible. Immortal Emperor Hei Wu is ranked 11th on the Immortal Emperor leaderboard in the high heavens. Is your source of information accurate? It's absolutely true. At that time, there were quite a few quasi-immortal Emperor-level experts who had witnessed all of this. Most importantly, the owner of the All Heavens shop isn't a 2-stars Immortal Emperor, but a 4-stars Immortal Emperor. What? A 4-stars Immortal Emperor. For a time, experts in every corner of the high heavens were discussing the Source Heaven Stone Mine intensely. In the high heavens, in the 100 Cries Emperor District. In the center of the Emperor District, in an immortal valley surrounded by galaxies and various divine phoenixes soared in the sky, A slender figure with an indistinct figure stood in the ethereal immortal fog. He held a folding fan engraved with an immortal phoenix in his hand, and the river of time flowed in his eyes. A4 stars immortal emperor. How did he manage to hide the aura of the source heaven stone? The slender figure looked in the direction of the all heavens shop with confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. The slender figure who sighed was immortal emperor Bai Ming. He was stronger than immortal emperor He Wu. He was a 4 stars immortal emperor and ranked 9th on the immortal emperor leaderboard. Above the high heavens, in the Blood Sea Emperor District. This great province was just like its name. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single piece of land. It was a sea that looked like blood. Or perhaps it could be said that this sea was truly formed by blood. Even the splashes of the water were filled with mysterious laws. Above the blood sea, a figure seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep. His gaze pierced through the starry sky and looked in the direction of the all heavens shop. Looks like there's another guy that I can't afford to offend. Accompanied by a distant and low voice, the figure above the sea of blood disappeared. In the Creator Emperor District above the high heavens. The Creator Original Spirit, who was dressed in a long robe, looked in the direction of the all heavens shop. No one knew what he was thinking. Master, the origin of the owner of the all heavens shop is worth pondering. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. A figure came to the Creator Original Spirit's side. If what Sun Wukong said is true, doesn't that mean he's also from West Earth? Impossible. If he's from West Earth, I'll know immediately. The Creator Original Spirit shook his head and said, it seems that it's necessary to make a trip to the All Heavens Shop's Emperor District. Almost at the same time, Immortal Emperor divine thoughts with ridicule were transmitted to the Dark Emperor District, the Undermoon Emperor District, the Wild Emperor District, and the Star Ocean Emperor District. Chapter 658. I can't believe the 4 of you hid the news of the Source Heavenstone mine so well. It's a pity that none of you ended up in the end. Did the owner of the All Heavens shop really condense Source Heaven power? Immortal Emperor aura surged in all the Emperor continents above the high heavens. On the other side, Emperor District of the All Heavens shop. Ever since the news of Chu Bei obtaining the Source Heavenstone mine spread, the entire Emperor District was immersed in cheers. Chu Bei was currently sitting at the head of the All Heavens shop's main hall with a frown on his face. Just as he came out of the Great Lost Territory, he received a piece of news. The 5 disciples he had taken in the journey to the West Realm, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Shuo Wujing, the Golden Cicada, and Ao Lai, had defeated the Guardian of the Journey to the West Realm and successfully came to the Great Chaotic Realm. However, what angered Chu Bei was that his 5 disciples were imprisoned by the Genesis Primordial Spirit before they could successfully join the All Heavens shop. Let's go, I'll take you out again. Chu Bei stood up from the head of the table and looked at Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and the little dragon Phoenix. Sect Master, where are you going? The primordial dragon Phoenix hurriedly asked, as if she was afraid that Chu Bei would suddenly leave. The Genesis Emperor District. 4 plain syllables came out of Chu Bei's mouth. Sect Master, what are you going there for? The primordial dragon Phoenix asked. I need people. Chu Bei's gaze sharpened. The 5 perfected quasi-immortal emperors imprisoned by the Genesis Immortal Emperor wouldn't be related to you, right? The primordial dragon Phoenix was stunned. My personal disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei disappeared with Biyu Xian and the other 2. Sect Master, don't be too impatient. The Genesis Immortal Emperor is a supreme existence ranked 6th in the high heavens. It is said that he has already entered the peak of the 6 stars realm and is only 1 step away from the 7 stars realm. The ancient dragon Phoenix seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said. However, by the time she finished speaking, Chu Bei had already disappeared. The primordial dragon Phoenix, Hong Meng, and the other All Heavens shop experts immediately disappeared from the All Heavens shop. Rumble. Above high heavens, a terrifying aura rippled across the sky above the Emperor District of the All Heavens shop, spreading toward the south. That's the owner of the All Heavens shop. He just obtained the Source Heavenstone mine. Why is he causing such a huge commotion now? Where is he going? That's the direction of the Genesis Emperor Prefecture, Where is he going? That old Genesis primordial spirit is a loner. I remember now. It must be for the 5 fellows imprisoned by the Genesis primordial spirit. Could it be that the rumors are true? Did the owner of the All Heavens shop accept a disciple into the lair of the Genesis primordial spirit? But then again, the owner of the All Heavens shop is quite capable to be able to cultivate 5 perfected quasi-immortal emperors. Above high heavens, the immortal emperors of the various emperor prefectures peeked out and communicated with each other through divine consciousness. At the same time, a wisp of consciousness followed Chu Bei to the Genesis Emperor district. Not only the immortal emperors, but some quasi-immortal emperors also seemed to have noticed something and immediately paid attention to the situation in the Genesis Emperor district. Buzz buzz, deep within the Genesis Emperor district, Chu Bei's figure appeared with a buzz. Behind him, the primordial dragon phoenix, Hong Meng, and the other experts also arrived. He's here. The owner of the All Heavens shop is really here. Just as Chu Bei arrived in the Genesis Emperor district, several figures rushed into the sky and surrounded Chu Bei. These figures were all powerful high-level quasi-immortal emperors, but when facing Chu Bei, they all looked wary and did not make a move. It was as if they were waiting for something. At the same time, all the experts in the Genesis Emperor district looked up into the sky as if they knew why Chu Bei had come. Chu Bei glanced at the quasi-immortal emperors around him and snorted coldly. His immortal emperor power surged and instantly forced these quasi-immortal emperors to retreat, their faces pale. Sect Master, aren't you being too high-profile by doing this? Perhaps if we pay a proper visit, the Genesis Immortal Emperor will let your 5 disciples go. Seeing this scene, an expert from the All Heavens shop spoke up. Chu Bei ignored the person who spoke. His aura became more and more terrifying until it enveloped the entire Genesis Emperor district. Just because you defeated that little guy Hei Wu, you think you can do whatever you want in high heavens and look down on everyone? At this moment, an ethereal voice rang out. It came from the Creation Emperor state and floated above the high heavens. While it was filled with anger, it was also filled with supreme majesty. For you to be able to cultivate to this realm, don't you understand that there's always someone better out there? The Genesis primordial spirit appeared in the sky and stared coldly at Chu Bei and the others. Let my disciples go, and I'll leave. Chu Bei looked straight at the Genesis primordial spirit and said calmly, I'm curious. Were you born in West Earth or do you really have the means to go there? The Genesis primordial spirit questioned. That's not important, Chu Bei replied. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the Genesis primordial spirit sneered. What if I refuse to let your 5 disciples go? Of course, I'll fight. Chu Bei's aura became more terrifying as a 5-colored long sword appeared in his hand. But 4 stars is far from enough. The Genesis primordial spirit did not seem to care about Chu Bei at all. There was disdain in his eyes. Just as the Genesis primordial spirit's indifferent voice fell, accompanied by a shocking rumble, blue water droplets began to seep out of his body. 1 droplet, 2 droplets, 3 droplets. In just a few seconds, the number of blue water droplets exceeded 50 droplets, and it was still increasing. These blue water droplets were suspended around the Genesis primordial spirit's body, carrying a mysterious power aura fluctuation that inexplicably made one's heart palpitate. At that moment, the space where the Genesis primordial spirit and Chu Bei were at rippled, forming a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. Mobilizing 99 droplets of source heaven power at the same time, as expected, peak 6-star. His only 1 droplet of source heaven power away from breaking through to 7-star. After detecting the number of water droplets around the Genesis primordial spirit's body, the other Emperor Province immortal emperors watching the battle exclaimed. In the immortal emperor realm, once they were able to condense source heaven power, it meant that they had officially entered the 4-star realm. But between 4-star and 6-star, their strength was different, and the amount of source heaven power they could mobilize was also different. A 4-star immortal emperor could only mobilize 1 droplet of source heaven power to fight. But even 1 droplet was enough to easily suppress a peak 3-star immortal emperor. For someone like the Genesis primordial spirit, who could mobilize 99 droplets of source heaven power at the same time, it was already a peak 6-star immortal emperor. As for mobilizing 100 droplets of source heaven power, it meant that one had entered the 7-star realm. It was said that 100 droplets of source heaven power was enough to cause a qualitative change, and the level of one's strength would increase by another level. Chapter 659. In the entire Immortal Emperor ranking board, the only one who could mobilize 100 drops of source heaven power was the top 5 Immortal Emperors who were in closed-door cultivation all year round and would only wake up during the Immortal Emperor ranking battle. Buzz. On the battlefield, the Genesis primordial spirit suddenly waved his sleeve. Then, with a buzzing sound, a prison appeared on the battlefield. There were 5 figures in the prison. They were the 5 disciples that Chu Bei had taken in the journey to the West Realm: Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Monk Sand, Golden Cicada, and Ao Lai. Master. Upon seeing Chu Bei, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others were taken aback at first, but then their faces lit up with joy. They immediately greeted him respectfully, and their voices were filled with excitement. But soon, the 5 of them seemed to realize that the atmosphere in the battlefield was not right, and their faces grew solemn again. The things behind them that look like Nidans are indeed the Tao of the owner of the All Heavens shop. The difference is that the 5 of them have only one Tao, and they have reached the peak of one Tao, while the owner of the All Heavens shop seems to have blended all Taos together. Seeing the divine pills floating behind Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others, the immortal emperors watching the battle murmured, "The 5 of you came from the West Earth and are my descendants. Who would have thought that you would come to the great heavens domain to join the All Heavens shop? Since that's the case, I'll let you see the difference between me and your master." The Genesis primordial spirit's gaze swept across the 5 of them, and then fixed on Chu Bei. The 99 drops of source heaven power around his body began to move, forming wisps of blue ripples of the great Tao. At this moment, not only the quasi-immortal emperor experts, but even the immortal emperors who had not yet stepped into the 4-star realm looked extremely serious, as if they were going to seriously observe the next battle. It was extremely difficult to condense source heaven power, and the fastest shortcut was undoubtedly to observe the battle between immortal emperors who could already mobilize source heaven power. However, such a battle could only be observed during the immortal emperor ranking battle. Because of this, the battle between the Genesis primordial spirit and Chu Bei would attract the attention of the immortal emperors below the 3-star realm. I hope the owner of the All Heavens shop can hold on for a while longer and not be defeated so quickly. Some immortal emperors under the 3 stars prayed secretly. Sect Master, do you really want to fight him? The ancient dragon Phoenix sent out a message. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the other 4, who were also on the battlefield, had worried looks in their eyes. From the information they had captured so far, their master's cultivation realm was not as good as the Genesis primordial spirit. However, Chu Bei merely smiled at the ancient dragon Phoenix and the others. He had no intention of backing down. Rumble on the battlefield, the Genesis primordial spirit made a move. He casually raised his right hand and waved it. 3 drops of Genesis heaven power rumbled as they shot towards Chu Bei. In his opinion, 3 drops of source heaven power were more than enough to deal with a 4-star celestial emperor. However, his expression changed the instant he sent out the 3 drops of Genesis heaven power. To be more precise, it wasn't just the Genesis primordial spirit. Except for the 5 7-star celestial emperors who were still in closed-door cultivation, all the immortal emperors above the heavens were shocked as they stared at Chu Bei in disbelief. On the battlefield, Chu Bei's body was covered in a layer of blue light film, and the same amount of Genesis heaven power was seeping out. However, there wasn't just 1 drop. 5 drops, 10 drops, 20 drops, 30 drops, 40 drops. The amount of Genesis heaven power was increasing, and when there was no more Genesis heaven power seeping out from Chu Bei's body, there were a total of 100 drop. 100 drops. 1 more drop than Lord Genesis primordial spirit. Seeing the amount of Genesis heaven power around Chu Bei's body, the faces of the Genesis Emperor state experts turned ashen in an instant. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and their bodies went numb. This scene was so shocking and unexpected that they were caught off guard. How is this possible? The immortal emperors watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. Their faces were filled with bewilderment, and they looked like clay sculptures that had been struck by lightning. Evidently, they were also thoroughly shocked by this scene. It was too unexpected. The primordial dragon Phoenix and Hong Meng were also dumbfounded. Their brains seemed to have lost the ability to think, and they stood there motionless like wooden blocks, staring blankly at Chu Bei. Looking at their expressions, could it be that Master's cultivation base is actually above the Genesis primordial spirit? Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the other four looked at each other with joy on their faces. That's great. Master isn't a 4-star celestial emperor, but a 7-star celestial emperor. The All Heavens shop experts reacted and began to cheer. On the other hand, the Genesis Emperor state experts' expressions became incomparably solemn, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Splash! It was also at this moment that the strange sound of flowing water suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Is this the so-called qualitative change of 100 drops? The spectating immortal emperors were even more astonished at the scene on the battlefield. Unlike the Genesis primordial spirit's 99 drops of Genesis heaven power, Chu Bei's 100 drops of Genesis heaven power seemed to have constructed an inexplicable connection with each other. They seemed to have formed a large formation that bloomed with azure light at the same time. Then, under countless gazes, they unexpectedly blended together. The 100 drops of Genesis heaven power intertwined together. In theory, it should only be a small splash, but in reality, it had evolved into a river of Genesis heaven. Amidst the splashing water, the terrifying degree of the pervasive Genesis heaven power had clearly risen by hundreds of levels. It was far from what the water droplets could compare to. Chu Bei's face was expressionless. He raised his hand and waved, and a water dragon transformed from the river of Genesis heaven met the 3 drops of Genesis heaven power sent out by the Genesis primordial spirit. Zizi. In an instant, the 3 drops of Genesis heaven power from the Genesis primordial spirit were swallowed by the water dragon without even a splash. Looking at the water dragon that continued to rush over, the Genesis primordial spirit's pupils suddenly shrank, and a sense of crisis rose in his heart. He didn't dare to be careless. Without any hesitation, he once again condensed 3 drops of Genesis heaven power, and then simultaneously activated the 99 drops of Genesis heaven power to meet the water dragon. Hualala. However, it only resisted for a few seconds before the 99 drops of Genesis heaven power disappeared into the water dragon. Bang! The water dragon swept over and struck the Genesis primordial spirit. Incomparably terrifying Genesis heaven power erupted. The Genesis primordial spirit's emperor body exploded, and he struggled painfully in the water dragon. The Genesis primordial spirit has lost. In the end, we still underestimated the owner of the All Heavens shop. He's a 7 stars immortal emperor. Maybe this is still not his ultimate strength. Where did he come from? He appeared out of thin air 30 years ago and established the All Heavens shop in one fell swoop. He even has the means to enter the low-level great regions. I can't see through him. I really can't see through him. Witnessing the scene on the battlefield, the hearts of the spectating immortal emperors sank as though they were filled with cold lead. Chapter 660. Across the entire high heavens, especially the Undermoon Empress, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, and Heiwu Immortal Emperor, who had dealt with Chu Bei in the Great Lost Territory, looked at each other with an indescribable look in their eyes. Hualala. While countless experts were discussing intensely, the water dragon on the battlefield opened its huge mouth and spat out the Genesis primordial spirit. It then rushed toward the prison where Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others were trapped. Catcher. With a crisp sound, the prison collapsed and Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others regained their freedom. The Genesis primordial spirit also took the opportunity to reconstruct his physical body and restore his original appearance. However, compared to the beginning of the battle, his aura was clearly much weaker. The Genesis primordial spirit steadied his body and didn't say a word. He just stared at Chu Bei with great vigilance and astonishment in his eyes. He knew that the owner of the All Heavens shop had shown mercy to him just now. Let's go, Master will take you back to the All Heavens shop. Chu Bei smiled faintly at Sun Wukong, Zhubaji, and the others. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared with the All Heavens Shop's experts. At the same time, the water dragon transformed from the river of origin heaven also dissipated. In an instant, the Genesis Emperor Province and the other Emperor Provinces above the high heavens fell into silence. He left, just like that. It's over just like that. It wasn't until a long time later that the group of experts looked at the battlefield where only the Genesis primordial spirit was left that they regained their senses and muttered to themselves. The Genesis primordial spirit was silent. He glanced in the direction of the Emperor Province and finally shook his head and returned to the depths of the Emperor Province. As time passed, the immortal emperors of the other Emperor Province also withdrew their divine consciousness. Lord Sect Master, what realm are you at? After returning to the All Heavens Shop, the primordial dragon Phoenix once again asked the question that had been bothering him. When the time is right, you will know. Chu Bei smiled faintly. In the battle with the Genesis Yuan spirit, the reason why he didn't overdo it was because he had already achieved his goal. Another reason was that his 100 drops of source heaven power were consumables, and their time was almost up. He wasn't confident that he could kill the Genesis primordial spirit before the time was up. Of course, he didn't have that idea in the first place. After all, the Genesis primordial spirit didn't show any killing intent to him from the beginning to the end. It just wanted to put him in his place. In the eyes of the high heavens experts, he had already stepped into the Seven Stars realm. This way, even if he left the high heavens, no other immortal emperors would dare to offend the All Heavens Shop. Master, we can finally follow in your footsteps. In the All Heavens Shop, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Monk Sho, Golden Cicada, and Ao Lai knelt before Chu Bei. Their faces were filled with respect and excitement. Although you have defeated the Overseer of the West Earth and come to the great domain of chaos, you still have to face the Overseer of the West Earth. However, there is still a long way to go on the path of cultivation. You must not slack off. Chu Bei glanced at Goku and the others and said indifferently, "Disciple will follow the teachings. We will cultivate more wholeheartedly and step into the immortal emperor realm as soon as possible." After Goku, Zhu Baji, and the others responded, they looked at Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Long Huang. Master, are these three little guys our junior brothers? Before Chu Bei could speak, Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Long Huang answered first, "Senior brother, we are only Master's in-name disciples, not his personal disciples." When they saw that Goku, Zhu Baji, and the others all had the power of divine pills, their faces were undoubtedly filled with envy. 3 days later. The owner of the All Heavens Shop is simply the one who has appeared in the world for the shortest time, but his name spread the fastest. Yes. The High Heavens was originally the quietest of the 9 strongest domains. However, since the appearance of the owner of the All Heavens Shop, the entire High Heavens has become the most talked about topic in the All Heavens domains. Speaking of which, what is the realm of the owner of the All Heavens Shop? Wasn't it said that he was only a 2-star immortal emperor? How did he suddenly become a 7-star immortal emperor? Even the Genesis primordial spirit was defeated by him. He hid his strength too well. As time passed, the news of the battle between Chu Bei and the Genesis primordial spirit began to spread from the high heavens to the entire chaotic heavens. The Netherworld realm, 1 Yuan Emperor State. 7-star immortal emperor. He went to the birthplace of the Genesis primordial spirit and even took in 5 disciples. You really do have the means to go to the low-level great domains. Emperor Yuan floated above the holy mountain, muttering to himself as he looked in the direction of the All Heavens Shop in the Emperor State. The All Heavens Shop in the Emperor State. Master, are you going to go into seclusion again? How long will it take this time? In the All Heavens Shop, Biyu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and Little Long Huang stared at Chu Bei with widened eyes. There was some reluctance on their little faces. Maybe 3 days, maybe 30,000 years, or maybe 3 million years. When there is a need, I will come out of seclusion. After Chu Bei's gaze swept across Biyu Xian and the other little guys, he looked at Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and other personal disciples and nodded slightly. After 15 minutes, the system will forcibly send the host to the City of Experience. As soon as Chu Bei's voice fell, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Time passed. The chaotic heavens. After 100,000 years, the Emperor-level forces ranking battle in the high heavens has finally begun again. In the coming days, our great domain is going to be lively again. Of course. No matter what, we are one of the 9 strongest great domains. The Emperor-level forces ranking battle is not only a grand event in the high heavens, but it will also become the focus of the other great domains. Tomorrow is the deadline for registration. Among the 39 Emperor-level forces, 38 have already signed up. Sigh, it seems that the All Heavens shop that was just established in recent years really won't sign up. I really don't understand. In addition to the primordial dragon phoenix, the owner of the All Heavens shop clearly has 5 more perfection stage quasi-immortal emperors. With such strength, even if they can't enter the top 5, they can at least enter the top 10. The ranking of Emperor-level forces not only looks at the strength of the force's inheritors, but also the strength of the founder. After all, judging the strength of an Emperor-level force, the strength of the force's founder accounts for a greater proportion. But the owner of the All Heavens shop is very strong. Even the Genesis primordial spirit is no match for him. Then why aren't they participating? Could it be that the owner of the All Heavens shop has disappeared again? Haha, that's what the rumors are saying now. After all, the deadline for registration is coming soon. If the owner of the All Heavens shop really doesn't want to participate, then there's really no need for the All Heavens shop to sign up. Although there are 6 perfection stage quasi-immortal emperors, there's no point in signing up without an immortal emperor powerhouse. After all, the top 5 forces have a 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th immortal emperors in addition to the founder. In the high heavens, one of the 9 strongest domains, every emperor province was fiercely discussing the emperor-level force ranking battle. Chapter 661. At the same time, in the Emperor district of the All Heavens shop, several figures sat together in the All Heavens shop's huge main hall. Do you really have no way of contacting the sect master? The archaic dragon phoenix transformed into a middle-aged man. He looked at Goku, Jubaji, and the others as his powerful voice echoed in the hall. You all know that master comes and goes without a trace. Even we can't determine his location, Goku said as he played with the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand. I heard that we still have brothers in the same sect. I wonder how they are now. When will they be able to crush those overseers of the great regions? That's right. If they step foot into the chaotic All Heavens region, then our All Heavens shop will be truly powerful. Jubaji, Sand Monk, and Golden Cicada looked at each other. They seemed to recall the cultivation paths of Yi Fan, Shahao, Tang San, and the others that Chu Bei had told them before. They sighed one after another. I really want to see the personal disciples that the sect master took in other regions, the archaic dragon phoenix said slowly. Forget it. Then we won't participate in this emperor-level faction battle. Let's wait for the next one. By then, with your talents, you might have already taken that step, Hongmeng said as he stood up from his chair. How can we be absent from such a lively event? However, as soon as Hongmeng finished speaking, a voice that carried a smile and sounded like thunder resounded in the main hall. It's Master's, Sect Master's, voice. His back. Hearing the voice, Goku, Jubaji, Golden Cicada, Sand Monk, Ao Lai, Hongmeng, and the archaic dragon phoenix were stunned at first. Then, they revealed excited expressions. In the next moment, their figures disappeared from the main hall. When they reappeared, they were already above the main hall. All of them looked into the distant sky as if they were waiting for something. The laughter from before was not only heard in the main hall, but it also spread throughout the All Heavens shop and the entire All Heavens shop in Emperor District. More and more figures walked out of the All Heavens shop. Some disciples who were cultivating in the square also stopped and raised their heads. In the sky, first, ripples appeared. Then, a rainbow-colored passage appeared. Gorgeous emperor patterns spun in the passage, and mysterious ancient trees swayed. The emperor's aura surged. Under countless gazes, a figure walked out of the colorful path. It was a purple-robed young man. When he stepped into the chaotic great domain, he glanced at Sun Wukong, Jubaji, and the others. His lips curled into a smile. Disciple greets master. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Golden Cicada, Monk Sand, and Ao Lai cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Chu Bei nodded slightly at Goku and the others. He waved his hand and sent out a ripple, lifting them up in the air. After the completion of this training, the system had temporarily bestowed him with a portion of power. He was confident that with this power alone, he could rank in the top 15 among the 39 celestial emperors in the high heavens. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, but he's really back. That's great. In other words, our All Heavens shop can also participate in the Emperor rank faction ranking battle. Haha, with the Sect Master and 6 peak quasi-immortal emperors, our All Heavens shop will definitely be able to enter the top 10. Seeing Chu Bei's appearance, the All Heavens shop disciples below were stunned for a moment. When they came back to their senses, they cheered one after another, their voices filled with excitement. Greetings, Sect Master. After the excitement, the experts of the All Heavens shop and even the entire Emperor district seemed to have thought of something. They knelt on the ground in unison and looked at Chu Bei piously in the sky. Rise, all of you. Chu Bei's calm voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Then, he released a brilliant rainbow light that instantly enveloped the entire Emperor district of the All Heavens shop. In an instant, the entire Emperor district of the All Heavens shop seemed to be covered by a rainbow light barrier. A mysterious power swam in the air and quickly drilled into the glabella of every expert in the Emperor district. Hey! There seems to be more memories in my mind. These are cultivation insights. It must be the Sect Master's bestowment. That's great. With these insights, my path of cultivation will be much smoother. This is too amazing. When one reaches the Immortal King realm, everyone will walk their own path. However, the memories that the Sect Master gave me seem to record every great Tao. Could it be that Lord Sect Master has tried every single Tao? And he has almost reached the end. Haha, choosing to join the All Heavens shop is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Just looking at a small portion of the additional memories made even immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors unable to contain their joy. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes were filled with even more respect. At this moment, not only the All Heavens shop, but the top experts of the other Emperor districts also sensed the sudden aura fluctuation above the All Heavens shop. They looked over one after another, and there was no lack of immortal emperors among them. Above the heavens, in Emperor district under the moon. In the middle of Emperor district, on a sacred mountain surrounded by galaxies, a slender figure stood in the ethereal immortal fog. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and the river of time flowed in her eyes. You're back. Looks like you won't be absent from this Emperor-level faction ranking battle. The slender figure glanced at the battlefield above the All Heavens shop in Emperor district, and a smile appeared on her exquisite and flawless features. The slender figure who sighed in Emperor district under the moon was one of the 39 immortal emperors above the heavens. She was also the empress under the moon who had competed with Chu Bei for the Source Heavenstone mine and lost in the end. At the same time, in the desolate Emperor district. This large district was just like its name. As far as the eye could see, there was almost no life. It could even be said that this vast Emperor district only existed for one immortal emperor. The reddish-brown ground seemed to be stained with blood. It was cold and lonely. Desolation and emptiness coexisted. There were some huge rocks scattered on the ground. At first glance, they looked like tombstones. The world was gloomy, and the faint black fog added a sense of gloom to Emperor district. The endless reddish-brown ground was distant and dead. There was no sign of life. Looks like I'll have to drop one place in the ranking this time. This is going to be difficult. In the depths of the reddish-brown ground, a gaze pierced through the sky and shot above the All Heavens shop in Emperor district. There was a sigh and helplessness in the deep and ethereal voice. It was the Desolation Immortal Emperor, and he had also competed with Chu Bei for the Source Heavenstone mine. Above the heavens, in the Star Ocean Emperor district. Whoosh, this Emperor district was especially special. It was like a boundless silver sea. From time to time, waves would roll up like a metal storm hitting the shore. With a loud bang, The surface of the sea seemed to have been cut in half by a giant sword. Then, the aura of an immortal emperor overflowed, crossing the past, present, and future. Chapter 662. You arrived at the last moment again. That's really your style. A majestic figure appeared on the surface of the sea. A pair of cold eyes pierced through the sky. The river of time was in chaos at this moment. It was immortal Emperor Xingqiong. His gaze fell directly on Chu Bei. When he noticed that the other party was also looking at him, his originally cold expression hurriedly changed into a forced smile. It was a little stiff, as if he was expressing goodwill. Above high heavens, Dark Emperor Province. This Emperor Province was formed by countless islands filled with gloomy aura. On each island lived countless powerhouses. Owner of the All Heavens shop, although my strength is inferior to yours, but the number of perfected quasi-immortal emperors under me far exceeds that of your All Heavens shop. In the sky above one of the largest islands, a phantom appeared. The might of an immortal emperor was revealed, causing people to be intimidated. It was immortal Emperor He Wu, who had the opportunity of the Source Heavenstone mine snatched away by Chu Bei at the last moment. At this moment, above high heavens, in addition to the All Heavens shop's Emperor Province, the other 38 Emperor Provinces also had strange phenomena, surging with immortal Emperor aura. Netherworld Realm, 1 Yuan Emperor Province. Above the lush Tianfeng Mountain, amidst the ethereal ripples, a man in a purple robe stood with his hands behind his back, staring in the direction of high heavens. Lord Emperor Yuan, what's wrong? The battle of the Emperor-level forces above high heavens hasn't started yet. A perfected quasi-immortal emperor looked at Emperor Yuan respectfully. Emperor Yuan's expression was indifferent. His back. Who's back? The perfected quasi-immortal emperor hurriedly asked, his eyes filled with confusion. The owner of the All Heavens shop. Emperor Yuan's eyes narrowed, and 6 calm syllables came out of his mouth. Above high heavens, Creator Emperor Province. In the Emperor Province, in a great hall, a white-haired old man in a long robe sat at the head of the table. His aura was restrained, and he looked like an ordinary old man, but he inexplicably gave people a sense of oppression that made them unable to resist. The white-haired old man was the Creator Immortal Emperor, who was also ranked 6th on the Immortal Emperor rankings. On both sides of him, several figures sat cross-legged. These figures' auras were all extremely powerful. Where are Hong Jun and Hun Kuan? The Genesis primordial spirit glanced at the 2 empty seats closest to him. In reply to Master, the 2 senior brothers have already stepped into the Emperor realm. He's still stabilizing his aura and hasn't come out yet. Nua stood up and said, "They've entered the Emperor realm. That's wonderful." Upon hearing Nua's words, the expression of the Genesis primordial spirit changed abruptly, and her originally tranquil state of mind was stirred. Since his defeat at the hands of Chu Bei 3 years ago, he had completely cut off all contact with the outside world. He had been in seclusion all this time until the day before the Emperor-level forces declared war, which was today. Indeed, Lu Wei continued. Great. How many epochs has it been? I've finally waited for this day. The 2 of you should be there soon, right? The Genesis primordial spirit's face was filled with joy. Nua and Luya looked at each other, then nodded at the Genesis primordial soul. Within 10,000 years, we can also take that step. Just as Nua and Lu Ya finished speaking, a ripple appeared on the 2 empty seats closest to the Genesis primordial spirit, and 2 figures appeared. Disciple Hong Jun, Hun Kuan, greets Master. As soon as the 2 figures sat down, they bowed to the Genesis primordial spirit. Good, very good. You've made me very satisfied. The Genesis primordial spirit's eyes were filled with gratification. Hong Jun, Hun Kuan, Nua, and Lu Ya were the first-generation direct disciples that the Genesis primordial spirit had accepted. As for the other quasi-immortal emperor experts in the hall, they were the 2nd-generation and 3rd-generation direct disciples. At that moment, the Genesis primordial spirit seemed to have sensed something. The smile on her face disappeared, and she turned to look in the direction of the All Heavens shop in Emperor District. The owner of the All Heavens shop is back. Hun Kuan's expression froze, and after confirming it, he let out a cry of surprise. It's just that his strength is too terrifying. Even though I've already stepped into the immortal emperor realm, I don't have the slightest ability to fight back in front of him. Hong Jun sighed faintly. 3 years ago, the scene of the other party fighting his master with 100 drops of source heaven power was firmly imprinted in his sea of consciousness. Even now, when he recalled it, he was still very fearful. Since his back, the All Heavens shop will naturally join the battle. At that time, don't embarrass your master. The Genesis primordial spirit swept her gaze across Hong Jun, Hun Kuan, Nua, and the other experts in the hall. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and Jin Chanzi are also from West Earth. I've always wanted to meet them. Now, I finally have a chance. Hong Jun's gaze sharpened, and a powerful immortal emperor aura circulated. The two of you go and announce it first. It's time to let all the great regions know that the Genesis Emperor District has 3 emperors in one prefecture. As her voice faded, the Genesis primordial spirit waved her hand at Hong Jun and Hun Kuan, and then closed her eyes. Not long after the formation of the Chaos Heavens, the Immortal Emperor Ranking Board and the Force Ranking Board were born. At that moment, apart from those mysterious transcendent forces, the Origin Sky Pavilion was the #1 force in the entire Chaos Heavens. The Pavilion Master who created the Origin Sky Pavilion happened to be the #1 existence on the Chaos Heavens Total Immortal Emperor Ranking Board. His emperor title was only one word: Origin. It was rumored that the birth of Origin, who ranked first on the Total Immortal Emperor Ranking Board, could be traced back to when the Chaos Heavens first formed, or even earlier. Apart from those illusory transcendent forces whose existence was unknown, he was recognized as the strongest immortal emperor in the entire Chaos Heaven. Of course, excluding his clones, the number of people who had seen Origin Emperor's true body could be counted on 2 hands. Not only Origin Emperor, but the 2 Supreme Immortal Emperors ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Total Immortal Emperor Ranking Board were also the same. In the Immortal Emperor battle of each epoch, the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions on the Total Immortal Emperor Ranking Board would change from time to time, but the rankings of the top 3 were always fixed. At first, tens of thousands of epochs ago, there were immortal emperors who questioned whether Origin, who ranked first, lived up to his name. They even attacked the Origin Sky Pavilion in an attempt to invade the latter's headquarters. However, that immortal emperor had just caused a disturbance when he was enveloped by a terrifying force that shook the entire Chaos Heavens. In less than a moment, that immortal emperor was refined into nothingness under the gaze of all cultivators. It was also because of that battle that no one dared to doubt Origin Emperor's existence. Later on, there were even immortal emperors who did not establish their own forces and directly joined the Origin Sky Pavilion. There were also rumors that Origin Emperor and his faction, the Origin Sky Pavilion, were closely related to the Origin Skystone, which was comparable to an immortal emperor divine weapon. As countless epochs passed, the Origin Sky Pavilion became the #1 force that no one dared to challenge. Gradually, the Genesis Heaven Pavilion began to play an important role on the continent. For example, the establishment of emperor-level factions was evaluated by the Origin Sky Pavilion. In addition, all immortal emperor battles and faction battles in the major regions would invite the Origin Sky Pavilion to be the organizer and referee. Chapter 663. Xinghai Mountain. It was a mountain, but it was not located in a mountain range. Instead, it was a huge island floating in the sky at the center of the high heavens. The Origin Sky Pavilion had set up a headquarters in every major region, and Xinghai Mountain was the Origin Sky Pavilion's headquarters in the high heavens. It was also where the various emperor-level factions registered. As far as the eye could see, the Xinghai Mountains were surrounded by countless stars and rivers of stars. The island was filled with immortal emperor aura. Even a quasi-immortal emperor would feel pressured here. Since Xinghai Mountain was also the venue for the upcoming competition between emperor-level factions in the high heavens, the island was bustling with activity every day. Of course, the most crowded place was the Xinghai Plaza in the center of the island. The Xinghai Plaza was divided into several areas, and each area had a small world created by the Origin Emperor's clone. It was said that these small worlds contained the origin laws created by the Origin Emperor, and could even withstand the aftermath of a battle between immortal emperors below 3-star. Several divine rainbows streaked across the sky above Qinghai Mountain and landed in front of a large hall in the Qinghai Plaza. Owner of the All Heavens shop, I knew you were coming. I've been waiting for a long time. The leader of this group was naturally Chu Bei, and behind him were Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others. Just as they landed in front of the large hall, a middle-aged man wearing a robe with the words Origin Sky Pavilion printed on it walked out. Judging from his aura, he was a quasi-immortal emperor expert. It's not time for registration yet, right? Chu Bei smiled at the middle-aged man. No. Owner of the All Heavens shop, you've come at the right time. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Bei, then at Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others. He was very enthusiastic. After he finished speaking, his hands moved, and a stone tablet made of an unknown material appeared. It released a dazzling light. There were 38 lines on the stone tablet, and each line had a line of words, corresponding to the 38 emperor-level factions in the emperor region. Chu Bei glanced at the stone tablet indifferently. With a wave of his sleeve, the 39th row appeared on the stone tablet. 6 words. All Heavens Shop, Emperor District, All Heavens Shop. At the same time, the stone tablet emitted a divine light and rushed out of the myriad colors. It appeared in every corner of high heaven, signifying the successful registration of the All Heavens Shop. As expected, the All Heavens Shop's owner has returned, and the All Heavens Shop has also registered. That's great. Above the high heavens, there are 39 emperor-ranked forces. None of them are absent. Let's wait for tomorrow's emperor-ranked faction battle to begin. Just as the experts in every corner of the high heavens were looking up at the divine light with the words All Heavens Shop above their heads, 2 loud booms rang out, and another 2 shocking phenomena appeared. However, these 2 anomalies didn't just fill up the high heavens, they were projected onto the entire chaotic grand domain. They were the Dharma idols of 2 figures. Behind them were records of their lives. Immortal emperors, 2 immortal emperors. That's Hong Jun and Hun Kuan from the Genesis Emperor state. The first and second direct disciples of the Genesis primordial spirit. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Creator Emperor state now has 3 emperors? According to the rules of the emperor-ranked faction battle, as long as the founder doesn't participate, there's no upper realm limit for the participant. Needless to say, Hong Jun and Hun Kuan will definitely participate. Heavens! It looks like the Creator Emperor state will be able to shine in this battle. The so-called 39 immortal emperors above the high heavens are actually only on the surface. According to what I know, apart from the founders, there are no less than 3 immortal emperors in the top 3 factions. Instantly, the topic of discussion changed from the All Heavens Shop's registration to Hong Jun and Hun Kuan's ascension to immortal emperor. Hong Jun and Hun Kuan have both become immortal emperors. Perhaps they'll be able to enter the top 5 in this year's faction ranking, the primordial dragon Phoenix said as she looked at the 2 Dharma idols in the sky. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Golden Cicada, Monkshaw, and Ao Lai exchanged a glance with a strange look in their eyes. They, Hong Jun, and Hun Kuan all came from West Earth. They didn't expect the other party to enter the immortal emperor realm. What? Are you afraid of encountering them in the faction battle? Are you that unconfident? Chu Bei smiled knowingly when he saw the expressions of Sun Wukong and the others. Master, if they're both peak quasi-immortal emperors, I'm naturally not afraid. However, the 2 of them have already entered the immortal emperor realm. I'm no match for them, Sun Wukong replied. The competition hasn't started yet. Who knows what the outcome will be? Chu Bei looked into the distance and said, I'm aiming for first place this time. The primordial dragon Phoenix, Hong Meng, and the others didn't reply when they heard Chu Bei's smiling words. In their opinion, Chu Bei was just joking. The rules of the faction battle were roughly as follows. It could be seen as 2 rounds. The first round was a contest between the disciples of the founder of the faction, and the second round was a contest between the founders of the major factions. In other words, the final evaluation was based on the combination of the 2 to give the faction ranking. As for the proportion, the former and the latter each occupied 50%. They were all based on the conventional point system. Sect Master, I heard from Sun Wukong and the others that you have other disciples. They're all peak quasi-immortal emperors. Just as the group returned to the celestial shop, the primordial dragon phoenix seemed to have thought of something and said to Chu Bei, Sect Master, with our strength, it's not difficult to enter the top 15. However, the top 10 factions have at least 5 or 6 peak quasi-immortal emperors. The number of quasi-immortal emperors below them is far more than us. I know what you mean. Chu Bei smiled and looked at the primordial dragon phoenix. Then, he pointed with his finger and a blue intersecting wheel slowly appeared in front of him. In the wheel was a blue passage that was weaved by the river of time. That's it. Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others' expressions changed when they saw the space-time wheel. They were faintly excited. The primordial dragon phoenix and Hong Meng were shocked when they felt the energy fluctuation in the space-time wheel. Obviously, they were shocked. Look. What's that thing in front of our sect master? I don't know. I've never seen it before. Could it be that the azure passageway leads to a large region? Someone seems to be coming out from it. In the celestial shop, more and more disciples gathered around Chu Bei and the others. While they looked respectful, their gazes were attracted by the space-time wheel and they whispered to each other. Buzz buzz, the space-time wheel turned and vibrated. Under the countless gazes of the experts in the celestial shop, a figure appeared in the blue passage. Chapter 664. The figure stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by the aura of an emperor. At first glance, he gave off a very contradictory feeling. He was clearly standing in the passage, but he also felt like he was thousands of miles away. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, and his body was surrounded by celestial mist. He stepped out of the azure passage and stood in front of Chu Bei. He quietly floated in the air, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. He looked like an ordinary person, but he also looked like the ruler of heaven and earth. As he swept his gaze around, an aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time spread out, making people feel respect for him and want to kneel down and worship him. If one looked closely, they would find that there was a colorful flame dancing between his eyebrows, which was very strange. Disciple Xiao Yang greets Master. Looking at the space-time wheel, Xiao Yang immediately recognized him. He followed the aura and fixed his gaze on Chu Bei, then cupped his fists and bowed. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, before Chu Bei could respond, a new figure walked out of the space-time wheel. This was a man in a long robe with exquisite facial features and a cold and handsome face. He stepped out of the space-time wheel. For a moment, his body suddenly became bright and dazzling, as if he had lost his original body, as if he was made up of countless light atoms. Disciple Chen Nan greets Master. Chen Nan was the same. He calmed his excitement and bowed respectfully to Chu Bei. Behind him, the mighty power of light seemed to have turned into a naughty child, constantly evolving into all things. There were ancient divine beasts, ancient celestial weapons, and jade pavilions. Before the disciples of the All Heavens shop could speak, the space-time wheel rotated for the third time, and another blurry figure appeared. He held a beautiful trident in his hand, and when this blurry figure walked out of the space-time wheel, his appearance gradually became clearer. Disciple Tang San greets Master. His respectful greeting reverberated through the All Heavens shop like rolling thunder. Disciple Yi Fan greets Master. The fourth figure walked out of the space-time wheel. His body was surrounded by the 9 heavens thunder. Black, purple, green, and other thunderbolts were everywhere. Some of the thunderbolts even evolved into the appearance of mysterious giant beasts. He was like the ruler of lightning. Just by looking at him, one could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. Disciple Shahao greets Master. There was a buzzing sound, and a fifth figure walked out of the space-time wheel. As he took a step forward, white light filled the area around him. It was like a spider web that stretched out in the void, causing cracks to appear and then heal. This was the terrifying power of chaos. Disciple Linley greets Master. A sixth figure appeared, and behind him, a golden dragon could be faintly seen. It had 4 pairs of dragon horns, and behind its gigantic body, there were billions of dragons worshipping it. Disciple Luofeng greets Teacher. Soon, the The seventh figure walked out of the wheel of time and space. There was a black halo behind him, like a huge black hole with no end. There was a terrifying suction force that seemed to be able to devour everything. Master, did you use your supreme divine ability to make my disciple appear here? Where is this? Chen Nan looked at Chu Bei with confusion. Then, he pointed at the wheel of time and space, and then at Yi Fan, Tang San, and the others. What is that thing? And who are they? Chu Bei's gaze swept across Chen Nan, Xiao Yang, and the other main characters of the dimensions. There was a smile on his lips. You are all the inheritors I have chosen. After coming out of the training city, other than the increase in his cultivation, he could also summon all the contractors. Perhaps it was because the flow of time in different regions was different, but now, the contractors' cultivation had reached the level where they could fight against the warden of the large region. Master, is this the great domain of chaos? The Emperor's aura is so vigorous. Indeed, this is far from what the large region I came from can compare to. Shahao, Yi Fan, and the others sensed the energy aura that filled the air around them. They looked at each other. They guessed that this was definitely the highest level of great domain of chaos. Only in this place could the air be filled with immortal Emperor's energy fluctuations. Moreover, there was a mysterious suppression in the unseen world. Even with their strength, they were affected. Sect Master, are they all your personal disciples? 5. They are the same as Elder Sun and the others, 5 half-immortal emperors at the Great Circle of the Great Circle. Together with Lord Long Huang, the number of half-immortal emperors at the Great Circle of the Great Circle of the Great Circle of the Great Circle has already reached 11. This means that in the following battle, our great domain of chaos results will be even better. The disciples of the great domain of chaos gradually came back to their senses. When the half-immortal emperor early-stage experts revealed the cultivation levels of Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, and the others, they all released cries of alarm. At the same time, expressions of excitement appeared on their faces. Master called you all over for 2 reasons. The first is to let you all tour the great domain of chaos, and the second is to give you all some training. Chu Bei's smiling voice sounded. Hua, the moment Chu Bei's voice fell, Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, Shahao, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Sand Monk, Golden Cicada, Ao Lai, Lin Li, and Luo Feng, a total of 12 figures stood side by side, their expressions respectful. The next day. It was also the day when the Emperor-level power battle of High Heavens began. During these days, because it was the battlefield of the power battle, Star Ocean Mountain was incomparably lively. And today, it reached a peak that hadn't been seen in 100,000 years. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come. Just the thought of being able to see those immortal emperors makes me extremely excited. Yes, every second feels like a year. I wonder which Emperor-level forces disciples will be able to shine this time. Needless to say, it will definitely be the Creator Emperor Sek. After all, Hong Jun and Hun Kuan have both become emperors. This great domain of chaos shouldn't disappoint us. Even though it was only established in recent years, it is still a fierce dark horse. Other than the sect master who is above 6 stars, there are also 5 half-immortal emperors who have entered. Speaking of these 5 half-immortal emperors, they are from the West Earth region where the Genesis primordial spirit is. If the 5 of them encounter Hong Jun and Hun Kuan in the battlefield, that would be interesting. Speaking of which, it's really a pity for 100 Flower Valley. An emperor-level power that has stood for tens of thousands of eras has perished just like that. The huge Star Ocean Plaza was filled with densely packed figures, all of them carrying powerful auras. Those who could stay in the plaza today were at least at the 5th heaven of the Immortal King Realm. As for those below the Immortal King Realm, they were very tactful and watched the entire power battle through the projection of the great domain of chaos. At this moment, the gazes of all the great beings in the plaza were gathered on the huge round platform suspended in the center of the plaza. It was made of unknown materials. Chapter 665. Clang. Suddenly, a bell chimed. The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the heavens and spread throughout the entire chaotic heavens. Just as the bell chimed, a ripple appeared above the round platform. It contained the aura of an immortal emperor. Kai, Kai, Kai. In the center of the ripple, 40 exquisite and luxurious chairs flew out from the gap and landed heavily on the round platform. The 40 chairs were distributed in a circle. Due to its special layout, there was no so-called priority at first glance. Is no one here yet? Then let me take a seat first. At this moment, a vigorous voice came from the ripple and rang in everyone's ears. In the next moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe sat on a chair on the round platform. Black gas lingered around his body. His every movement released a supreme emperor's aura. He gave off the feeling of a superior being. It's Immortal Emperor Yoon Hee. He's ranked 26 on the Immortal Emperor rankings. How do you think Yoon Hee Imperial Sect will perform this time? It's said that they have 4 perfection stage Immortal Emperors. Look. Another Immortal Emperor is here. Just as everyone's eyes fell on Immortal Emperor Yoon Hee and disgust, a scream came from the square. Hearing the voice, everyone immediately looked up at the ripple above the round platform. It was filled with golden light and a mysterious emperor's voice came out. In the next moment, a figure walked out from the bright golden light. He sat cross-legged on a colorful cloud. His body seemed to be made of gold and he released an emperor's aura that made people feel comfortable. It's Immortal Emperor Gong Do. The experts recognized the figure and exclaimed, "Brother Yoon Hee, so you're also stagnant." Immortal Emperor Gong Do nodded at the crowd and sat on the chair beside Immortal Emperor Yoon Hee. "Looks like I'm the third." At this moment, another ethereal voice came from the ripple. "It's the Void Immortal Emperor." A purple-haired old man with a goatee flew down from the ripple on the back of a godly phoenix. He was playing with a water gourd in his hand. When he sat on the round platform, the godly phoenix and the water gourd disappeared. Everyone is out of seclusion. It's so lively. That's right. It's only during such a grand occasion that we can gather together. After Immortal Emperor Yoon Hee, Immortal Emperor Gong Do, and Immortal Emperor Void, a few more figures descended from the ripples. Rainbow Jade Immortal Emperor, 31st on the Immortal Emperor rankings. Immortal Emperor Bai Lan, 33rd on the Immortal Emperor rankings. Immortal Emperor Mu Bai, 27th on the Immortal Emperor rankings. In just a short moment, 16 of the 40 exquisite chairs on the round platform were already seated. Moonlight Empress, Desolation Immortal Emperor, and Xingqiong Immortal Emperor have all appeared. Just as the rumors say, ever since they joined hands in the Great Lost Domain, the 3 of them have become very close. Heiwu Immortal Emperor is here too. The 4 Immortal Emperors who had participated in the fight for the Source Heaven Stone Mine were also seated on the round platform. "Haha, this Emperor is late." A voice with a hint of laughter rang out. Then, a white-haired old man in a long robe slowly descended from the ripples with his hands behind his back. His aura was restrained and he looked like an ordinary old man, but he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression that made people unable to resist him. This white-haired old man was the Genesis Primordial Spirit, who was also ranked 6th on the Immortal Emperor rankings. "Brother Primordial Spirit, you look so radiant. 3 emperors in one state, anyone would be happy about this. It seems that your Genesis Emperor sect is destined to shine in this battle. Congratulations, congratulations." On the round platform, the Immortal Emperors who had a good relationship with the Genesis Primordial Spirit stood up one after another to congratulate him. "Hong Jun and Hun Kuan, those 2 brats, did not disgrace me. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, this day has finally come." The Genesis Primordial Spirit laughed and sat down nearby. At the same time, his eyes swept around as if he was looking for someone. "Look, the owner of the All Heavens shop is here." Hearing this, the Genesis Primordial Spirit suddenly raised his head and looked at the purple-robed man who had descended. His eyes narrowed, and there was a strange look in them. "I finally see the true body of the All Heavens shop's owner. Although his aura is strong, the sense of oppression he gives me seems to be inferior to the Genesis Primordial Spirit. Did he really defeat the Genesis Primordial Spirit? You know too little about the All Heavens shop's owner. When talking about him, I can only use 4 words to describe him: bottomless. Indeed, when you think he is only a 1-star Immortal Emperor, he can easily suppress the 100 Flowers Empress. When you think he is a 2 stars Immortal Emperor, he can snatch the Source Heavenstone Mine from the Moonlight Empress, the Barren Immortal Emperor, the Stardome Immortal Emperor, and the Hei-Wu Immortal Emperor. When you think he is a 4 stars Immortal Emperor, he can defeat the 6 stars Genesis Primordial Spirit. But in my opinion, the strength that the owner of the All Heavens shop has shown should have reached the upper limit, which should be the strength of an early 7 stars Immortal Emperor. When Chu Bei appeared, he instantly became the focus of the audience. Not only the experts in the square, but even the Immortal Emperors on the round platform also cast their gazes over. If there was one who was the most mysterious among the 39 Immortal Emperors, it would be the owner of the All Heavens shop, who had only appeared in 100 years. As for the other Immortal Emperors, they had already been famous in the chaotic heavens for hundreds of millions of years. Even if they did not know each other well, they knew about most of them. As for the owner of the All Heavens shop, they knew almost nothing. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and what was more terrifying was that he was a 7 stars Immortal Emperor. As the figures landed, 34 of the 40 exquisite chairs on the round platform above the center of the Star Ocean Square were already seated. Of the 39 Emperor-level forces, only the top 5 are left now. The Wuji Peak is ranked 5th, the Yangtian Valley is ranked 4th, the Divine Path Mountain is ranked 3rd, the Chensong Island is ranked 2nd, and the Dragon Spring Sect is ranked 1st. They are here. They are here. It's the Wuji Immortal Emperor and the Yangtian Immortal Emperor. Amidst the exclamations of countless experts, 2 more figures landed on the round platform amidst the ripples. When the 2 Immortal Emperors took their seats, the other Immortal Emperors on the round platform, including the Genesis Primordial Spirit, nodded at them as a greeting. Owner of the All Heavens shop, when you fought with Brother Yuan Ling 3 years ago, I was in seclusion. I really didn't expect that I would make a mistake the first time I saw you. If there's a chance, I'd like to spar with you. The Wuji Immortal Emperor looked at Chu Bei with some fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Chu Bei did not reply. The fact that the other party was ranked above the Genesis Primordial Spirit proved that his strength was no less than a 6 stars Immortal Emperor. He did not want to waste the right to use a level 22 commodity on a spar with such a guy. Hey! Why haven't the Divine Path Immortal Emperor, the Chensong Immortal Emperor, and the Dragon Spring Immortal Emperor arrived yet? As time passed by, looking at the ripples in the sky that were no longer moving, the experts in the square were puzzled. Chapter 666. Everyone, His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation and is at a critical moment. He can't come. I'll take his place in this year's faction ranking battle. Just as the experts on the plaza frowned, 3 different voices that seemed to have been pre-arranged rang out in the sea of stars in unison. Then, 3 figures descended side by side from the ripples. They wore different robes, representing Divine Path Mountain, Thousand Green Island, and Dragon Spring Sect respectively. Who are they? Why haven't I seen them before? Celestial Emperors. They're all Celestial Emperors. As expected, these top factions have more than one Celestial Emperor. It's just that they're all hidden. Based on what they said, the Divine Path Celestial Emperor, Thousand Green Celestial Emperor, and Dragon Spring Celestial Emperor won't be able to come. They'll be the representatives instead. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 figures that descended side by side. The limitless Celestial Emperor seemed to recognize the 3 figures and said indifferently, "It's not against the rules even if you participate in the first round as disciples. It's just a faction ranking. His Majesty has never cared about it. What he cares about is the next Celestial Emperor battle in the Chaos Universe." The Celestial Emperor representing the Dragon Spring Sect glanced at the limitless Celestial Emperor and replied calmly. Whether it was him or the 2 Celestial Emperors representing Divine Path Mountain or Thousand Green Island, they did not show any respect when facing the limitless Celestial Emperor. All of this stemmed from their strength. They were all beyond 6-star Celestial Emperors. If the 3 of them created their own Emperor-grade factions, even if they were not in the top 5, they would definitely be in the top 8. After discussing the Celestial Emperors representing the top 3 Emperor-grade factions, the experts on the plaza quickly quieted down. Now, Only the celestial emperor from the Origin Sky Pavilion is left. All of them looked at the last empty chair at the same time. Since everyone is here, let this emperor explain the ranking rules of the High Heavens faction ranking battle. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded, and a silver-haired old man dressed in the Origin Sky Pavilion's robes appeared. As he spoke, he had already walked to the edge of the round platform and swept his gaze across all the experts on the plaza. His calm voice filled every corner of the plaza. It's really him. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui. It's not hard to guess. As the pavilion master of the High Heavens Pavilion branch, it's only natural that he would be the first choice for the host. It's said that 100,000 years ago, when he was first transferred to the High Heavens, he fought against a divine Tao immortal emperor. I know that as well. However, that battle didn't seem to have ended. No matter what, it's certain that Lan Hui Celestial Emperor is no weaker than the limitless Celestial Emperor. Some of the experts on the plaza exclaimed when they recognized the silver-haired elder from the Genesis Sky Pavilion. Everyone, this isn't the first time the War of Powers has been held in the High Heavens. I'm sure everyone has some understanding of this rule. It's no different from before. When evaluating the overall strength of a force, other than the founder, of course, the strength of the disciples is also important. Because of this, the Emperor-ranked faction battle is split into 2 rounds. The first round was a competition between the disciples of the various Emperor-level forces. The second round was a competition between the founders. In the end, the Genesis Sky Pavilion will combine the two to give the fairest ranking. The silver-haired elder paused for a moment before he continued. In the first round, any disciple of an Emperor-level force can participate, and there's no need to worry about casualties. This is because every world battlefield we create is supported by Lord Genesis Emperor's power. As long as someone receives a fatal blow, the restriction created by Lord Genesis Emperor will be activated, and that person will be immediately sent out of the world battlefield. Of course, these people will only have an additional opportunity to interact with quasi-emperor-level immortal emperors. According to the number of participants, we've created 10,000 world battlefields. Everyone's original points are 1. Whenever one person eliminates another, they will obtain all of the other person's points. Finally, we'll arrange the person with the highest points in the 10,000 world battlefields into the same world battlefield. After that, we'll select the top 200 people with the highest points. When that time comes, it will be a sparring match between the 200 powerhouses until the ranking between them is decided. Of course, the Genesis Sky Pavilion's evaluation of different rankings will be different. As for how the participating disciples will be divided into the 10,000 world battlefields, for the sake of fairness, Lord Genesis Emperor's restrictions will be rationally distributed according to their cultivation base. There won't be a situation where a perfect stage quasi-emperor level immortal emperor will encounter an immortal emperor in the same world battlefield from the start. The silver-haired elder from the Genesis Sky Pavilion explained the rules of the emperor-level faction battle. However, since the experts on the plaza were already aware of the rules, there was no surprise on their faces. Instead, they anxiously and helplessly followed the procedure. Next, let's invite Lord Genesis Emperor's energy projection to open the 10,000 world battlefield. As the silver-haired elder's voice faded, all the experts on the plaza looked in the direction the silver-haired elder was pointing at. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. In the next instant, as countless experts waited anxiously, a loud boom sounded in the direction the silver-haired elder was pointing at, and a huge circular opening appeared. Amidst the buzzing sounds, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the gap, and a dazzling golden path extended out. Almost at the same time, the sound of the great Tao resounded, and a figure slowly walked out. This was a middle-aged man in a simple green robe. The moment he arrived, all the Emperor energy fluctuations on the round platform seemed to be imprisoned in an instant, and the huge square fell into silence. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as his indifferent gaze swept across the immortal emperors on the round platform and the experts on the plaza expressionlessly. Genesis Emperor. Is that his true body? How is that possible? It must be a clone. It's just a clone. Just by standing there, it gives off such a terrifying pressure. Yes, I'm afraid that even this clone is stronger than the Genesis Immortal Emperor and the Limitless Immortal Emperor. No matter what, he's the first on the Immortal Emperor ranking in the entire Chaos universe. On the plaza, the experts' gazes were fixed on the green-robed man. After recovering from their shock, they exclaimed one after another with admiration in their eyes. The Genesis Primordial Spirit, Limitless Immortal Emperor, and the other Immortal Emperors also looked at the clone with respect. Rumble. Genesis Emperor's clone ignored the reverent gazes of the experts around him and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless mysterious colorful energy openings appeared in the sky. His divine consciousness detected that there were exactly 10,000 openings, and they led to the world battlefield on the other side. Chapter 667. Let's begin. Just as the Origin Emperor's clone uttered these 3 words, countless figures in the 39 Emperor provinces above the high heavens turned into specks of light and entered the 10,000 realm battlefields. And these specks of light were the disciples of the Emperor-level forces that had registered to participate in the Battle of Forces. Battlefield number 3. Xiao Yang sized up the surroundings. This so-called realm battlefield was actually a vast galaxy. However, there was a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation in this galaxy. It seemed to be untraceable, yet it was everywhere. It was as if it was monitoring every single one of them. In this vast galaxy, aside from the galaxies and stars, there were also countless chaotic mountains and surging galaxies that flowed with the power of time. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through Xiao Yang's palm, and a faint light slowly appeared in his palm. There were a few words imprinted in the light. Participant, Xiao Yang Emperor Province, All Heavens Shop, Emperor Province Faction, All Heavens Shop Points, 1 ranking, None Realm Battlefield, number 00003 Fellow Cultivator, you are truly unfortunate. You are the first person I have encountered. However, may I know which faction you belong to? Tell me the name of your faction. If our factions are close, perhaps I will let you go. Right at this moment, a figure in grey robes stepped on the galaxy and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yang. This was a 9th heaven celestial king. If it were not for the suppression of the strange and mysterious power in this realm battlefield, just the energy fluctuation that he released would be able to disperse the surging galaxies beneath his feet. Xiao Yang glanced at the person in front of him calmly. Without saying anything, he directly struck out with his palm. In the next instant, the grey-robed man's body was restrained. It was also when he sensed the might of Xiao Yang's palm that the grey-robed man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a feeling of fear rose up in him. However, just as Xiao Yang's palm was about to land on the grey-robed man, the strange energy that was everywhere in this realm battlefield suddenly wrapped around the grey-robed man, blocking Xiao Yang's palm for him. Then, accompanied by an explosion, the grey-robed man was wrapped by the strange energy and disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt the warmth in his palm again. He saw that his points had changed from 1 to 2. At the same time, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, Shahao, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Sand Monk, Golden Cicada, and Ao Lai were in a similar scene. There were experts who targeted them, and then they were immediately blasted out of the world battlefield. As for Linli, Luo Feng, and Junmo Xie, they were much more careful. The moment they entered the battlefield, they retracted their auras. Especially Junmo Xie, he hid within a chaotic mountain and secretly watched the other great beings battle. World Battlefield 2021. A white-robed man hovered above a star field. He was handsome, but his face was expressionless. His entire being was like an iceberg. He placed his hands behind his back and swept his cold gaze across the surroundings. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand in a certain direction. Wherever his palm passed, Immortal Emperor aura filled the air. When the incomparably huge palm was retracted, there were hundreds of imprisoned figures in the palm. Hong Jun. Damn it, why am I on the same battlefield as this guy? Yeah, he's already stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm. When the 100 figures in the huge palm saw the white-robed man's appearance and recognized his identity, their faces all became ugly, but they also felt extremely helpless. Peng, peng, peng. A series of muffled explosions rang out. Those 100 figures were wrapped up by that mysterious energy and sent out of the world battlefield at the same time. Looking at Hongjuan's points, it instantly went from 1 to 116. World Battlefield 1949. Hun Kuan was currently playing out a scene similar to Hongjun. Every time he descended on a star field, he would raise his hand and suppress the great beings in that star field, sending them out of the world battlefield. In just a few breaths of time, Hun Kuan's points already exceeded 500. At this moment, in the 10,000 world battlefields, the scene of the big fish eating the small fish and the small fish eating shrimps was playing out. Star Ocean Mountain, Star Ocean Plaza. The eyes of the great beings were constantly switching between the various world battlefields. But even so, they still couldn't see everything. It was because there were just too many world battlefields, a total of 10,000. Gradually, these spectating great beings began to selectively watch. The battlefields that attracted the most attention were those with immortal emperors or perfected quasi-immortal emperors. Look at the battlefields of 2021 and 1949, as expected of the great beings who have already stepped into the immortal emperor realm. As soon as the two of them appeared, they left the others far behind. Of course, Hongjun and Hun Kuan are now immortal emperors. As long as they want, they can create a new emperor-level force. There's no need to think about it. The ones who will be eliminated from these two battlefields will definitely be them. In my opinion, Hongjun and Hun Kuan will definitely occupy the top 2 spots in this battle between the disciples. Looking at the powerful means displayed by Hongjun and Hun Kuan in the 2 major battlefields, the spectating great beings discussed loudly. Brother Primordial Spirit, the performance of your 2 disciples is very eye-catching. The limitless immortal emperor looked at the Genesis Primordial Spirit and said, "Your disciples aren't bad either." After the Genesis Primordial Spirit responded to the limitless immortal emperor, he subconsciously glanced at Chu Bei with a smug look in his eyes as though he was showing off. On the round stage of the Star Ocean Plaza, a total of 40 immortal emperors, including Immortal Emperor Lan Hui of the Origin Sky Pavilion, sat upright on exquisite chairs and chatted happily. Not only the immortal emperors, but all the cultivators on the plaza and even the entire high heavens were watching the 10,000 world battlefields projected in the sky above their heads. Buzz. However, just as these cultivators were engrossed in their reading, a line of identical crimson text appeared in every corner of the high heavens. Among them, the blood-red words above the Star Ocean Plaza were the most eye-catching. Traces of the Slaughter clan have been found in the Emperor Fallen Sea. Immortal emperors will immediately head over to eliminate them. Participants will receive 10 drops of Source Heaven power. This font and color, it's the decree of the Zero faction. Looking at the blood-red words that suddenly appeared in the sky, all the cultivators in the high heavens shifted their gaze from the world battlefields to the sky. When they recognized the meaning behind the line of words, their expressions changed abruptly. In the entire Chaos Heavens, in addition to the forces on the overall Emperor ranking, there were also some transcendent forces. The strength of these transcendent forces, who their members were, and where they were located were all a mystery. But there was no doubt that they were very powerful, and from some of their performances, most of them were not inferior to the top 5 forces on the overall Emperor ranking. The so-called Zero faction was not the name of a transcendent force, but just a designation. What the cultivators of the various large domains in the Chaos Heavens knew was that the overseers of the large domains in the Chaos Heavens all belonged to this organization. Chapter 668. The person who will receive the order this time is an immortal emperor powerhouse. As far as I know, this is the first time the Zero faction has issued an order to an immortal emperor powerhouse. Who knows? Maybe it happened millions of years ago, but we didn't know about it. What do you think will happen to an immortal emperor powerhouse if they refuse the Zero faction's order? Will it be the same as the perfected stage immortal emperor who disobeyed the order a million years ago? Killed on the spot. How is that possible? This mission has a reward. For an immortal emperor powerhouse, it's obviously a two-way choice, not an order. Some cultivators seemed to realize that the Zero faction's order this time was different from before, and they exclaimed one after another. Didn't you pay attention to the content of the order? The She clan still has the Emperor Fallen Sea. A quasi-immortal emperor on the square heard the people around him gradually deviate from the topic and said loudly, causing everyone's attention to return to the mission itself. The Emperor Fallen Sea was one of the most dangerous places in the high heavens. To be precise, the dangerous place here referred to the small world in the Emperor Fallen Sea that had existed for countless eras and was opened by someone. There were rumors that the dangerous place in the Emperor Fallen Sea was a great lost domain. There were also rumors that it was the old nest of a supreme immortal emperor who had died. Its origin was unknown, but one thing was certain, and that was that those who trespassed would die 10 times out of 10. The reason it was called the Emperor Fallen Sea was because an immortal emperor had once entered that dangerous place. Although he had left that dangerous place alive, he had inexplicably died before he could leave the Emperor Fallen Sea. As for the She clan, it was once a top clan in the Chaos Heavens, and also a clan that was older than the ancient dragon Phoenix. But countless years ago, for some unknown reason, this clan suddenly became the target of all the clans in the Chaos Heavens. As for what had happened countless years ago, even the immortal emperors on the round platform were a mystery to them, let alone ordinary cultivators. 10 drops of source heaven power that can be comprehended. On the round platform, a group of immortal emperors looked at the blood-red words above their heads and muttered to themselves. Powerful immortal emperors like the Genesis Primordial Spirit and the Limitless Immortal Emperor, who were above the 4-star level, did not have much change in their expressions. They just glanced at him and no longer paid attention to him. Their attention returned to the world battlefield. After reaching the 4-star level, one would be able to condense Genesis heaven power on their own without needing any gifts. On the other hand, the celestial emperors below the 4 stars, such as the Undermoon Empress, the Xingqiong Celestial Emperor, the Barren Celestial Emperor, and the Heiwu Celestial Emperor, were eager to make a move. Unlike the Genesis heaven power condensed from attacks by immortal emperors above the 4-star level, the Genesis heaven power that could be used as a gift could be used for comprehension. It was said that one had to be at least a 7 or 8-star celestial emperor to be able to gather Genesis heaven energy. Moreover, one would have to expend a certain amount of source energy. For this reason, it was rather difficult for immortal emperors below the 3-star level to obtain Genesis heaven power. After all, no 7-star immortal emperor or above would be willing to use their origin energy to help a 3-star immortal emperor or below comprehend, unless the temptation was great enough. Side mission activated. Host: exterminate the She clan in the Fallen Emperor Sea. Mission reward: 150 drops of Genesis heaven power. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Chu Bei's mind. Chu Bei was taken aback at first, but when he came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth curved upward. Although he did not know why the system wanted to exterminate the She clan, he knew what the reward of 150 drops of Genesis heaven power meant. 3 years ago, he had used 100 drops of Genesis heaven power to defeat a peak 6-star Genesis primordial spirit. As for what kind of terrifying power would erupt from using 150 drops of Genesis heaven power at the same time, Chu Bei was a little excited and expectant at the thought of it. Moreover, he could still use the level 22 goods once, which could be considered as his life-saving means. At that moment, a divine rainbow streaked across the round platform and appeared below the line of blood-red words. Immediately after, several more divine streaks of light stood side by side with that divine streak of light. At that moment, a total of 9 immortal emperors appeared below the line of blood-red words. Immortal Emperor Heiwu, Empress Undermoon, Immortal Emperor Yi Huang, Immortal Emperor Xingqiong, Immortal Emperor Floating Island, Immortal Emperor Tsaiqiong, Immortal Emperor Yun He, Immortal Emperor Shu Kong, and Immortal Emperor Gongdo. A total of 9. All of them are immortal emperors below 3-star. Are they all preparing to accept the decree of the Zero Organization and head to the Fallen Emperor Sea to exterminate the She clan? After the cultivators above high heavens recognized the 9 immortal emperors, they immediately started discussing. Buzz buzz above the Star Ocean Square, the line of blood-red words in the sky suddenly trembled, and then 9 crimson beams of light enveloped the 9 immortal emperors. However, these 9 crimson beams of light were quickly condensed into a mark by the 9 immortal emperors, which was temporarily imprinted between their eyebrows. The blood-red mark was a mark that everyone who accepted the mission of the Zero organization would have. It did not cause any harm to the mission taker and was just a symbol. On the contrary, because of the blood-red mark, these mission takers often received some benefits. After all, in the Chaos multiverse, not many forces dared to directly ignore the Zero organization. Even the Origin Sky Pavilion, which ranked first on the Emperor Grade faction ranking, had to give face to the Zero organization. It was said that 100,000 years ago, the Zero organization had taken a fancy to a talented disciple of the Origin Sky Pavilion and issued a decree above the Origin Sky Pavilion's headquarters. What shocked the world was that the Origin Sky Pavilion had actually given this talented disciple to the Zero organization. Of course, the Zero organization had not snatched this disciple by force, but it was a trade. They had also given a very attractive reward. However, although it was a trade, one could see how terrifying the Zero organization was. After all, without strength, how would they dare to negotiate with the Origin Sky Pavilion? Aren't you all going? This is Genesis heaven power that can be comprehended. It's a great opportunity for you all. The limitless Immortal Emperor looked at the one-star Immortal Emperors beside him who had yet to move. Not to mention the fallen Emperor C, just the Sher clan alone. Do you think this mission is so easy? If you go, you might die. I'm still far from that threshold, so there's no need to gamble, said a peak one-star Immortal Emperor. The 9 Supremes Immortal Emperors. Just as the cultivators on the square were discussing the 9 figures in the sky, a new figure appeared below the blood-red words. Look. That's the owner of the All Heavens shop. He's also going to accept the Zero organization's mission and head to the fallen Emperor C to exterminate the Sher clan. Looking at the purple-robed figure who had suddenly appeared, the experts exclaimed after recognizing the other party's identity. Chapter 669. When Chu Bei appeared in the sky, the 4-star and above celestial emperors on the round platform all had strange expressions on their faces. There was a reason for those 3-star and below to accept this mission. After all, they all wanted to condense the power of Source Heaven to enter the 4th stage. However, the owner of the All Heavens shop was already a 6-star and above celestial emperor, so the reward from the Zero Force was not tempting to him at all. On the round platform, the group of celestial emperors glanced at Chu Bei and then at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. This guy probably just wants to join in the fun, the Genesis primordial spirit said indifferently. What? You want to go too? Are you going to attack him in the Emperor Fallen Sea? Suddenly, the limitless Celestial Emperor seemed to have noticed something and immediately looked at Celestial Emperor Yang Tian beside him. He killed my son, so I naturally have to compete with him. Celestial Emperor Yang Tian's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Chu Bei, his voice cold. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the round platform and appeared below the blood-red words. Look. Another Celestial Emperor has joined. That's Celestial Emperor Yang Tian. Heavens! Why would he accept this mission? I don't believe that he's trying to build a good relationship with the Zero organization. His Celestial Emperor Yang Tian, who is ranked 4th on the Emperor list. I really don't understand what Celestial Emperor Yang Tian and the owner of the All Heavens shop are thinking. They're already 6-star and above, so why would they accept this mission? Could it be that they're just going there for fun? For the two of them, there's no such thing as a dangerous place, right? Not to mention the high heavens, they can go to any corner of the vast chaotic heavens. With the addition of Celestial Emperor Yang Tian, he instantly replaced Chu Bei and became the new focus of the experts on the square. Chu Bei sized up Celestial Emperor Yang Tian and gradually frowned. He could feel that the other party was deliberately targeting him. He was a little puzzled. When had he ever had a conflict with the other party? Owner of All Heavens shop, if I encounter any danger in the Emperor Fall Sea, I hope you can help me. A melodious voice sounded in Chu Bei's ears. Then a graceful figure flew to Chu Bei's side. It was the Moonlight Empress. If it really comes to that, I won't stand idly by if I can help. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and nodded slightly to the Moon Empress. Buzz buzz, another half a minute passed. The blood-red characters above the Star Ocean Square suddenly sank and then enveloped the 11 immortal emperors, including Chu Bei and immortal Emperor Yang Tian. What made all the cultivators in high heavens excited was that after the blood-red words representing the Zero Factions decree disappeared, it was replaced by the images of the 11 immortal emperors. In other words, they could watch everything that happened to the 11 immortal emperors in Emperor Fallen Sea from afar. Great! Absolute Land Emperor Luo Hai is about to unveil his veil. An expert shouted. Emperor Fallen Sea was located in the northernmost part of high heavens. It was vast and boundless. The seawater churned, and every wave contained a broken world. There were space-time fragments circulating as they rose and fell. Immortal Emperor aura permeated the sea, and immortal Emperor skeletons floated up and down. Looking at the center of the sea, there was a black halo visible to the naked eye. It was like a bottomless black abyss, giving people a sense of fear. Even if I'm watching through the projection, I still feel an inexplicable pressure. Looking at Emperor Fallen Sea, countless cultivators in high heavens took a deep breath and felt their breathing stop. Surrounded by the blood-red characters, Chu Bei, Yang Tian, and the 11 immortal emperors instantly entered the black halo in the center of Emperor Fallen Sea. This absolute land was indeed a small world, but what surprised Chu Bei was that compared to the outside world, the immortal Qi here was very scarce. It was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate here. When Xiao Chen squinted his eyes, all he could see was a golden desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were some forests and wastelands in the boundless desert, but with a wisp of divine consciousness, he could detect that there were no minerals that could be used for cultivation, not to mention the most precious and rare source Heavenstone mine. On the other side, on the All Heavens Shops light field in Emperor District, a middle-aged man in a green robe pointed at the image in the sky where Chu Bei and the others were. His lips moved continuously as if he was saying something. In front of him were nearly 10,000 young men and women. You've joined the All Heavens Shop for 3 years and have some understanding of the All Heavens Shop's basic cultivation techniques. However, you've only heard about the sect master from the records in the books and the sect's elders. Now, your chance is here. You can witness the sect master's powerful strength with your own eyes. With the sect master overseeing things, the All Heavens Shop will prosper. 100 years later, when you look back, you'll realize that joining the All Heavens Shop was the best choice in your life. There's no other choice. The green-robed man's voice grew louder and louder. He looked at Chu Bei in the image with respect written all over his face. Yes, yes. After hearing the green-robed man's words, nearly 10,000 young men and women nodded. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Chu Bei in the image. Is that the forbidden land in the Emperor Fallen Sea? It's very different from what I imagined. I thought it was rich in immortal Qi, but it's so barren. It's all desolate. If it weren't for the countless experts who disappeared, it would be difficult to associate it with the forbidden land. Above the heavens, all the cultivators stared blankly at the projection above their heads. When they saw the environment of the forbidden land in the Emperor Fallen Sea, they began to discuss. If there's really a remnant of the Slaughter clan here, it should be in that direction. The Moonlight Empress frowned slightly and pointed to the northwest. That's what I thought. Hei Wu Immortal Emperor, Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, and the others nodded in unison. They were looking in the same direction as the Moonlight Empress. They could all sense that there was a special and rich emperor's aura in the northwest. Chu Bei was silent as he sensed the forbidden land. From time to time, some strange-looking spirits would emerge from the golden sand. Their energy fluctuations were negligible. They had barely stepped onto the path of cultivation. In Chu Bei's opinion, these spirits should be the natives of this world. As for why there weren't any strong cultivators, perhaps they were all slaughtered by the Slaughter clan. The Slaughter clan is not to be underestimated. To avoid any accidents, let's go together. Yi Huang Immortal Emperor looked to the northwest and said, "Boom." However, just as Yi Huang Immortal Emperor finished speaking, before the group could move, a terrifying Immortal Emperor's power erupted and swept out into the distance. Chapter 670. Who's there? What's going on? The immortal emperors exclaimed and turned to look at immortal Emperor Yang Tian in unison. Fellow Daoist Yang Tian, what do you mean by this? The She clan is not a clan that we can kill at will. I'm sure you know how terrifying they are. What you're doing will definitely alarm them. By then, the difficulty of the mission will increase. This is no longer a matter of whether we can complete the mission or not. There's a possibility that one of us will die. Undermoon, Stardome, Desolation, Hei-Wu, and the other immortal emperors frowned. At this moment, immortal Emperor Yang Tian's body was surrounded by immortal emperor power. He held a slender purple longsword in his right hand. The tip of the sword moved slightly, carrying terrifying Emperor Dao runes. Origin heaven power floated up and down around the sword, making one's heart palpitate. What's he thinking? Not only the immortal emperors in the land of Extremis, but the immortal emperors on the round platform on the Star Ocean Square also looked at immortal Emperor Yang Tian in confusion. As for the other experts on the square, although they were even more confused, they also noticed something strange. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, immortal Emperor Yang Tian suddenly raised the purple longsword in his hand and pointed it at Chu Bei. This simple action caused the expressions of the other immortal emperors on top of the golden gravel to freeze. Not only them, but all the immortal emperors on the Star Ocean Square were also stunned. This scene came so suddenly that they were caught off guard and could not react for a moment. What's immortal Emperor Yang Tian doing? He's pointing his sword at the owner of the All Heavens shop. Oh my God, could this be the reason why he accepted the mission? But I've never heard of any conflict between immortal Emperor Yang Tian and the owner of the All Heavens shop. It would make sense if it were the limitless immortal emperor. After all, he's a battle maniac. In the entire high heavens, more than half of the immortal emperors have been forced to spar with him. However, immortal Emperor Yang Tian has always been low-key. Why would he suddenly do this? In the high heavens, all the cultivators stared at the scene above their heads in shock. This is interesting. There's going to be a good show. The owner of the All Heavens shop has been in the limelight for too long in recent years. It's time to take him down a notch. Yang Tian is a pretty good choice. On the round platform, the three celestial emperors representing the Dragon Spring sect, Divine Dao Mountain, and Thousand Green Island looked at each other and smiled. In their opinion, Chu Bei was no match for immortal Emperor Yang Tian. Yang Tian, what are you trying to do? Moonlight Empress, Desolation Immortal Emperor, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and other experts stared coldly at Yang Tian Immortal Emperor and questioned him. Since when do I need to explain my actions to you juniors? As Immortal Emperor Yang Tian snorted coldly, Genesis Heaven Power separated from his surroundings and headed towards Empress Undermoon and the others. It was as if the Genesis Heaven Power would erupt and kill him if he said another word. Upon hearing Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's words, the expressions of Undermoon, Desolation, Floating Island, Hei-Wu, and the other immortal emperors darkened. In terms of birth, Yang Tian was several epochs older than them. However, they had already reached the immortal emperor stage and were one of the overlords of high heavens. How could they not be angry when Yang Tian called them juniors? If it weren't for the 110 drops of Genesis Heaven Power floating around Yang Tian, they would have already attacked. Fellow cultivator Yang Tian, I'm very curious. When did we cross paths? Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at immortal Emperor Yang Tian with interest. There was a hint of playfulness and confusion in his eyes. I have a son guarding a major region, but he was killed in the realm sea of that major region not long ago. Before he died, he transmitted a scene back to me through the realm wall, and the only person he saw was you. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's voice was low and filled with anger. What? The owner of the All Heavens shop killed Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's son. How could such a thing happen? If that's the case, doesn't the grudge between the owner of the All Heavens shop and Immortal Emperor Yang Tian stem from his son's death? When did this happen? But judging from the expression of the owner of the All Heavens shop, he didn't seem to know that the person he killed was Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's son. Nonsense. If he knew that it was Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's son, who would dare to not give him face? Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's words resounded throughout high heaven through the projection in the sky. In an instant, All the experts, including those on the Star Ocean Square, opened their mouths wide in shock. This is going to be difficult. It seems that we can't persuade him. The Floating Island Immortal Emperor and the Cloud Crane Immortal Emperor sighed one after another. Owner of the All Heavens shop, in my opinion, you should leave first. Don't get involved in this matter. The Empress under the Moon glanced at the 110 drops of Genesis Heaven power floating around Immortal Emperor Yang Tian, and after a moment of hesitation, she looked at Chu Bei and said, I see. Since it was done by me, I will naturally admit that your son might have been killed by me. Chu Bei didn't give any explanation, and directly replied. He had indeed killed an emperor in the Realm Sea, but that was already considered an emperor corpse. Are you going to attack me here? Chu Bei looked calmly at Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and asked. If the other party really wanted to kill him, then he would have to use the level 22 product in advance. The power of the level 22 product was equivalent to 120 drops of Genesis Heaven power. Fortunately, the level 22 product had a time limit, although it was relatively short. During this time, he was confident that he could defeat Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and even complete the marked task to obtain 150 more drops of Genesis Heaven power. If you lose, I will destroy your cultivation. As the cold voice faded, the void around Immortal Emperor Yang Tian was suddenly cut open, and a sharp and threatening sword intent spiraled around his body along with the Genesis Heaven power. The purple sword in his hand trembled and revealed its sharpness, making people tremble in fear. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian gave people the feeling that he was a peerless divine sword that had been unsheathed, overflowing with a sharp and murderous aura. Feeling the terrifying sword intent deliberately targeting him, Chu Bei could not help but look at the purple sword in Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's hand. It was definitely not an ordinary Immortal Emperor weapon, but the Immortal Emperor weapon of Immortal Emperor Yang Tian. The first round of the faction battle is not over yet, but we can already see the bloodthirsty Emperor Yang Tian sword. How interesting. On the round platform, a 5-star Immortal Emperor expert looked at the purple sword in Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's hand and laughed. The Yang Tian sword sect was the 4th Emperor-level faction in the High Heavens, second only to the Dragon Spring sect, Divine Path Mountain, and Chensang Island. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was a sword sect, and all of its disciples had entered the Tao through the sword. Chapter 671. There were close to 100 Emperor-level forces in the Chaos Heavens that cultivated Sword Tao, but the Yang Tian Sword Sect was the undisputed number 1 in terms of Sword Tao ranking. In the Chaotic Realms, there was a saying that the Empyrean Sword Celestial was 1 level higher than the Empyrean Sword Celestial. It meant that in a battle of life and death between 2 cultivators of the same level, if both of them entered the Tao through the sword, the Empyrean Sword Celestial would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The most famous person in the Yang Tian Sword Sect was the Sect Master, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian. He cultivated Sword Tao and fought all over the Chaos Heavens with his purple sword. He was famous for his sharp attacks and ferocious sword techniques. In terms of understanding of Sword Tao, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian was ranked second among the known Immortal Emperors except for those mysterious and unknown transcendent forces. In short, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian was the most revered and worshipped Sword Tao cultivators. Of course, the reason why Immortal Emperor Yang Tian became the number 1 expert in the Tao of the Sword was because of his cultivation, a peak 7-star Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian wielded the Yang Tian sword. Even without the power of Origin Heaven on the sword, the sharp sword intent was enough to draw the attention of the other Immortal Emperors present. Buzz buzz buzz, the void trembled as the sword chi around Immortal Emperor Yang Tian became more and more terrifying. An energy storm began to sweep out with him as the center. The battle is about to begin. Sensing the rising momentum of Immortal Emperor Yang Tian, Undermoon, Desolation, Stardome, and the other Immortal Emperors looked at each other. Immortal Emperor power emerged from their bodies and enveloped them. At the same time, they retreated to make enough space for Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and Chu Bei to fight. Chu Bei calmly stared at Immortal Emperor Yang Tian without uttering a single word. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's cold and majestic voice rang out again, "I won't forgive you for killing my son." At this moment, He no longer suppressed his sharp sword intent. The purple sword in his hand suddenly burst out with dazzling emperor light, giving off a domineering and ferocious aura. Wisps of chilling sword light materialized into peerless divine swords that spanned across the sky. Boundless sword chi and sword intent were compressed together, extremely condensed and violent. The distance between immortal Emperor Yang Tian and Chu Bei was only a few meters. However, as the sword light surged, the space within a few meters seemed to have turned into a brand new vast world. It contained the surging Milky Way, the boundless star region, and the huge stars. The terrifying sword light flashed in this space, shaking the heavens and the earth. His sword is even more terrifying. On the Star Ocean Square, the immortal emperors on the round platform frowned as they watched immortal Emperor Yang Tian on the battlefield. The purple sword in his hand emitted surging sword light, turning the horizon into a mere foot. He was clearly separated from them by the boundless starry sky, but he was right in front of them. The tip of the overflowing heaven's sword seemed to be not only aimed at the owner of the All Heavens shop, but also right in front of them. Even though they were separated by the boundless starry sky, they could still feel the terrifying coldness in the sword light. In particular, when the 110 drops of source heaven power around immortal Emperor Yang Tian were added to the purple sword, its terrifying sword intent rose to an even more terrifying level. At this moment, it could be said that the only thing left on the battlefield was the purple long sword. Extremely far and extremely close, extremely large and extremely small. They contradicted each other, but they appeared at the same time, giving people a sense of powerfulness that they could not resist. It was as if it was going to break the entire sky. The source heaven power gathered in the sword body, and the sword light did not dissipate. The terrifying sword intent filled the 4 extremities and 8 desolations, seeping out of the boundary walls of the land of extremity and dissipating throughout the entire Emperor Fallen Sea and even further away. The arrogant and wild sword intent brought about an energy storm that cut through the starry sky. This was immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword. It could destroy heaven and earth. As expected of the number 1 immortal emperor of the sword Dao. Do you think the owner of the All Heavens shop can withstand immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword? It'll be difficult. You should know that even the limitless immortal emperor was defeated in the last immortal emperor battle. Although the owner of the All Heavens shop is strong, he still has no hope against immortal Emperor Yang Tian. It's all because immortal Emperor Yang Tian is too strong. Yes, immortal Emperor Yang Tian is the strongest immortal emperor of the sword Dao, not only in the high heavens, but in the entire chaotic heaven. All the cultivators in the high heavens stared unblinkingly at the battlefield above their heads. Their gazes were all focused on immortal Emperor Yang Tian, or more accurately, on the emperor sword that he used to prove his Dao. I'll only use one sword. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's cold voice rang out as he swung the purple sword in his hand. In an instant, the vast battlefield was filled with terrifying sword light. In just an instant, the hundreds of millions of sword light blended together to form a terrifying sword that seemed to be able to destroy the 9 desolations. Chu Bei heaved a long sigh of relief in the face of such a sword. One had to admit that immortal Emperor Yang Tian's strength was far beyond that of a Genesis primordial spirit. However, in front of all the cultivators in the high heavens, Chu Bei could not lose face. Since his opponent was arrogant, he had to be even more arrogant. At this moment, whether it was the immortal emperors in the land of extremity or on the round platform in the Star Ocean Square, or all the cultivators in the high heavens, they all held their breaths and focused on immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword. The powerhouses of the All Heavens shop who were watching the battle tensed up, and their eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Yang Tian's name and the might of his sword Dao were renowned throughout the chaotic great heavens. Although their sect master was strong, they did not have any confidence in facing the number 1 sword Dao powerhouse in the great heavens. The moment immortal Emperor Yang Tian swung his sword, a terrifying energy fluctuation appeared around Chu Bei. Behind him, a strangely shaped ancient tree that exuded an ancient aura appeared. It had thousands of gorgeous leaves. These leaves were of the same size, but their colors and shapes were all strange and unique. The branches and leaves swayed and buzzed. Thousands of colors of different shades rippled above the ancient tree, sometimes changing into various shapes. An extremely dense and refreshing aura that caused one's mind to be refreshed diffused out from the thousands of leaves, and it rippled through the battlefield and transformed into a miraculous scene. Above the ancient tree, a baby jumped and waved its small white hands as if it was controlling the ancient tree under its feet. In addition to the body ancient tree, 3 other huge figures appeared. They were the path understanding tree, the nether tree, and the world tree. These 4 ancient trees formed a square with the body ancient tree as the center. The branches swayed and changed positions as if they respected the body ancient tree. With a rumble, the path understanding tree, the nether tree, and the world tree merged into the body ancient tree. At the same time, a strange energy ball poured into the body ancient tree. This energy ball was the level 22 item that Chu Bei had exchanged for. In the end, the body ancient tree was smelted into a 5-colored longsword. Chapter 672. When Chu Bei held the 5-colored longsword in his hand, thousands of 5-colored sword lights suddenly shot out from Chu Bei's body. In an instant, they blocked the line of sight of all the experts and surrounded the latter. Afterwards, a violent thrum rang out from the 5-colored sword, echoing through the sky. The thrum was like a primordial beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber. At this moment, all the immortal emperors on the round stage of the Star Ocean Square suddenly stood up and straightened their bodies. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared fixedly at Chu Bei, who was enveloped by the 5-colored sword light. Their faces were filled with shock. The other experts on the square also widened their eyes when they saw these sword rays. In their line of sight, all they could see was the endless 5-colored sword light. They couldn't see Chu Bei behind the sword light at all. At this moment, they only felt a stabbing pain in their eyes. Even their divine senses felt as if they were being pricked by needles. All the cultivators in high heaven stared at the 5-colored sword in Chu Bei's hand in a daze. They inexplicably felt a heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality as if it was filled with endless destructive and murderous intent. It was the symbol of the most terrible disaster in the world. It felt as if the most violent and tyrannical wild beast had finally broken out of its cage and descended to the world to destroy the grand heavens. Undermoon, Desolation, Star Dome, Hei Wu, and the other immortal emperors who were also in the danger ground felt the most keenly. This is the sword of the All-Heavens Shopmaster. When he fought against Centaurea Empress, I saw him use this sword. Its power was only equivalent to 2 stars of an immortal emperor. It can't be compared to immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword at all. But what's going on? The 5-colored sword rays give me a feeling that they are not inferior to immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword at all. Moreover, I have a vague feeling that his sword is even more ferocious and overbearing than immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword, even fiercer and fiercer. No, this is not an illusion. Judging from the aura, the sword of the All-Heavens Shopmaster is indeed superior to immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword. Because they were all in the same danger zone, Moonlight Empress, Black Void Immortal Emperor, and the others quickly determined the strength of the 2 sword chi waves. Because of this, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Kai. As Chu Bei waved the 5-colored long sword in his hand, the thousands of 5-colored sword lights on the surface of his body suddenly converged and turned into a bright brilliance. Like a meteor across the sky, it flashed and disappeared in a flash to meet the sword of immortal Emperor Yang Tian. Just as Chu Bei attacked with his sword, the sky instantly lost its color and fell into a boundless pitch black, like an abyss of destruction. Clang! 2 supreme sword lights imbued with Genesis heaven power collided and intertwined. At the next moment, a heart-trembling sound of sword light clashing rang out from the land of extremity, reverberating through the entire high heavens and filling up every corner. Under the gaze of all the cultivators, the 2 supreme sword lights first balanced for a long time. But soon, one of the sword lights distorted and collapsed before exploding into an endless storm of sword chi. It tore through the void barrier of the land of extremity and wreaked havoc in the sky above the Emperor Fallen Sea. The scattered sword chi destroyed everything in the surroundings. As for the purple sword lights that remained in the land of extremity, they were disintegrated by the 5-colored sword lights before they could run rampant. The sword chi and sword auras continued to crumble, becoming small and weak until they no longer had any power. In the end, they turned into gusts of wind in the air and disappeared without a trace. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword disappeared. Is the All Heavens Shop's owner's sword really so terrifying? In the end, we still underestimated the All Heavens Shop master. No matter what the final outcome is, just that sword alone is enough to prove that he is qualified to compete with a peak 7 stars Immortal Emperor. It's too terrifying. Such a person, yet we still can't figure out his background. We know nothing about him. Now that I think about it, I'm really scared. Back when we were fighting for the Source Heavenstone mine in the Great Lost Territory, if he had used such a sword on me, I would have probably died in the Great Lost Territory with hatred. Below the moon, Stardome, Desolation, Floating Island, and the other immortal emperors who were in the Land of Extremity were the first to react. They exclaimed in shock and looked at Chu Bei with deep respect. How is this possible? How can you withstand this emperor's sword? Looking at the annihilation of his sword, Yang Tian's sword master's expression changed and was filled with astonishment. In terms of sword principle, he stood at the peak of the great chaotic territory. If he claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Ever since he had attacked with his sword, no sword cultivator had been able to withstand his sword because no sword cultivator had reached his level. Of course, he had been defeated before, but not by his opponent's sword principle, but by his opponent's strongest killing technique. He was confident that if someone could defeat him with a sword, that person would be at least a 9 stars intermediate immortal emperor. It was also because of his invincible sword principle that he fell into a momentary trance when he witnessed his sword move being destroyed by Chu Bei. Again. Yang Tian Celestial Emperor's mind was no longer on the so-called revenge of his son's death. At this moment, he only wanted to urgently verify how strong Chu Bei's sword Dao was. With a cold shout, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian brandished his purple longsword again. This time, it was not a sword ray, but the sword itself that was swung at Chu Bei. To be precise, it was swung at Chu Bei's sword ray that had yet to dissipate. Rumble, the tip of the Yang Tian sword flickered with a black light and swayed in the void. It seemed to be moving slowly, but with the support of 110 drops of Source Heaven power, it seemed to be stacked layer by layer, and the sword chi became even more terrifying. Upon closer inspection, Yang Tian Celestial Emperor's sword blade flickered with a solemn black light like an endless black hole that contained one world after another. These worlds seemed to be going through a process of birth, aging, collapse, and finally extinction. Clang, there was another earth-shattering collision sound. Unlike before, it was the purple sword in Yang Tian Celestial Emperor's hand that collided with Chu Bei's 5-colored sword ray. In an instant, the 5-colored sword ray was blocked by the purple sword and could not advance any further. However, it did not retreat, nor did it show the slightest sign of collapsing. The two sides seemed to have reached a balance point. The two terrifying sword chi intertwined and seemed to have cut the battlefield in half. You told me that you would only use one sword move, but you broke your promise. Chu Bei looked at Yang Tian Celestial Emperor expressionlessly and said calmly. The next moment, Chu Bei swung the 5-colored sword for the second time, and another 5-colored sword ray shot out from the blade. Catcher. When Chu Bei's second sword ray reached the battlefield and merged with the first sword ray, the originally balanced situation was instantly broken. Chapter 673. With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the purple longsword in Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's hand. The crack continued to spread as if it was about to shatter. Puff. The moment the purple longsword cracked, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His face turned pale as he spat out golden blood. At the same time, a sword ray penetrated the terminus barrier. When it swept across the Emperor-Fallen Sea, it directly turned the sea into a vacuum, evaporating all the seawater. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian quickly withdrew his sword and put some distance between him and Chu Bei. His expression was grave and vigilant. Undermoon, Desolation, Stardome, Hei Wu, and the other immortal emperors in the terminus barrier looked at each other with stiff and numb expressions. On the other hand, Chu Bei stood quietly in the void on the battlefield. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. However, they had witnessed it with their own eyes and the terrifying sword force that had yet to dissipate. All these told everyone that the previous battle was real and not an illusion. Yang Tian was defeated. He was defeated by the sword Dao that he's best at. This result is really unexpected, really surprising. We still underestimated the owner of the All Heavens shop. Yeah, who would have thought that even Yang Tian would be defeated by him? It seems that we won't be able to extinguish the spirit of the owner of the All Heavens business. The three immortal emperors who represented the Dragon Spring sect, Divine Path Mountain, and Thousand Green Island stared at the battlefield in a daze. Obviously, the result of the battle had shocked them. To be exact, it was not just the three of them. All the immortal emperors on the round platform were stunned. Most of them had yet to recover from the shock, and their faces were still filled with shock. How could this be? Limitless Immortal Emperor muttered to himself as if he could not accept the result. As a battle maniac, he had forced many immortal emperors to fight with him and grew stronger through battle. At the beginning of the battle, he originally wanted to spar with the owner of the All Heavens shop and teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian attacked before he could. More importantly, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian was defeated. Moreover, he had lost to the sword Dao. In terms of power, he was still weaker than Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's sword. In that case, wouldn't he be even less of a match for the All Heavens shop store master? Brother Yuan Ling, wasn't he still an early stage 7-star 3 years ago? What was going on? Don't tell me that it only took him 3 years to grow from an early stage 7-star celestial emperor to the point where he could defeat Yang Tian. The limitless celestial emperor looked at the Genesis origin spirit and frowned slightly. Do you think that 3 years ago, I would only attack him after knowing that he had the strength of an early stage 7-star? The Genesis primordial spirit snorted. The origin of the owner of All Heavens shop is unknown, and his strength is even more of a mystery. Remember, don't be fooled by his appearance. Perhaps what he is displaying now is still not his true strength. Upon hearing the words of the Genesis primordial spirit, the limitless immortal emperor's battle intent toward Chu Bei dimmed even more. The more he didn't know about someone, the more vigilant he had to be. No. Impossible. On the battlefield of the Emperor Fallen Sea, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian stared at Chu Bei as if he wanted to say something, but because he had yet to recover from the shock, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Before I drew my sword, you said that if I lost, you would sever my cultivation. Chu Bei put his left hand behind his back and held the 5-color sword in his right hand. He looked at Immortal Emperor Yang Tian calmly. Then I will also destroy your cultivation and destroy your emperor weapon. Just as Chu Bei's indifferent voice faded, he brandished the 5-color sword in his right hand and slashed out 3 times in a row. In an instant, 3 terrifying 5-color sword lights blasted towards Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and arrived in the blink of an eye. In the face of these 3 5-color sword lights, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian had no time to think. He immediately summoned the purple sword in his hand, and with the support of 110 drops of Source Heaven power, he swept towards the 3 5-color sword lights. But just as it was about to collide with the first 5-color sword light, the last 2 5-color sword lights suddenly disappeared and merged into the first sword light. Suddenly, the aura of the 5 sword gleams that were formed from 3 combined into 1 rose once more. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's pupils shrank when he sensed the sword light that was obviously superior to his own. But at this moment, he had no way to retreat. Even though he knew he was no match, he could only resist. Ka. This time, perhaps because of the cracks on the purple longsword, the moment it intersected with the 5-colored sword light, the cracks on the sword body expanded rapidly. Then, with a crisp sound, the sword body completely shattered. At the same time, the 110 drops of Source Heaven power that had merged into the sword body were also destroyed by the 5-color sword light, turning everything into nothingness. Kai Kai Kai, the 5-color sword light bombarded Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's body, tearing apart every part of his body. Miserable screams of pain swept across the battlefield. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's face twisted in pain, as if he was suffering inhumane torture. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's miserable screams of pain spread across the perilous battlefield, penetrating the barrier of the perilous battlefield, and drifting across the entire Emperor Fallen Sea and the vast chaotic Great Domain. Countless cultivators in high heaven heard the miserable screams and looked at Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's expression in the projection of the battlefield in the sky. They instinctively gulped, and when they looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, with a sword hum, a droplet-shaped object appeared at the tip of the five-color sword in Chu Bei's hand. Look. That's source heaven power. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops, 5 drops, exactly 120 drops. Oh my God. 120 drops of source heaven power. Doesn't that mean the owner of the All Heavens shop has stepped into the 8 stars stage? The eyes of all the cultivators in high heaven were focused on the droplets floating around the five-color sword in Chu Bei's hand, and their faces were filled with shock. He really stepped into the 8 stars stage. The owner of the All Heavens shop really hid his strength well. In the entire high heaven, only the Dragon Spring sect, Divine Path Mountain, and Qiansang Island, who were still in closed-door cultivation, could defeat him. Upon seeing the amount of source heaven power Chu Bei used, the Genesis Yuan Spirit, Wuji, and the other immortal emperors on the round platform suddenly stood up, and their eyes narrowed. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the battlefield in the Emperor Fallen Sea gradually calmed down, and Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's shrill screams faded away. Although the five-color sword light that penetrated Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's body had all disappeared, under the devastation of the sword light, Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's aura had clearly weakened, and his power fluctuations had dropped several levels. At this moment, his aura fluctuations were even weaker than a 5 stars Immortal Emperor. Chapter 674. It's over. The Moonlight Empress, Immortal Emperor Xingqiong, Immortal Emperor He Wu, and the others looked at each other. The moment Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's emperor weapon shattered, they knew the battle was over. At this moment, they realized how powerful and terrifying the owner of the All Heavens shop was. From now on, the number 1 sword Dao Immortal Emperor of the Great Chaotic Heavens was no longer Immortal Emperor Yang Tian, but the owner of the All Heavens shop. At the same time, in the All Heavens shop square in the Emperor District. Did you see that? That's the strength of our Lord Sect Master, a middle-aged man in a green robe said excitedly. His face was filled with excitement, and his expression was full of worship for Chu Bei. In front of the green-robed man were thousands of new disciples. They were also extremely excited after witnessing the battle. You've been in the All Heavens shop for quite some time now. I'm sure you're familiar with the cultivation environment of the All Heavens shop. The immortal Qi here is much more abundant than the other Emperor districts. As for the All Heavens shop's cultivation techniques, they're far more profound than the other forces. They're not even on the same level. The more the green-robed man spoke, the more excited he became. Our Lord Sect Master even defeated the number 1 sword Dao Immortal Emperor Yang Tian. He's an 8-star Immortal Emperor. The disciples nodded vigorously. The longer they stayed in the All Heavens shop, the more they could feel the benefits of the cultivation environment. Noticing the disciples' expressions, the green-robed man suddenly changed his tone and said, I'm not telling you this to show off or make you proud. I'm just telling you a truth. The better your conditions are, the more you have to work hard. That's the only way to live up to such a good environment. Upon hearing that, the disciples bowed to the green-robed man in unison. Yes, Lord Sect Master. They were all natives of high heavens. Since they were young, they were familiar with the 39 Emperor districts and their Emperor-level factions. To them, before joining the All Heavens shop, the Yang Tian Sword Sect, which was ranked 4th on the Upper Heavens ranking, was something they could only dream of. They did not even dare to dream of joining it. Not long ago, before Chu Bei defeated Immortal Emperor Yang Tian, these disciples felt inferior to the Yang Tian Sword Sect even though they were still loyal to the All Heavens shop. After all, the Sky Spill Sword Sect had stood above high heaven for hundreds of millions of years, leaving an unreachable prestige in the hearts of all cultivators. On the other hand, the All Heavens shop they were in had been established for less than 100 years. It could be said that it was still in its infancy stage. In terms of psychological power, it was far inferior to the Yang Tian sword sect. Because of this, they became worried after learning that Chu Bei had killed immortal Emperor Yang Tian's son. Unexpectedly, the result of this battle was Chu Bei's heaven-shaking sword that shattered immortal Emperor Yang Tian's Tao-confirming weapon. This scene greatly shocked the spectating disciples, especially when Chu Bei used immortal Emperor Yang Tian's most famous sword Tao to defeat him. Later on, when they saw the 120 drops of source heaven power around Chu Bei and learned that he was an 8-star immortal emperor, they felt as if a mountain had been lifted from their hearts. It was as if they had seen the sun after seeing the clouds. The All Heavens shop is not weaker than any emperor-grade faction. Such thoughts appeared in the minds of the disciples and gradually took root in their minds. So Master used the sword to prove his Tao. The sword is Master's strongest killing technique. I really want to learn the sword from Master. Maybe the sword Tao is only one of Master's many divine abilities. That makes sense. Master is unfathomable. How can he be so easily seen through? Bu Xian, Bing Tongtong, and little Long Huang glanced at Chu Bei on the battlefield, then looked at each other and spoke one after another. It would be great if Master could refine a similar 5-colored divine sword for me. Little Long Huang stared at the 5-colored divine sword in Chu Bei's hand with a burning gaze. You really dare to think of anything. We should focus on cultivation and try to impress Master as soon as possible so that we can become his personal disciples. Bing Tongtong rolled her eyes at little Long Huang. In the depths of the Emperor Fallen Sea, in the center of the boundless sea of trees flashing with white light, an incomparably huge figure floated quietly in the void. Unlike ordinary humans, his hair was golden, and there were 3 strange black runes on his forehead. His eyes were blood-red and flowed with a demonic light. Behind this black figure were thousands of figures similar to him. They were clearly his clansmen. In front of him was a huge screen that showed the area where Chu Bei, Undermoon, Hei Wu, and the other immortal emperors were. Patriarch, do you know who that person is? I've never heard of such a sword Tao immortal emperor before. Yang Tian and this guy have become variables in our plan this time. Although Yang Tian's emperor weapon has been destroyed and there's nothing to be afraid of, that guy is still a big threat to us. A figure stretched out his hand and pointed at Chu Bei on the screen as he spoke. Previously, these powerhouses of the She clan had watched the entire battle between Chu Bei and immortal emperor Yang Tian. So what if he's an 8-star immortal emperor? Now that our formation has been completed, even a peak 8-star immortal emperor will die, let alone a beginner 8-star immortal emperor. They'll become nourishment for our ancestors' resurrection. As long as our ancestor is resurrected, our bloodline can truly return to the clan. There's no need to wonder. The leader of the She clan narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the screen with Chu Bei and the others in front of him disappeared. At the same time, a terrifying force that wanted to tear the sky apart spread out. This aura was not much weaker than immortal Emperor Yang Tian. He had also entered the 7-star immortal emperor realm, but he was only at the beginner 7-star immortal emperor realm. He floated there as if he was the center of this desolate land. Use these immortal emperors as nourishment to resurrect our ancestor. Return to the clan. Thousands of members of the She clan looked at each other and shouted at the same time when they heard their leader's words. Even the weakest aura was at the 9th heaven of the immortal king realm. Owner of the All Heavens shop, your battle is over. Do you think it's time to deal with the remaining members of the She clan? The Empress under the moon came in front of Chu Bei and smiled sweetly. She had the intention of befriending him. The way she addressed him changed and became respectful. Chu Bei looked at the Empress under the moon with his hands behind his back. He didn't say anything and just nodded at her and the other immortal emperors. Compared to these immortal emperors, he was actually more anxious. After all, there was a time limit to the use of the level 22 goods. If the mission was not completed after this time, the reward of 150 drops of source heaven energy would fly away in vain. Then, he would suffer a great loss. Seeing Chu Bei's attitude, the Empress under the moon, Hei Wu, Xing Qiong, and the other immortal emperors looked at each other. After communicating with their eyes, They rushed in the direction of the mysterious energy fluctuation at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the Empress under the moon and the others were out of the boundless golden desert. In front of them, a huge black shadow stood on the horizon in the distance. It was extremely lofty. Chapter 675. At first glance, it looked like a strange forest. To be more precise, it could no longer be described as a forest. This was because it was extremely large, no smaller than the boundless desert from before. The trees were connected together, covering the sky and the sun. It was a magnificent sight. However, if one looked closely, they would be surprised to see that there were only a dozen extremely thick tree trunks standing alone on the ground under the dense canopy. In other words, the canopy that was comparable to the boundless desert was only made up of a dozen branches and leaves of a giant tree. What kind of tree is this? It's hard to imagine that such a scarce world could produce such a huge tree. The celestial emperors were shocked as they looked at the scene in front of them. Emperor fruit trees. Celestial Emperor He Wu seemed to recognize these trees and took a deep breath. Then, his face was filled with excitement. They are indeed very similar. But didn't all the emperor fruit trees wither and die during the catastrophe? How can there be more here? That's right. Even we have only seen records of them in ancient books. We have never seen them in the real world. Could it be that the reason why this world lacks immortal chi is because of these emperor fruit trees? The majestic immortal chi has been absorbed by them. These shouldn't be purebred emperor fruit trees before the catastrophe, right? So what if they are not purebred? Even if they are just branches, we have profited greatly from this trip. You have to know that the fruits of a purebred emperor fruit tree are something that even those fellows from before the calamity couldn't resist. It is said that before the catastrophe, there was once a peak 6-star celestial emperor who couldn't enter the 7-star celestial realm for a long time. However, just as he thought that he would never be able to take that step, he accidentally obtained an emperor fruit. Because of that emperor fruit, he successfully entered the 7-star celestial realm from 6-star. Haha, even if the fruits from these branches don't have the same effect as the purebred emperor fruit, even if they only have 30% of the effect, it is still very beneficial to us. There are a total of 12 trees here. Each of us can get one. After identifying the huge ancient trees, the celestial emperors, including Yi Huang, Fu Dao, Xing Qiong, and He Wu, were overjoyed and excited. Even immortal Emperor Yang Tian, who was extremely weak after his imperial weapon was destroyed, was excited when he saw the emperor fruit trees. How can we just hand over such an emperor artifact without fighting for it? On the round platform of the Star Ocean Square, the creator Yuan Spirit, the Wuji Celestial Emperor, and the 3 celestial emperors representing the Dragon Spring Sect, the Thousand Green Island, and the Divine Path Mountain burst out their terrifying celestial emperor auras almost at the same time. Rumble. However, just as they tore open space and were about to enter the danger zone, a mysterious force that was no weaker than their own emerged from the danger zone and blocked them outside. What's going on? Why is it that with our strength, we can't even break a mere boundary wall? Where did this power come from? The Genesis Primordial Spirit, the Limitless Celestial Emperor, and the other experts paused and looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Rumble. At the same time, the projection of the scene in the sky became hazy. I can't see anything. Did something happen in the danger zone? Will those immortal emperors be all right? Looking at the suddenly turbid projection, the expressions of all the cultivators in the sky changed abruptly. The Emperor Province cultivators who had immortal emperors with them were even more worried, as if they were afraid that something would happen to their immortal emperors in the danger zone. Even the divine sense has been blocked. The Wuji Celestial Emperor frowned. Could it be the doing of a She clan expert? The Genesis Primordial Spirit guessed. This mysterious force is at least at the peak of the 8-star Immortal Emperor level. If the She clan had such an expert now, why would they hide in the danger zone of the Emperor Fallen Sea? The Wuji Celestial Emperor responded. Then where did this force come from? The Genesis Primordial Spirit frowned. I'm afraid only those guys who entered the danger zone know. The Wuji Celestial Emperor stared at the danger zone enveloped by the mysterious force with a deep gaze. At the same time, in the depths of the danger zone in the Emperor Fallen Sea, these Emperor fruit trees have been tampered with. They've become a killing array. It must be the She clan's doing. The Undermoon Empress, Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, Yi Huang Immortal Emperor, Floating Island Immortal Emperor, and the other experts looked around in shock. Their auras rose to the peak as the Immortal Emperor power flowed on the surface of their bodies, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Just earlier, when they were about to pluck the Emperor fruit trees, the intertwining shade of the trees actually lit up with resplendent divine light at the same time. Subsequently, the 12 ancient tree trunks burst out with beams of light that shot into the sky. Amidst the heart-palpitating roar, the 12 beams of light formed an incomparably terrifying array. In just an instant, this array sealed off the entire danger zone. Even though they were immortal emperors, they couldn't leave the danger zone, and the immortal emperors from the outside world couldn't enter either. These emperor fruit trees have been tampered with. Their auras are closely connected, and they've been arranged into a terrifying array. Looking at the 12 beams of light emitted by the emperor fruit trees, He Wu Immortal Emperor's face turned extremely ugly. This must be related to the She clan. We've definitely been discovered. This array isn't simple. We must remain vigilant. Sensing the supreme aura contained in the 12 beams of light, Immortal Emperor Xinghua's body tensed up, and his aura rose to the extreme. Our escape route has been sealed off by this array. It's as if we're in a prison. What exactly is the She clan behind this array planning? Immortal Emperor Yi Huang frowned. Buzz buzz, just as the immortal emperors were vigilant about the changes in the situation around them, the danger zone suddenly shook. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in the blinding light. The leader was a muscular man with golden hair. Unlike ordinary humans, there were 3 strange black runes on his forehead. His eyes were blood red and flowed with a demonic light. Behind the golden-haired man, there were thousands of figures with similar characteristics. All of them had dark and cold expressions and were expressionless. Shetong, it's really you. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's eyes shone with a cold light when he saw the leader of the She clan. A total of 11. There's even an 8-star Immortal Emperor. Shetong ignored Immortal Emperor Yang Tian. His gaze fell on Chu Bei, and he suddenly laughed. With all of you as nourishment and these 12 Emperor fruit trees, it's enough. It's enough to resurrect the distant ancestor. Nourishment. Resurrect the distant ancestor? What is he talking about? Could it be that we've fallen into his trap? He knew from the beginning that we'd come. We've fallen into his trap. Where did he get the confidence to deal with us? Although he's strong, he should have just entered the 7-star Immortal Emperor stage. Meanwhile, the owner of the All Heavens shop has already entered the 8-star Immortal Emperor stage. Upon hearing Shetong's words, the Immortal Emperors under the moon, on the floating island, and in the Starry Dome Immortal Emperor stage spoke one after another. Chapter 676. The time is ripe. I thank you on behalf of my ancestors for coming, Shetong roared with laughter. 105 drops of Genesis Heaven power flew out from his body and circled around him, forming an octagon. Shetong's hands danced as if he was performing some ancient ritual. Wisps of Genesis Heaven power began to seep into the monarch fruit trees. It was also at this moment that the 12 monarch fruit trees emitted a white radiance that connected with each other. Rumble. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The 12 beams of light fell and intertwined with each other, forming a light barrier that enveloped Chu Bei, the Moonlight Empress, and the others. In an instant, Undermoon, He Wu, Xingqiong, Hovering Island, and the other Immortal Emperor's expressions changed drastically. The moment the light barrier formed, they felt an inexplicable suppression on their strength. The originally stable aura gradually became chaotic. What kind of formation is this? What terrified the Celestial Emperors was that the terrifying light barrier was shrinking at a visible speed, and the pressure on them was increasing. Damn it! He Wu Immortal Emperor shouted. He raised his hand and launched a killing technique at Shetong. However, The attack was annihilated by the formation runes on the light barrier before it could touch Shatong. At the same time, the Moonlight Empress, Celestial Emperor Xingqiong, Celestial Emperor Floating Island, and the other experts also attacked Shatong with their strongest Emperor techniques. However, the result was the same as Celestial Emperor He Wu. Stop struggling and save your energy. The Emperor formation has been activated. Even a peak 8-star Celestial Emperor will end up like you if they fall into the formation, Shatong said coldly as he swept his gaze across the Celestial Emperors in the light barrier. Buzz. As time passed, the entire Forbidden Land was shrouded in a layer of misty white light. The light barrier was faint, but it was endless. The light barrier that contained the formation rune's power grew smaller and smaller. The Celestial Emperor's frowns deepened as they circulated their Emperor Qi to resist the formation rune's power. If this continues, we'll be in danger. Immortal Emperor He Wu and the other experts began to look at Chu Bei, waiting for his instructions after their repeated attacks were fruitless. Chu Bei didn't express his opinion. This time, it wasn't that he didn't care, but that he couldn't resist the power of this array pattern. Although the power of the level 22 commodity had not disappeared, and he still had the strength of an 8-star Immortal Emperor, Shatong was right. Even if an 8-star Immortal Emperor entered the array, the outcome would be no different from an ordinary Immortal Emperor, let alone him. Fellow Daoist Chu, are you unable to break this formation? The Empress under the moon looked at Chu Bei, her eyes filled with hope and a hint of nervousness. Chu Bei remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking his head, giving off a feeling of indecision. Seeing Chu Bei's expression, Under Moon, Star Dome, Floating Island, He Wu, and the other Immortal Emperors looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Chu Bei was their last hope, but looking at the other party's expression, even their last hope had been shattered. On the other side, above the Star Ocean Square, Immortal Emperor He Wu, the Genesis Origin Spirit, and the other Immortal Emperors kept trying to send their divine sense into the danger zone where Chu Bei and the others were, but they all hit a wall. According to this trend, those guys, including the sect master of the All Heavens shop, will probably all die. Is all of this the doing of the clan slayers? They made use of the Zero organization to set up a killing trap. What are they trying to do by making such a scene? Sensing the increasingly powerful and terrifying power in the danger zone above the Emperor Fallen Sea, Immortal Emperor He Wu, the Genesis Origin Spirit, and the other Immortal Emperors looked at each other with grave expressions. What's going on in the danger zone now? Are those Immortal Emperors in trouble? Looking at the expressions of Immortal Emperor He Wu, the Genesis Origin Spirit, and the others, I'm afraid those Immortal Emperors are really in trouble. No way. That's a total of 11 Immortal Emperors. If they really die in there, then wouldn't our influence in high heavens be greatly reduced? How can we be called the strongest 9 domains? At this moment, the hearts of all the cultivators in high heavens were in suspense. Although they could only see chaos, their eyes were still fixed on the projection of the danger zone. At the same time, the danger zone above the Emperor Fallen Sea began to shake violently, as if it would explode at any time. In the danger zone, the trunks, branches, and leaves of the 12 emperor fruit trees all turned into light. Their size kept growing, and they really filled the world. In an instant, the danger zone seemed to have completely turned into a world of trees. The boundless desert disappeared, and as far as the eye could see, only the branches and leaves of the big trees were left. Distant ancestor, please. Suddenly, Shatong shouted, and then his face was filled with respect. The next moment, all the clan slayers, including Shatong, closed their eyes devoutly. Under the gaze of Chu Bei and the others, a strange-shaped magic weapon appeared in each of the clan slayers' hands. Then, they changed their figures in a strange pace, and at the same time, they chanted as if they were performing some kind of ancient sacrifice. Rumble. When the clan slayers stopped changing their figures, an earth-shattering roar sounded. A deep void gully appeared in the center of the circle formed by the clan slayers, and a pitch-black coffin slowly floated out of the gully. Under the illumination of the white light of the array, the pitch-black coffin lid shone brightly, and strange colors flowed. So many Emperor artifact. Just how many eras has he been preparing for such a grand scheme? Why haven't I heard about the deeds of the distant ancestor of the clan slayers? The Empress under the moon, immortal Emperor He Wu, and the other cultivators looked at the countless Emperor artifacts piled up around the pitch-black coffin, and they were all shocked. Any one of the Emperor artifacts was a great temptation to them, but at this moment, these Emperor artifacts were being absorbed by the pitch-black coffin. About those guys before the catastrophe, their deeds have all been erased. Of course, you don't know, immortal Emperor Yang Tian said faintly. He seemed to know something, but he did not say much. Is the one lying in the coffin the distant ancestor of the clan slayers? Looking at the pitch-black coffin that began to become crystal clear, the group of immortal emperors frowned. Distant ancestor, we have prepared a sumptuous meal for you. Please enjoy it. Wake up quickly. When Shitong said these words, all the clan slayers changed their figures again, and they jumped around the pitch-black coffin while hitting their magic weapons. Is the food he is talking about referring to us? Hearing Shitong's words, the expressions of the immortal emperors under the moon, Xingqiong, and the others changed drastically. They had a bad feeling in their hearts, and they looked at the coffin with vigilance. Chapter 677. Dong Dong Dong. As the Shi clan experts hammered on their artifacts, the sacrificial ceremony seemed to have entered its final stage, and the energy fluctuations on their bodies became increasingly powerful. At the same time, their gazes were firmly locked onto the pitch-black coffin, and their expressions were filled with anticipation, as if they were waiting for the moment when the coffin lid would open. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, accompanied by a low hum, the pitch-black coffin suddenly trembled. Not long after, the coffin lid began to tremble and gradually move. When the first crack appeared, light flowed, and various colors intertwined. Rumble. With a loud bang, the coffin lid was blasted away. At the same time, the hazy sky that was originally illuminated by the light of the monarch fruit trees was instantly dyed blood-red by the colors inside the coffin. Before the group of immortal emperors could recover from their shock, the blood-red sky turned pitch-black again, as if it was the abyss of hell, giving off a gloomy and terrifying feeling. A huge figure wrapped in black mist flew out of the coffin. This figure did not have any vitality, and its flesh was nowhere to be seen. It was extremely shriveled, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a mummy. It only had endless death chi, but these death chi fluctuations gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to source heaven energy. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the mummy suddenly trembled violently as if it had a life of its own, and the surrounding black mist began to pour into its body. At the same time, the terrifying array formed by the 12 monarch fruit trees and countless emperor artifacts emitted a strange immortal light, and faintly, it began to show signs of merging with the mummy. Soon, the black mist filled with death chi was completely absorbed into the mummy's body. The moment the array's energy was connected, the mummy seemed to be injected with vitality, and a thin layer of flesh and blood covered its body. In the next moment, 2 red lights shot out from its sunken eyes, and its body emitted a series of friction sounds, and a violent and terrifying aura spread out. Under this aura, the group of immortal emperors enveloped by the array's light barrier suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Shitong greets the distant ancestor. Suddenly, all the experts of the Shi clan knelt in the air towards the mummy, and their faces were filled with reverence. Their respectful greetings were filled with excitement and excitement. Did it really succeed? Impossible. How could those who died in the calamity come back to life? Celestial Emperor Yang Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the mummy in the sky that was fusing with the power of the formation runes. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. Yang Tian, what exactly is this so-called calamity? Why can't you survivors tell us? Upon hearing Immortal Emperor Yang Tian's words, Moonlight Empress, He Wu Immortal Emperor, and the other experts said, "How long are you going to hide this secret?" The group of celestial emperors was born after the calamity. They had heard about it, but they did not know the details. This was because anyone who knew about that calamity and was still alive was at least at the 7-star realm. If the other party was unwilling to speak, they simply did not have the strength to force the other party to speak. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian ignored the questioning immortal emperors. His eyes were fixed on the mummy, and his face became gloomier and gloomier. This guy's aura is still rising. When will it stop? Moonlight Empress, Heiwu Immortal Emperor, and the other experts refocused their attention on the mummy when they saw that Immortal Emperor Yang Tian still had no intention of revealing the calamity. Their expressions changed drastically when they sensed the terrifying aura emitted from the mummy. Currently, the pressure from the mummy had far surpassed that of the 8-star realm owner of all heaven's shop. What was even more terrifying was that the mummy's aura was still rising at a terrifying speed, as though there was no limit to it. Roar. At this moment, the mummy looked in the direction of Chu Bei and the others with its blood-red eyes. A roar that sounded like it came from ancient times filled the entire perilous land in an instant, and the terrifying sound waves reverberated in the perilous land. Even with the Emperor Formation's power, some of the sound waves still managed to penetrate the perilous land, causing the Emperor Falling Sea to explode and the waves to soar into the sky. At this moment, the mummy was like a primeval savage beast that had just awakened from a deep sleep. Its roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty, brutality, and endless destruction and killing. The source of the roar seemed to represent the most terrifying calamity in the world. This is bad. Immortal Emperor Heiwu felt a chill run down his spine when he met the mummy's blood-red eyes. Just as he spoke with a trembling voice, one of the mummy's gigantic hands had already reached out. Rumble. The Emperor Formation formed by the 12 monarch fruit trees went berserk the moment the mummy made a move, continuously injecting a terrifying amount of energy into the mummy. The power it's using now all originates from the formation runes. His strength hasn't recovered yet. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian exclaimed, as if he had noticed something. But what difference does it make? Do you have a way to destroy the Emperor Formation? Immortal Emperor Yi Huang asked, glancing at the mummy and the 12 monarch fruit trees with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! On the battlefield, the mummy that had become one with the Emperor Formation let out a low roar again. Then, several dazzling threads shot out of its body and penetrated the light shield that sealed Yang Tian, Heiwu, and the other immortal emperors. The immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically when they heard a strange buzzing sound. They could feel the power in their bodies being wildly absorbed by the dazzling threads. This is bad. It's devouring us. The immortal emperors came to their senses and used their emperor force to resist the suction force of the dazzling threads. However, what made them feel helpless was that even if they used their strongest killing techniques, they could not affect the dazzling threads at all. Their essences were still being devoured. The mummy, on the other hand, was nourished by their essences. The mummy's shriveled body seemed to have flesh and blood, and it was growing stronger. We did it. We did it. With these guys as nourishment, the venerable ancestor will be revived. As long as the venerable ancestor is revived, we can return to our clan. The immortal emperors became more and more excited as they looked at the mummy's body that was gradually filling up. Is there really no other way? Am I going to die here? Immortal Emperor Heiwu cast his monarch arts at the mummy. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Fellow Daoist Chu, I'm afraid you also expected this result, right? In the end, you've become the nourishment for the resurrection of others. How ridiculous. The Empress under the moon looked at Chu Bei and said self-deprecatingly. Chu Bei did not reply. At this moment, his expression was solemn. Even with his strength of the 8 stars realm, he could not stop the venerable ancestor from using the Emperor Formation's power to attack. Just like the other immortal emperors, his power was also being devoured. Chapter 678. Along with the passage of time, the auras of Chu Bei and the others became chaotic, violent, and uncontrollable. The mummy could no longer be called a mummy. It had become a huge body of flesh and blood, and the deathly aura in its body began to be replaced by the aura of life. Look. I can see some of it. What's going on? All the energy is converging in one place. At the same time, the projection of the danger zone in the sky above the heavens was no longer chaotic. Instead, it revealed a total of 12 figures. One of the figures was particularly special. He was like a black hole, crazily devouring the power of the other 11 figures. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the quasi-immortal emperors on the Star Ocean Square and even the immortal emperors on the round platform instantly confirmed the identity of the 11 figures when they saw this scene. What the hell happened to them? Who is that figure? Even the 8 stars realm all heavens shopmaster is no match for him? Is there such an existence in the Shi clan? Damn it. It would be great if we could find out what's going on inside. The limitless immortal emperor, the Genesis primordial spirit, and the other immortal emperors had grave expressions. Their divine thoughts could not penetrate into the land of extremity, so they could only look at the scene in the sky like the other experts. On the other side, under the irresistible suction force, Hei Wu, Undermoon, and the other immortal emperors began to cry out in pain, and their expressions were already very distorted. Gradually, their emperor weapons appeared, and due to the loss of power, cracks began to faintly appear. Chu Bei's expression was not good either. Just as he was cursing the system interface in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled and shook. Then, a wisp of clear light spread out from the interface and swept through his body. It was also at this moment that the force of the formation pattern that was sucking him disappeared in an instant, and his weak body became full again. Hei Wu, Undermoon, and the other immortal emperors seemed to have noticed the change in Chu Bei. Just as they were about to speak, they saw something like a heavenly book fly out from between his eyebrows. This heavenly book was very thin, with only a few pages, and it was still transparent. Of course, Chu Bei recognized the so-called heavenly book at a glance. It was the system interface in his sea of consciousness. Buzz buzz, just as Chu Bei was confused, a mini chubby baby suddenly appeared on the top of the system interface. The chubby boy was holding a golden disc in his left hand and a paintbrush in his right. Swish, swish. The chubby boy held the paintbrush and waved it on the golden disc. When he finished the last stroke, a crisp clanking sound could be heard. The golden disc trembled violently, and a giant net shot out from the mouth of the bowl towards the 12 monarch fruit trees. The giant net released a lustrous light. It was as if it could naturally restrain the power of the formation. In the blink of an eye, the power of the formation collapsed wherever it passed. Whoosh, the 12 monarch fruit trees acted as if they were facing a great enemy, their branches and leaves swayed crazily. At this moment, the originally stable monarch formation seemed to have its foundation shaken and began to sway. Kyla. The chubby boy waved his brush again, as if injecting new strength into the giant net. A moment later, the giant net enveloped the 12 monarch fruit trees, uprooted them, and threw them into the bowl. The moment the 12 monarch fruit trees were sucked into the golden bowl, the terrifying power of the array runes in this danger zone disappeared. Bang! When the monarch formation disappeared, the aura of the Shi clan's distant ancestor plummeted to rock bottom. His blood-red eyes dimmed, and his flesh and blood began to shrivel up. After destroying the monarch formation formed by the 12 monarch fruit trees, the chubby boy glanced at Chu Bei, put away the paintbrush and golden disc, and entered the system interface. A moment later, the system interface disappeared from Chu Bei's sight and returned to his sea of consciousness. From the moment Chu Bei's group was on the brink of despair to the moment the system interface left his sea of consciousness and the chubby boy appeared, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Distant ancestor. It's okay, you'll definitely wake up. The ritual won't stop. It won't fail. The leader of the Shi clan, Shi Tong, muttered to himself as if he had suffered a heavy blow when he saw the monarch formation disappear and the shriveled, motionless corpse. Then, he let out a roar that was filled with unwillingness. He could not accept that the plan he had prepared for hundreds of millions of years had gone down the drain. Just when he was about to succeed, it failed at the last moment. Where did the monarch formation go? What was that formation just now? It's him. It must have something to do with him. The group of experts from the Shi clan came back to their senses and looked at Chu Bei with eyes full of hatred. Their eyes were bloodshot and they looked like they wanted nothing more than to tear Chu Bei into pieces. The Moonlight Empress, the Hei Wu Immortal Emperor, the Desolation Immortal Emperor, the Xingqiong Immortal Emperor, and the other experts fixed their gazes on Chu Bei. Their expressions were somewhat stiff. The monarch formation was destroyed. The restriction from before has disappeared. What did the All Heavens shopmaster do just now? What's with the heavenly book and the little boy? What other secrets is he hiding? The group of immortal emperors regained their senses as they looked at Chu Bei and sucked in a breath of cold air. Owner of the All Heavens shop, since you have the ability to break the monarch formation, why didn't you do it earlier? I thought even you were at your wits' end. Now you've experienced the taste of death. The Moonlight Empress walked leisurely, swaying her waist as she glared at Chu Bei with a hint of a young woman's hidden bitterness. Chu Bei smiled but did not say anything. He was a little depressed because he thought he really had to use his last life-saving technique. Fortunately, the system had acted at the last moment and saved him from danger. It's you. You ruined my plan. Shi Tong stared at Chu Bei, his eyes turning blood-red in an instant. 105 drops of Source Heaven power hovered around his body, and a terrifying killing intent swept towards Chu Bei. Regarding what you saw before, I need you to keep it a secret and not discuss it again. Chu Bei glanced at the Hei Wu Immortal Emperor, the Moonlight Empress, the Desolation Immortal Emperor, and the other Immortal Emperors. After his indifferent voice faded, a 5-colored long sword appeared in his hand. 120 drops of Source Heaven power hovered around the tip of the sword. The next moment, Chu Bei charged towards Shi Tong with the sword in hand. Seeing Chu Bei attack, Moonlight Empress, Hei Wu Immortal Emperor, and the rest of the powerhouses also thought of the mission of this trip. After exchanging a glance with each other, they launched their killing techniques toward the other powerhouses of the Shi clan. Without the power of the formation, the experts of the Shi clan were quickly defeated by Chu Bei and the others. In less than a quarter of an hour, almost half of the experts of the Shi clan had died. Chapter 679. At the same time, in the outside world. How did the situation turn around all of a sudden? What happened just now? The projection of the danger zone in the sky became clear again, but when they saw the battlefield clearly, it was already the scene of Chu Bei and the other celestial emperors slaughtering their enemies. As for how Chu Bei and the others had gotten out of their predicament, they had no idea. Bang! 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 Various terrifying celestial emperor attacks were performed on the battlefield. Amidst the explosions, more and more experts from the Shi clan died. Kai. After an unknown period of time, Shi Tong's huge body was cut in half by a shocking 5-colored sword ray. The situation is not good for us. Retreat. After being killed by Chu Bei, Shi Tong's aura was getting weaker and weaker. He began to realize the current situation and gave the order to retreat. However, how could Chu Bei and the others let the people from the Shi clan leave? They immediately worked together to seal the void of the danger zone. This battle could be said to be a fight to the death. After about 15 minutes, except for Shi Tong, who was extremely weak, the rest of the experts from the Shi clan were killed by the Empress Under the Moon and the others. Boom! Just as the Empress Under the Moon, Hei Wu, and the other celestial emperors were about to help Chu Bei, Shi Tong's body was once again engulfed by the 5-colored sword ray. Kai. Kai. This time, Shi Tong's body did not reassemble. Instead, it began to dissipate. The Source Heaven power turned into a rain of light and disappeared bit by bit. As for the mummy, Chu Bei threw it back into the coffin and kept it in the seed world. Annihilation of the Shi clan, marked mission completed. Reward issued, 150 drops of Source Heaven power. When Shi Tong died, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the level 22 commodity power that Chu Bei had used had reached the end of its effective time. It's over. The Moonlight Empress, Hei Wu Immortal Emperor, and the others glanced at each other and exchanged glances. Then, they cupped their fists at Chu Bei, as if thanking Chu Bei for saving them. Remember what I said earlier? Chu Bei nodded at Undermoon, Hei Wu, and the other immortal emperors. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the group of immortal emperors nodded. They knew what Chu Bei was referring to. It was also after witnessing this scene that they became even more respectful towards Chu Bei. Putting aside the fact that the other party was hiding his strength, just the fact that he was at the 8th-star ascension stage meant that he wasn't someone that they could afford to offend. In the face of such an existence, even though they were both immortal emperors, they could only befriend him. They could not afford to offend him. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian stared at Chu Bei and asked tentatively, "Are you from before the catastrophe?" The other party's strength was terrifying, and he had appeared out of nowhere without any information about his origin. These 2 points pointed to the supreme existence before the catastrophe. Chu Bei glanced at Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and smiled. He did not answer or ask further. In his opinion, even if he asked, the other party would not reveal anything about the so-called catastrophe. In that case, it was better to leave the other party with some suspense and maintain some mystery. After everything calmed down, Chu Bei and the others left the perilous place. "Look. The immortal emperors are back. The She clan has really been annihilated." Looking at Chu Bei and the others who had returned to the round platform, the experts on the Star Ocean Square exclaimed, "Brother Yang Tian, what happened to you? Before this, we clearly saw a mysterious figure devouring your origin energy. How did you escape?" Limitless Immortal Emperor came to Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and asked. Immortal Emperor Yang Tian shook his head and did not say much. Almost at the same time, Moonlight Empress, Heiwu Immortal Emperor, and the others were also questioned by the other Immortal Emperors, but like Immortal Emperor Yang Tian, they did not reveal anything. The She clan has been annihilated. Participants will receive 10 drops of Source Heaven power. Buzz. Just as the experts were discussing intensely about the land of extremis, a series of buzzing sounds could be heard. In the next moment, the same line of blood-red words appeared in every corner of the high heavens. Among them, the blood-red words above the Star Ocean Square were the most eye-catching. Then, the blood-red words turned into 110 drops of Source Heaven power and flew to the 11 immortal emperors who had entered the battlefield. Great! With this Source Heaven power, as long as I have enough time, I will definitely be able to cross the 3rd stage and enter the 4th star stage. Moonlight Empress, Heiwu Immortal Emperor, and the other experts were excited when they received the 10 drops of Source Heaven power and sensed the energy waves within them. As for Immortal Emperor Yang Tian and Chu Bei, they just casually put away the Source Heaven power as if it was not tempting to them. Would the owner of the All Heavens shop be willing to join us? Just when the cultivators thought that the decree of the Zero organization would disappear along with the mission, they were shocked to find that the blood-red words changed again. What does this mean? Is the Zero faction inviting the owner of the All Heavens shop? What kind of people does this Zero organization have? This is the first time in hundreds of millions of years that they have invited someone to join them. Looking at the blood-red words in the sky, all the powerhouses opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. The Zero faction invited the owner of the All Heavens shop to join them. In my memory, he is the only one in the high heavens. Even Immortal Emperor Long Quan, the Divine Tao Immortal Emperor, and Immortal Emperor Qian Kang have never been invited by the Zero faction. In the entire Chaos Great Heavens, there are less than 10 people who have been invited by the Zero faction. What did the owner of the All Heavens shop do? How did he make the mysterious Zero faction extend an olive branch? The limitless Immortal Emperor, the Genesis Primordial Spirit, and the other immortal emperors stared at the blood-red words in the sky in shock. On the other hand, the Flowing Sky Immortal Emperor, the Undermoon Empress, the Heiwu Immortal Emperor, and the other experts who had entered the land of extremis were very relieved. For a moment, whether it was the immortal emperors or other experts, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Bei, waiting for his reply. Chu Bei smiled faintly, then waved his sleeve, and a new line of colorful words appeared under the blood-red words. I have no such thoughts. What? The owner of the All Heavens shop has rejected the invitation of the Zero faction? No one has ever dared to reject the decree of the Zero faction so directly. Will the Zero faction punish the owner of the All Heavens shop? When the experts on the Star Ocean Square saw Chu Bei's reply, their pupils suddenly shrank, and they stared at Chu Bei in surprise. However, just when they thought that the Zero faction would take measures against Chu Bei, an even more shocking scene happened. The blood-red words appeared again. As long as you have any thoughts, our door is always open for you. A new line of blood-red words appeared for a few seconds and disappeared. Looking at the empty sky, the group of experts came back to their senses and looked at each other, speechless. They never expected that the Zero faction would not only not punish a person who had violated the decree, but also wanted to befriend him. In hundreds of millions of years, this was the first time someone had received such courtesy from the Zero faction. Chapter 680. The owner of the All Heavens shop must have his own uniqueness. I didn't expect even the Zero faction to value you so much. In my memory, apart from Lord Yuan, you're the second person to reject the Zero faction's invitation and come out unscathed. An ethereal voice sounded, and a silver-haired old man dressed in the Origin Sky Pavilion's robes arrived in front of Chu Bei. The old man was the pavilion master of the Origin Sky Pavilion's branch in the high heavens. His name was Lan Hui, and he was an 8-star Immortal Emperor expert. Could the All Heavens shop's sect master have reached the level of Origin Emperor? Upon hearing Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's words, the Immortal Emperors on the round platform sized up Chu Bei again. They were clearly paying more attention to him. Chu Bei smiled at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui in response and said, "The competition between the disciples hasn't ended yet. Everyone should focus on the competition." Hearing Chu Bei's words, the group of Immortal Emperors fell silent. Then, they stopped talking about Chu Bei and turned their attention back to the battlefield. Battlefield 3. In the vast starry sky, a surging river of stars with the power of time flowed, and countless chaotic mountains bobbed up and down. A man wrapped in flames wandered among the river of stars. From time to time, terrifying quasi-immortal emperors would come to attack him, but they were all suppressed and sent out of the battlefield in the end. Participant, Xiaoyang Emperor Province, All Heavens Shop, Emperor Province Faction, All Heavens Shop Points, 8666 ranking, 1 World Battlefield, number 00003. Xiao Yang looked at the information in his palm with a faint smile on his face as he continued to walk through the river of stars. Where did this guy come from? Looking at his strength, he's definitely a great perfection quasi-immortal emperor. How come I've never heard of a great perfection quasi-immortal emperor before? It's as if he appeared out of thin air. This shouldn't be. In Battlefield 3, some 8th-layer quasi-immortal emperors were hiding in the dark, watching Xiao Yang's back warily as they discussed spiritedly. Battlefield 21. Fellow Daoist, you're really lucky to have become the 300th person I've met. If I send you out, my points will exceed 500. In the boundless sea of stars, a man in grey robes had his hands behind his back. He seemed to be flying aimlessly. There was a resplendent galaxy revolving behind him. Endless light atoms intertwined with each other, and each atom contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy. However, at this moment, a 6th heavenly layer quasi-immortal emperor instantly appeared in front of the grey-robed man. His gaze was as if he was looking at his prey. Chen Nan glanced indifferently at the person in front of him. Without saying anything, he struck out with his palm. The 6th heaven quasi-immortal emperor's expression changed the moment he sensed Chen Nan's energy fluctuation. He knew that he had kicked an iron board and was filled with regret. However, just as he was about to flee, he suddenly realized that his body had been sealed. Looking at the huge palm that was condensed from resplendent light atoms getting closer and closer, sensing the might of the palm, the pupils of the 6th heaven quasi-immortal emperor contracted abruptly, and a sense of fear rose within him. Fortunately, the strange energy that was everywhere in this world battlefield immediately wrapped around the grey-robed man, blocking Chen Nan's palm for him. Following that, accompanied by an explosion, the 6th heaven quasi-immortal emperor was wrapped up by the strange energy and disappeared. At this moment, a warm feeling spread from Chen Nan's palm. His points also increased by 499. Participant, Chen Nan Emperor Province, All Heavens Shop, Emperor Province Affiliated Power, All Heavens Shop Points, 8700 ranking, 1 World Battlefield, number 00021. Not only Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, Shahao, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Sand Monk, Golden Cicada, Ao Lai, and the others also firmly occupied the first place in their world battlefield. As long as there were powerful beings who targeted them, they would be blasted out of the world battlefield within moments. As for Linley, Luo Feng, and Jun Moxie, due to their cultivation levels, No matter how careful they were still sent out of the world battlefield by other powerful beings in the end. Master, your disciples have embarrassed you. Not to mention first place, we didn't even enter the top 1,000. Linli and Luo Feng stood side by side in front of Chu Bei, their faces apologetic. Don't worry. You all have only cultivated for a short period of time. For this reason, I let you all participate in this battle just to let you all experience it. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at Linli, Luo Feng, and Jun Moxie. In the next battle between forces, you all will definitely not disappoint me. Hearing this, Linli and Luo Feng looked at each other and nodded heavily. When the time comes, we will definitely not disappoint you, Master. Fellow Daoist Chu, are those two also your personal disciples? They are far from that Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the others. The Genesis primordial spirit sized up Linli and Luo Feng, then looked at Chu Bei and said. Chu Bei looked indifferently at the Genesis primordial spirit. He only smiled and did not respond. Because of Chu Bei, the other immortal emperors present could not help but size up Linli and Luo Feng. After finding out their cultivation level, they no longer paid any more attention to them, and their attention returned to the world battlefield. At this moment, the most attention was paid to the world battlefields of 2021 and 1949 where Hong Jun and Hun Kuan were. Looking carefully, there was no one else in these two world battlefields other than Hong Jun and Hun Kuan. In other words, these two had already cleared all their opponents in their respective battlefields. Without a doubt, they were the first place. Hong Jun and Hun Kuan are indeed great beings who have already stepped into the immortal emperor realm. The battle hasn't ended yet, but they have already cleared the battlefield. Everything is going according to plan. After all, they are now immortal emperors. As long as they want to, they can establish a new emperor-level force at any time. From the looks of it, among all the disciples, only the two of them are at the immortal emperor realm. However, did you notice that the first-place winners in the battlefields of 3, 21, and 132 all look very unfamiliar? Yes, I also have the same question. From their strength, they have already reached the peak of the half-immortal emperor realm. But why have we never seen such people before? These guys should be hidden by the emperor-level forces. When the results are announced, we will know which forces these guys are from. In the Star Ocean Plaza, a group of great beings watched the world battlefield while discussing. Dang! As time passed, finally, a bell rang. This meant that the first round of the competition between the disciples had ended. 10,000 world battlefields collapsed, and the great beings within were drawn into a brand new world. There were exactly 10,000 of them. After the crowd of spectators swept their gazes across the 10,000 great beings who had advanced, their gazes immediately shifted to the host of the Origin Sky Pavilion, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui. Everyone, the first round of the elimination competition has ended. Next, I will announce the first-place winners of each battlefield. As everyone waited, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's voice resounded throughout the heavens, filling every corner. Chapter 681. Battlefield 00001, the winner is Kai Lei, belonging to Dragon Spring Sect, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00002, the winner is Fang Quan, belonging to Heaven Spreading Sword Sect, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00003, the winner is Xiao Yang, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00004, the winner is Bai Mu, belonging to Moon Valley, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00021, the winner is Chen Nan, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00132, the winner is Tang San, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00485, the winner is Yi Fan, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 00666, the winner is Shahao, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 01949, the winner is Hun Kuan, belonging to Genesis Immortal Sect, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 02021, the winner is Hong Jun, belonging to Genesis Immortal Sect, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 02222, the winner is Sun Wukong, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 03434, the winner is Zhu Baji, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 04567, the winner is Sand Monk, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 05555, the winner is Golden Cicada, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 06900, the winner is Ao Lai, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. Battlefield 09874, the winner is Ancient Dragon Phoenix, belonging to All Heaven's Commerce, cultivation at the Great Circle of Half-Immortal Emperor. On the round platform, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced the first place of each battlefield. Meanwhile, at this moment, the audience was already in an uproar. How is this possible? Those perfect half-immortal emperors that have never been seen before actually all came from All Heaven's Commerce. Isn't there only Sun Wukong, the primordial dragon phoenix, and the rest? How did another 5-peak stage quasi-immortal emperors appear all of a sudden? We know far too little about the All Heavens shop. In that case, doesn't that mean the All Heavens shop already has 11 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors? But the All Heavens shop only has 11 shops in the top 10,000. Haha, you're really short-sighted. Right now, it was only the elimination round. The only ones who could truly affect the rankings were the top 100. The 7th heavenly layer, 8th heavenly layer, and even the 9th heavenly layer were nothing but cannon fodder. To put it bluntly, the final battle is a battle between peak stage quasi-immortal emperors. In this elimination round, the All Heavens shop had a total of 13 participants. 2 of them were eliminated, so 11 advanced. And these 11 people were all at the Great Perfection Immortal Emperor realm. In other words, they are all existences that can participate in the final 100 battles. Looking at the results of the elimination round that were revealed in the sky, not only the experts in the square, but even the immortal emperors on the round platform also had some surprise in their eyes when they saw the names of Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, Tang San, and the others. Their eyes were filled with dense shock. Brother Chu, it seems like you're not the only one who hid it well. Your disciples also hid it well. If it wasn't for this battle, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that you had so many peak stage quasi-immortal emperors. The Moonlight Empress glared at Chu Bei. Fellow Daoist Chu, don't tell me these 5 are also your personal disciples. Immortal Emperor Xing Qiong asked tentatively. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and nodded slightly, which could be considered as a reply. Upon hearing Chu Bei's words, not only Immortal Emperor Xing Qiong, but the other immortal emperors were also shocked. They also had peak stage quasi-immortal emperors in their sects. However, most of these peak stage quasi-immortal emperors were not their disciples. They were invited to their sects with great temptation. After all, even if they were immortal emperors, it was very difficult to nurture a peak stage quasi-immortal emperor. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why they admired Chu Bei. Other than the ancient dragon phoenix, he had nurtured 10 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors. Thinking of this, the immortal emperors couldn't help but look at Linley and Luo Feng. Their expressions became serious. Perhaps in the near future, these 2 little guys would also enter the ranks of peak stage quasi-immortal emperors. No matter how many there are, they still haven't entered the true immortal emperor realm. They still have a long way to go. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Hearing this, the immortal emperors looked at the Genesis primordial spirit. Thinking that he had nurtured 2 peak stage quasi-immortal emperors, he was indeed not inferior to the leader of the All Heavens shop in terms of nurturing disciples. Chu Bei smiled and continued to ignore the Genesis primordial spirit. Instead, He looked at Immortal Emperor Lan Hui and waited for the next round to begin. "Little guy, you're quite talkative. Could it be that you want to spar with me?" Chu Bei looked at the Genesis primordial spirit, and his gaze hardened. "This time, I won't hold back. Death is inevitable." Hearing Chu Bei's calm and smiling words, the Genesis primordial spirit's expression immediately turned ugly, but he didn't reply. He just turned his head and no longer looked at Chu Bei. "Everyone, harmony is the most important thing. Let's take a break. The second round of the competition will begin soon." Sensing the abnormal atmosphere, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui, who was the host, hurriedly spoke to ease the tension. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Chu Bei's gaze moved away from the Genesis primordial spirit. Although he was slightly dissatisfied with the Genesis primordial spirit's attitude, the other party was just envious and jealous. At least in the beginning, he had only imprisoned Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and the other four and hadn't caused any harm to them. Later on, even when he attacked him, he held back at the beginning and just wanted to punish him slightly. For this reason, Chu Bei only spoke to scare the Genesis primordial spirit and make him shut up. Of course, what he wanted to do the most was to properly ravage the Genesis primordial spirit. Unfortunately, his level 22 commodity had expired, and he had returned to the strength of a 3-star Immortal Emperor. It would be too much of a waste to use 150 drops of Source Heaven power just to punish the Genesis primordial spirit. As for the second round of the competition, the top 100 out of 10,000 people would be chosen. Unlike the first round of the competition, there were only 100 battlefields this time, and each battlefield had 100 people. There were also differences in the rules. The first round of the competition used a point system, which could be said to be extremely chaotic. The second round of the competition was relatively more orderly. To be precise, it should be to avoid a lot of trouble for the strong people. In these 100 battlefields, there would be a strength ranking for each battlefield. As for the initial ranking, it was arranged by the Origin Sky Pavilion according to the cultivation level of the 100 people from 1 to 100. Similar to the first round of the competition, this so-called equal distribution was still extremely fair, and there wouldn't be a situation where Great Perfection quasi-immortal emperors met immortal emperors in the same battlefield. After all, there were less than 100 Great Perfection quasi-immortal emperors among all the applicants. Chapter 682. After the initial rankings were set, those within 10 places of each other could issue challenges. Once the initiator defeated the challenged, the initiator's ranking would replace the challenger's ranking, while the challenger's ranking would drop by 1. In the end, the ranking would no longer change. Everyone, you all know the rules of the second round. Then, let's directly begin. 15 minutes later, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's powerful and resounding voice sounded in the battlefield. Following Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's voice, 100 world battlefields appeared in the empty sky. At the center of each world battlefield was a large and clear ranking, flickering with brilliant radiance. Xiaoyang, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, Shahao, Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Sand Monk, Golden Cicada, Ao Lai, Ancient Dragon Phoenix. These 11 individuals were in different battlefields, similarly ranked at the top. As soon as Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced the start of the competition, there were people who issued challenges in these 100 battlefields. At first, Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, and the others didn't issue any challenges, but when one of the 10 strongest issued a challenge, the others also became restless. After all, in their opinion, even if they failed to challenge the number 1, their ranking wouldn't change. However, reality was that when they failed their challenge, their strength would be restricted by this world battlefield. This led to them being unable to display their most powerful killing techniques when challenged by those below. When they discovered this, the experts who weren't confident didn't dare casually challenge Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, these half-immortal emperors at the consummate level. As for Hong Jun and Hun Kuan, these 2 immortal emperors, no one issued a challenge to them from start to finish. 2 hours later, the ranking of the 100 battlefields no longer changed. Compared to the initial ranking, the changes weren't that great. The third round is finally about to begin. The following competition is going to be interesting. Especially the top 20, it's directly related to the ranking of the power rankings. Needless to say, the top 2 will definitely be monopolized by Hong Jun and Hun Kuan. As for the 3rd to 20th, it's hard to say. After all, most of these people have already reached the consummate level, it's just a matter of whose Dao is stronger. When Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced the end of the second round, the experts and Immortal Emperors in Starcy Plaza immediately became spirited. In the third round, which was also the top 100 battle, the first place of the 100 battlefields in the second round would be selected to compete. The rules were very simple. It was the most common 2-on-1 sparring match. From the top 100 to the top 64, from the top 64 to the top 32, from the top 32 to the top 16, and from the top 16 to the top 8. Finally, it was the top 4, and the competition for the championship. Little fellows, you are all cornerstones of the high heavens. The following competition will not only determine the ranking of the forces you represent, but it will also be a battle of the best. In the process of fighting each other, I hope that all of you will be able to comprehend something. If you can use this opportunity to break through, that would naturally be the best. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's gaze swept across Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, and the rest of the 100 people. There's still time. Prepare yourselves and prepare for the battle of the pinnacle. When Lan Hui finished speaking, the 100 experts looked at each other and disappeared almost at the same time, returning to their respective positions. At this moment, Chu Bei's position attracted the most attention. Although there were 2 immortal emperors among the disciples of the Genesis primordial spirit, there was a huge difference in the number of perfected immortal emperors compared to the all-heavens shop. Among the 39 emperor-level forces, most of them only had 2 perfected quasi-immortal emperors. Some of the lower-ranked emperor-level forces didn't even have any perfected quasi-immortal emperors. Looking at the all-heavens shop, there were a total of 11 perfected quasi-immortal emperors. Even the Dragon Spring sect, Thousand Green Island, and Divine Path Mountain were envious of such a number. Master, the 2 immortal emperors from the Genesis Immortal sect aren't easy to deal with. Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, and the rest stood side by side in front of Chu Bei and bowed to him. It's okay. Go ahead and fight. Leave the rest to me. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. Since the All Heavens shop is participating, we must fight for the first place. We can only be the first place. Yes, Master. We will do our best. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Xiao Yang, Chen Nan, Tang San, Yi Fan, and the rest looked at each other and nodded heavily. Time's up. Participants, please get on the stage. Half a quarter of an hour later, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, a huge fighting stage appeared above the Starcy Plaza. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, this last round wasn't held in the world battlefield but directly above the Star Ocean Plaza. Although the battle stage didn't look big, it was mysterious and seemed to be divided into several areas. Each area could also be used as a battle arena. To be able to participate in this last round, your cultivation has almost reached the peak of the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. There's not much difference between you and your opponents. It's not very likely that one side will accidentally kill the other. Therefore, you can hold nothing back in the process of battle. To put it bluntly, your opponent will only be seriously injured in the worst-case scenario. If that kind of situation really happens, I'll make a move immediately. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's gaze swept across the 100 experts who had appeared on the battle stage. His powerful voice spread throughout the entire Star Ocean Plaza. Start choosing your opponents. As Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's voice fell, 100 balls of light appeared above the battle stage. The 100 experts who were familiar with the rules grabbed towards the 100 balls of light at the same time. Among them, only 50 balls of light contained strange characters. As for the 50 people who drew the strange words, they would be randomly drawn again to choose their opponents. Floating Island sects Liu Ruo against Genesis Immortal sects Hongjun Moonlight Jiyu Muhue against All Heavens shops Xiao Yang. Dragon Spring sects by Ma against All Heavens shops Shahao. Hei Wushan and Yu Quan against All Heavens shops Yi Fan. Soon after, The names of the opponents for the first round were finalized. Sigh, why is my luck so bad? Encountering Hong Jun in the first round, there's no hope at all. Aren't we the same? My opponent is Hun Kuan, an immortal emperor that's hard to reach. Just brace yourself and go through the motions. Even Sect Master can understand us. It's really too difficult. Their opponents were the two quasi-immortal emperors of Hong Jun and Hun Kuan. After sighing, they helplessly flew into the area where Hong Jun and Hun Kuan were. The battle came quickly and ended even faster. Perhaps because they knew the outcome, the two of them didn't have the heart to continue fighting. When they found that their strongest killing moves were easily blocked by Hong Jun and Hun Kuan, they directly chose to surrender. Compared to the two battlefields of Hong Jun and Hun Kuan, the other battlefields were much more intense. All kinds of terrifying emperor techniques emerged one after another. Great Tao profundities burst forth, and terrifying auras spread out, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 683. Apart from Hong Jun and Hun Kuan's battles, the other battles that drew the most attention were none other than the battles between the disciples of All Heaven's Commerce. Perhaps because of how mysterious All Heaven's Commerce was, the spectating experts, including the immortal emperors, were all extremely curious as to just how far they could reach. If one were to talk about the battles between All Heaven's Commerce's disciples, then it would be Shi Hao's battlefield. The one fighting against Shi Hao was a large man, his head of scarlet-red long hair scattering down, his eyes terrifyingly sharp. This was Dragon Spring Sect's half-immortal emperor Great Circle, his name Bai Ma. Ever since he stepped on the path of cultivation, he swept through all of his peers, his talent terrifyingly great. At the same time, he was also recognized as the most powerful candidate to take that step in the past million years. Right now, he was in the middle of the battlefield, primal chaos swirling about, great Tao aura covering the stars, as if it could suppress the heavens of endless time. You are quite strong. Bai Ma gave Shi Hao an indifferent look. When his cold voice sounded, his large hand directly slapped down. Hong Long. Bai Ma possessed terrifyingly exuberant blood energy, vaguely carrying a trace of true immortal emperor aura. With just a single palm, their battlefield seemed to have become still. Worthy of being Dragon Spring Sect's chief disciple, it is rumored that he corroborated the Tao through the profound mysteries of time and space. Now, it seems like it really isn't fake. While looking at the battlefield that immediately seemed to have entered a deathly stillness, the expressions of the spectating experts trembled. Only, when they saw that terrifying giant hand carrying unmatched might about to smash into Shi Hao's body, they saw a massive pill-shaped object appear out of nowhere, facing it, instantly blasting that giant hand apart. All Heaven's Commerce's Shi Hao's methods are also quite terrifying. When facing Bai Ma, he isn't at a disadvantage at all. When they saw Shi Hao's divine ability, the spectating experts spoke out again, their faces revealing looks of disbelief. Hong Long Long, under the rumbling sounds of continuous clashes, Bai Ma's figure continuously changed, all types of emperor methods appearing one after another. His head of long red hair was like fiery light, dancing about, releasing dazzling symbols, his aura oppressive. Later on, his body expanded once again. Surging stellar rivers revolved around him, and a terrifying abnormal phenomenon took place. It was because he knew Shi Hao's strength, so he didn't hold back anymore, directly displaying his most powerful state. I already can't remember how long it has been since I fought to my heart's content. Bai Ma's sharp eyes looked at Shi Hao indifferently like lightning. Is that strange thing your Tao to corroborate? Or is it the inheritance of your All Heavens shop? Your senior and junior brothers seem to have them too. As soon as he finished speaking, the white horse attacked again. A blood-red furnace flew out from his palm. It flowed with blinding light and spewed out endless flames of the great path, burning the starry sky. One could even vaguely see layers of strange phenomena within these flames. It was a record of his entire life, a record of how he had swept through all his enemies since his birth. What was frightening was that the moment the white horse took action, the great river of time appeared around his body, burning fiercely, time fragments swirling about. You're also very strong. You can be my practice partner. The corners of Shao's mouth curved into a smile, and the battle intent in his eyes became even more intense. The tremor fruit circled around behind him, releasing a terrifying trembling force. Practice? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Don't you understand that there's always someone better than you? The white horse shouted. In the same cultivation realm, all Heaven's Shop's disciples are unmatched. Shao's powerful voice resounded through the battlefield, his face full of confidence. Dang! When he heard Shao's words, the white horse revealed a look of disdain. He directly held the blood-red furnace, slowly moving above the great river of time. Time fragments danced about, terrifying beyond compare. Endless great Tao symbol light flames were released. In the instant they clashed, the area on the fighting platform almost caved in. Dazzling light of the immortal Tao wrapped around them. Dragon Spring Sect's white horse has been angered. I fear that the battle between the two of them will end soon. While looking at that terrifying great battle, the spectating experts in Starsea Plaza sucked in a cold breath of air. Fortunately, this battle stage had the support of a high-star level Immortal Emperor's source energy, or else the entire Starsea Mountains would face a terrifying disaster. Just get lost in time. On the battlefield, the white horse shouted. He used the most powerful time secret method. He cut open his wrist, dazzling blood splashing out, entering the blood-red furnace. In that instant, a wave of time force carried time symbols, carrying the white horse's source essence blood, suppressing towards Shao. At the same cultivation realm, all Heaven's Shop's disciples fear nothing. Similar words were spoken from Shao's mouth again. Then, his hands moved, resonating with the void force, sweeping out endless white radiance, blasting through the time force, directly targeting the white horse. With a hong sound, the void force and time force collided, great Tao symbols flying about. At first, the white horse's time force could still contend against Shao's void force. However, soon after, the void force erupted with terrifying divine radiance again, instantly erasing the time force. It arrived in front of the white horse, wishing to suppress it. When it sensed the void force that smashed over, the white horse roared out. All of its source essence blood seeped out from the surface of its body, burning fiercely. The other party was far more powerful than it imagined. It had no choice but to stake it all. As its source essence blood burned, the white horse's aura rose again. With a wave of its hand, the heavens trembled, time destroyed. Time was like a sea, rushing over. Your Tao is still not mature enough. Shao was submerged in the sea of time. One could vaguely see his hair turning white, body starting to age. However, his expression didn't change, not showing the slightest bit of fear. Arrogant. The white horse shouted, all of its body's essence blood burning fiercely. It was wrapped within blood-red flames. As the cold voice sounded, the blood-colored furnace appeared in its hands again, becoming more and more terrifying. It released chaotic energy, swirling with time ripples. However, when it looked like the blood-colored furnace was about to smash into Shao's head, his white hair immediately became black again, his skin also instantly returning to its original state, as if the time force disappeared from his body. It's over. When his calm voice sounded, Shao's entire body was wrapped within white radiance. Then, his body seemed to have merged into the void, mysterious and unfathomable, producing endless great Tao profound mysteries. A sky-shocking noise sounded, irregular scenes appearing one after another. Dang! Shao and the pill-shaped object behind him became one, 3 little figures appearing above his head. He used the embodiment transformation great method, deriving all types of unmatched divine abilities. In the end, it mixed together with the power of trembling, first destroying the blood-colored furnace, and then fiercely smashing into the white horse's chest. In that instant, the white horse's chest was penetrated, staggering backwards. The raging flames of the source essence blood around its body were extinguished. How could this be? The white horse roared, and its roar was filled with unwillingness. It couldn't accept this result. Its most powerful attack after igniting its essence blood actually couldn't injure the other party. Before this, he boasted that he was undefeated in the same cultivation realm. After endless years, He had indeed never been defeated in the same cultivation realm. Yet today, even after igniting his source essence blood, he still couldn't injure the other party in the slightest. Moreover, his opponent was someone he didn't have any information about before, someone who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. All Heaven's Commerce's Shi Hao against Dragon Spring Sect's White Horse. Shi Hao wins. Right when Shi Hao released another attack, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's pupils contracted, hurriedly taking action. A sphere of Emperor light wrapped around the White Horse, moreover shattering Shi Hao's terrifying attack. At the same time, the result of the battle between the two was announced. Chapter 684. Bai Ma was sent out from the battlefield, coldly staring at Shi Hao. Even though his eyes carried unwillingness, he didn't object to the result of this battle. This time, he was defeated extremely thoroughly. In a few years, I will pay a visit to all Heaven's Commerce, exchange some pointers with you again. Bai Ma looked at Shi Hao, his voice cold. If at that time, I was still in the sect, I would naturally accept. However, no matter how many times we fight, the result won't change. In the same cultivation realm, all Heaven's Commerce's disciples are unmatched. Shi Hao's words carried a smile. The battle ended, leaving the battlefield. Dragon Spring Sect's Bai Ma was actually defeated. It was still a crushing defeat. It isn't even excessive to say that he was crushed. Among perfect level half-immortal emperors, Bai Ma is publicly acknowledged to be in the top 10. How could the result be like this? Is all Heaven's Commerce's Shi Hao already powerful to this degree? I fear that he is only half a foot away from the immortal emperor realm. In my opinion, he should be the strongest among all Heaven's Commerce's 11 perfect level half-immortal emperors. No. Look at the performance of the other all Heaven's Commerce's disciples. Looking at the empty area of the battlefield, the spectators discussed animatedly. Following this disharmonious voice, countless eyes scattered towards the other all Heaven's Commerce's disciples' battlefields. When they saw this, their expressions became more and more shocked, their mouths wide open, faces full of disbelief. On the other side of the battlefield. On this battlefield, all types of resplendent emperor methods continuously interweaved, releasing incomparable surging auras. They were like a sea, shaking the heavens until they resonated, trembling intensely, continuously collapsing. A series of sky-shocking noises sounded. Two figures interweaved, both of them releasing terrifying auras. Honglong. On the battlefield, the two figures clashed fiercely, and then separated. An enormous pill-shaped object suddenly appeared, massive beyond compare, carrying the might of lightning. Not only this, behind that pill-shaped object, there was a great cauldron that appeared, its might shaking the heavens. One could only see stars comparable in size to star domains moving around that cauldron one after another, the cauldron surging with all life source energy. As for the cauldron opening, there were surging stellar streams, connected to resplendent lightning. Looking at the huge pill-shaped object again, it was surrounded by lightning from the 9 heavens. Black, purple, green, all kinds of lightning were present. There were even some lightning that had evolved into the appearance of ancient divine beasts. Just a glance at it would make one unable to help but kowtow and worship it. It's this pill-shaped object again. What is that thing? Could it really be the All Heavens Store's inheritance? No, I've interacted with the people of the All Heavens shop. They don't have such an item. If my guess is right, this should be a legacy unique to personal disciples. Different from the previous Shi Hao, the Tao this Yi Fan walks is also different. The crowd of spectators stared at the thunder pill and started discussing. Buzz buzz, the cauldron floated in the air, the myriad source chi flowing. The lightning pill spun, driving the lightning of the 9 heavens. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, a figure appeared above the cauldron and the pill-shaped object. His hands were clasped behind his back, as if he had just experienced a bloody battle. His eyes were looking straight ahead. He had yet to become an immortal emperor, but he gave off the feeling that he was an immortal emperor. Awesome. Fight again. Right at this time, a shout full of fighting spirit sounded from the other side of the battlefield. The voice shook heaven and earth, intimidating one's soul. Within the resplendent radiance, another figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. They saw that there were 2 horns on his head, black cloud patterns between his brows. Blood pressure covered the stars in the heavens shining and resonating. As his shout sounded, they only saw him reach out his right hand, covering tens of thousands of stars. The stellar river behind him moved, and with a hong sound, it slapped towards Yifan. Hei Wushan Yu Quan, number 1 at the consummate level of the half-immortal emperor level. This Yifan's strength isn't inferior to Shahao's in the slightest. It is rumored that Yu Quan had attacked at the immortal emperor realm tens of millions of years ago. Back then, if not for him being affected by the outside world, some unexpected things happening, he might have succeeded. This person can actually fight against Yu Quan to this extent, truly terrifying. While looking at Yu Quan who took action, all of the spectating cultivators took a deep breath, their faces full of shock. Yifan calmly looked at Yu Quan. His body shone, becoming resplendent and dazzling. In that instant, that enormous pill-shaped object entered his body. His head of black hair was almost dyed blue. He walked on the all-life source cauldron, his entire body's aura erupting. Hong Long Long. On the battlefield, Yifan walked on the cauldron, all life source energy swirling about his body. When he brandished his fist, 9-colored lightning wrapped around it. One could vaguely see pill-shaped irregular scenes. His divine might was matchless, eternally unmatched. A fist smashed out, directly facing Yu Quan's giant palm. Peng. Primal chaos surged, Emperor Dao flower blossoming. Under countless eyes, Yifan's 9-colored lightning fist collided with Yu Quan's terrifying palm. This time, it was no longer a state of equilibrium. Yu Quan clearly took a step back. However, he didn't seem to mind, releasing an unmatched emperor technique again. The 2 figures interweaved again. Emperor Dao laws danced about, their attacks becoming simple, containing the highest great Dao. Yifan stepped on the cauldron, the thunder core irregular scenes appearing behind him. Continuous attacks were launched, like a torrential river. Yu Quan also used various emperor techniques to resist. His divine powers were boundless, and law runes split the sky, forcefully clashing with the might of lightning and the cauldron made of all life source qi. The battle between the 2 was unimaginable, and it broke the river of time, constantly changing its course. Is it really a battle between complete earthly sovereigns? In the Star Ocean Square, countless experts muttered to themselves. Our senior brothers are so strong. Yeah, I feel like they're even stronger than Daddy. Bing Tong Tong, Biyu Xian, and little Long Huang looked at the projection of the battle in the sky in shock. Their eyes were wide open as they locked onto the majestic figure walking on the cauldron in the battlefield. Just a casual punch from him could unleash the 9 heavens forbidden lightning with Emperor aura. Believe in yourself. Work hard, work hard. One day, we'll be like senior brothers, proud of the All Heavens shop and make the All Heavens shop proud of us. Biyu Xian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. As time passed, the battle on the battlefield became more and more intense, entering a white-hot state. The 2 figures unleashed the most terrifying laws in the world, punching and kicking. Flowing light surged, and time surged. They were so powerful that they could destroy everything with a wave of their hands. Gradually, they became entangled, as if they had merged into one person, and they fought fiercely. Boom. Finally, the majestic figure held the cauldron in one hand and the thunder core in the other. He combined the 2 and smashed them fiercely on Yu Quan's body, bringing about a violent explosion. Amidst the mighty trembling sound, Yu Quan coughed up blood and was sent flying. Yu Quan is injured. Seeing this scene on the battlefield, all the spectating experts trembled, and they seemed to be in a daze. Chapter 685. Do you still want to continue? Yifan's emotionless voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The cauldron beneath his feet swallowed and spat out the source energy of all living things. Many stars floated up and down there. How grand was this? Boundless might was matchless. The pill-shaped object behind him surged with thunder and lightning. It flickered with all kinds of mysterious thunder and lightning that carried the aura of Emperor Dao. There were even humanoid thunder and lightning. I haven't lost yet. Of course. I don't understand the situation. Before Yu Quan could finish his sentence, Yi Fan stepped on the cauldron and moved towards Yu Quan. Everything seemed to be moving in reverse. It was terrifying. At this moment, he truly looked like an immortal emperor who had descended into the world of mortals. His long hair was disheveled, and his divine might was matchless. The great cauldron covered the sun and moon as it soared into the sky. The pill-shaped object spun frantically, releasing the might of lightning. Fight! Yu Quan ignited his origin blood essence, which was countless times more resplendent than all the stars and moons in the sky gathered together. He gathered the power of the Milky Way and charged towards Yi Fan with supreme laws. His aura rose to the peak. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, number, group, forward, move. Thunder from the ninth heaven, Ding Zhen. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was standing on the cauldron, spoke again. Even though they were separated by the space-time barrier, the experts on the Star Ocean Square were still shocked by the might of Yi Fan's shout. All of them felt as if they were facing an abyss and trembled inexplicably. These 3 sentences shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the celestial emperor had descended. He was incomparably dignified as he passed down a decree that was extremely grand. The 9 runes transformed into 9 balls of light and merged into the thunder pellet. Then, it carried the immortal intimidating thunder and entered the myriad Qi cauldron. In the end, the great cauldron erupted with immeasurable power. It produced a supreme secret technique that instantly pierced through all obstructions and suppressed towards Yu Quan. Bang! Yu Quan's body exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Yu Quan, stop struggling. You are not his match. Just as Yi Fan's attack was about to penetrate the lump of flesh, another figure appeared on the battlefield. Immortal Emperor He Wu waved his hand and repelled Yi Fan's attack. You're not bad. Perhaps after 1 trillion years, even I will no longer be your match. Immortal Emperor He Wu glanced at Yi Fan before glancing in Chu Bei's direction and said, "Great teachers produce great student." With that, Immortal Emperor He Wu left the battlefield with the heavily injured Yu Quan. All Heavens Shops Yi Fan vs He Wushan, Yu Quan. Yi Fan wins. Subsequently, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui announced the results. His majestic voice filled every corner of the high heavens. Yu Quan really lost. Could it be that the All Heavens Shop's disciples are truly invincible in the same realm? Is that lineage's pill-shaped inheritance really so terrifying? Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's voice rang in their ears. The group of experts looked at each other, unable to recover from the shock for a moment. Gradually, the results of the matches on the other battlefields also came out. All 11 peak stage half-immortal emperors from the All Heavens Shop defeated their opponents and advanced to the next round. In the second round, from the top 64 to the top 32, the All Heavens Shop's 11 Great Perfection Stage cultivators all advanced. In the third round, from the top 32 to the top 16, the Primordial Dragon Phoenix failed to advance, while the other 10 advanced. When the third round of the competition ended, there were only 16 contestants left in the huge arena. Looking at the 16 Great Perfection Stage cultivators on the stage, not only the experts on the plaza, but even the immortal emperors could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Out of the 16, 10 of them came from the same faction, and this faction was none other than the All Heavens Shop. Heavens! Even if all 10 of them surrender without a fight, their total points would only be less than the 2 celestial emperors from the Genesis Immortal Sec. The total points of the faction rankings are not only calculated by the disciples, but also by the faction's founder. With the strength of the All Heavens Shop sect master, the difference in points between the disciples of the All Heavens Shop can be easily made up. In other words, the All Heavens Shop is firmly in the top 4 of the Emperor rankings this year. If the founders of the Dragon Spring sect, Divine Path Mountain, and Thousand Green Island don't come out of seclusion, it means the All Heavens Shop will take first place. This is unbelievable. Who would have thought the All Heavens Shop would become the #1 faction before the start of the ranking battle? The square was filled with astonished discussions and clamoring noises. Everyone, The ranking battle has already reached its end. The fourth battle is the battle between the top 16 and the top 8. Immortal Emperor Lan Hui stood at the front of the stage and swept his gaze across the crowd with a smile. Battlefield 1, Thousand Green Islands Gu Mo vs All Heavens Shops Yi Fan. Battlefield 2, Divine Path Mountains Tien Ruo vs All Heavens Shops Chen Nan. Battlefield 3, Floating Island Sects WN Bay vs All Heavens Shops Shahao. Battlefield 4, Genesis Immortal Sects Hong Jun vs All Heavens Shops Xiao Yang. Battlefield 5, Genesis Immortal Sects Hun Kuan vs All Heavens Shops Sun Wukong. Battlefield 6, Dragon Spring Sects Corps C vs All Heavens Shops Jubaji. Battlefield 7, All Heavens Shops Tang San vs All Heavens Shops Jin Chanzi. Battlefield 8, All Heavens Shops Sho Seng vs All Heavens Shops Ao Lai. After a fair selection, Immortal Emperor Lan Hui walked to the edge of the stage and announced the opponents of the 16 experts. The most anticipated moment is finally here. Truly interesting. Too many All Heavens Shops disciples have been selected, so much so that internal strife has arisen. The next highlight is still Hong Jun and Hun Kuan's battle. The ones fighting against them are All Heavens Shops Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong. In the previous battles, Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong's performances were also very strong. They defeated their opponents at the peak without suffering any injuries. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to encounter Hong Jun and Hun Kuan. In the end, they still stopped at the top 16. In that case, in the best-case scenario, 6 of the top 8 will be All Heavens Shops disciples. If I'm not wrong, All Heavens Shops Sun Wukong and Hun Kuan are from the same place. I wonder if Hun Kuan will show mercy during the battle. Just as Immortal Emperor Lan Hui finished announcing the opponents of the 16 powerhouses, the square burst into an uproar as discussions broke out. Among them, the most discussed topic was the upcoming battle between Hong Jun, Hun Kuan, and Xiao Yang and Sun Wukong. Since the preparations are complete, let's enter the battlefield. As soon as Immortal Emperor Lan Hui's calm voice fell, 16 divine rainbows landed on the 8 battlefields. The first, second, third, and sixth battlefields were the fastest to enter the battlefield. As for the other 4 battlefields, the 8 experts looked at each other and did not make a move as soon as they entered the stage. Battlefield 7. Brother Tang, although I really want to understand your Tao, are you in a hurry? Golden Cicada cupped his fists at Tang San and said with a smile. I also want to experience the power of Buddha. However, I'm not in a hurry now, Tang San replied with a smile. Then let's take a look at the other battlefields first. Golden Cicada asked again. That's what I thought. Tang San laughed. Chapter 686. Battlefield number 8. Ao Lai, are we still going to fight? Monk Sand retracted his aura and looked at Ao Lai with a smile. No, Ao Lai waved his hand. We've been together for tens of thousands of years, and I've long grown tired of sparring. We know each other's backgrounds and have the same strength. If there was a winner, it would have been decided long ago. That's right. In that case, why don't we just watch? When the competition ends, we'll decide the winner with rock paper scissors, Monk Sand said with a smile. That's a good idea. Ao Lai was overjoyed. He agreed wholeheartedly. Haha, the 4 disciples of the All Heavens Shop are too willful. They're a family after all. Strength is the prerequisite for willfulness. That's true. The focus isn't on them anyway. On the Star Ocean Plaza, the experts noticed the situation in battlefields number 7 and 8 and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Rumble. Fierce battles were taking place in battlefields number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 6. However, the battles came quickly, and so did the trend. Whether it was Chensang Islands Gu Mo, Divine Path Mountains Tien Ruo, Floating Island Sects WN Bay, or Dragon Spring Sects Corps C, they were all clearly being suppressed by the disciples of the All Heavens Shop. Looking at battlefields 4 and 5, there was still no movement. Brother Xiao and Brother Sun have it tough. These 2 immortal emperors are the first to meet, Tang San said with a smile as he looked at the 2 battlefields. They're still an entire realm apart after all. It seems like there's only a fine line between immortal emperors and peak immortal emperors, but there's actually a chasm between them. Now that they've met, we'll have to face these two immortal emperors in the next round. Golden Cicada shook his head with a helpless expression. This is going to be difficult. Don't be sad, Brother Jin. So what if they take the first 2 places? As long as we take the 3rd to 12th places, according to the rules of the competition, the Genesis Immortal sect will still fall behind the All Heavens shop, Tang San said. That's true, but it still doesn't feel good to see the first 2 places fall into their hands, Golden Cicada replied. Tang San fell silent. He felt the same way. It wasn't that they were weak, but that their opponents were too strong. They were immortal emperors. In the face of absolute strength, all methods were futile. Battlefield 4. Hong Jun placed both of his hands behind his back. With a relaxed manner, he calmly watched Xiao Yang. What? Why aren't you admitting defeat and leaving? Could it be that you want to fight with me? Finally, Hong Jun broke the silence on the battlefield. He spoke first with disdain in his voice. Admit defeat. The All Heavens shop never had such a term. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. Xiao Yang shook his head. As his indifferent voice faded, his aura suddenly soared. Following that, there was a deafening rumble as raging flames gushed out from his body and engulfed the entire battlefield in an instant. Amidst the flames, various runes of the Great Tao appeared. Monarch techniques emerged one after another. At the same time, a huge crimson-red pill-shaped object appeared behind Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took a step back. When he fused with the pill-shaped object, his body underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His long black hair instantly turned crimson-red. Terrifying flames lingered at the tip of his hair. They danced there, releasing dazzling runes. His aura was oppressive. In the end, the enormous pill-shaped object transformed. It continued to shrink until it turned into a battle suit that was filled with spirals. It tightly adhered to the surface of Xiao Yang's body. There was a churning galaxy surging within it as a frightening unusual phenomenon was formed. So what if you're an immortal emperor? I'm not afraid. Come and fight. Vigorous and high-spirited voices reverberated on the battlefield. Xiao Yang was the first to attack. With a slap, raging flames carrying the Supreme Emperor's Tao covered the stars and surged towards Hong Jun, Battlefield 5. Sun Wukong, do you know that the staff in your hand was made by me? Hun Kuan pointed at the Rui Jingu Bang in Sun Wukong's hand. It's no longer the original staff. Sun Wukong waved the Jingu Bang in his hand. As his voice faded, layers of strange threads appeared on the surface of the staff. Interesting. Hun Kuan seemed to have noticed something. He had a playful look on his face. So you've completely merged it with your Tao. However, it's still very strenuous to use it against an immortal emperor. Sun Wukong spun the Rui Jingu Bang and shook his head. Since you've realized this, will you choose to give up the battle with me, or will you make the same choice as that guy? Hun Kuan pointed in the direction of Battlefield 4 and looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. Old Daoist, didn't you hear what Brother Xiao said? My All Heavens shop has never admitted defeat. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. His expression suddenly turned cold. He raised the Jingu Bang in his hand and pointed it at Hun Kuan. You and I came from West Earth. We should belong to the same sect. However, because you've made a different choice, I can only teach you a lesson. Hun Kuan's voice became low. If we were born in the same era, I'm afraid you wouldn't have the right to say that. Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh. The entire battlefield seemed to be crushed by a terrifying force. Countless stellar regions were compressed together, turning into mini light balls that floated around Sun Wukong. Rumble. With a swing of the Jingu Bang, these light balls containing endless power of the stars blasted towards Hun Kuan. If I hadn't made a breakthrough, I might have to be more cautious against such an attack. I might not even be able to take it. It's just that you're still too weak for now. Hun Kuan was expressionless as he looked at the light balls with terrifying aura. He didn't retreat at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Hun Kuan casually extended his palm. Suddenly, an immortal emperor law that was above the great perfection immortal emperor level appeared and intertwined to form a huge net. Everyone watched as Sun Wukong's terrifying attack landed on the huge net. It instantly turned into a rain of light and disappeared into nothingness. Sun Wukong didn't look surprised when he saw this. Instead, he looked even more solemn. Hun Kuan didn't say anything. He pointed his finger again. A seemingly simple finger light instantly appeared in front of Sun Wukong and was about to pierce through him. Sensing the energy fluctuations contained in the finger light, Sun Wukong's pupils suddenly constricted. His entire body was instantly enveloped by a grayish-white light. At the same time, a pill-shaped object appeared in front of him. It emitted a supreme divine light as it prepared to meet Hun Kuan's finger light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Strange phenomena appeared as immortal emperor power spread out. When the two collided, the pill-shaped object that was originally spinning crazily instantly stopped. Crack! In the next moment, there was a crisp sound. Under everyone's gaze, the huge pill-shaped object actually began to crack. Tiny cracks appeared as if it was about to explode. Almost at the same time, Sun Wukong's face turned pale, and his breathing became chaotic. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.